The morning mist over the capital of the Land of Fire had not yet burned away when Naruto Uzumaki stood at the high window of the daimyo's hall and watched the city wake beneath him. Smoke rose in thin gray threads from bakeries and forges. Merchants rolled their carts over cobblestones polished smooth by a century of foot traffic. Somewhere below, a temple bell rang the hour, and the sound rolled out over the rooftops like a hell breath finally released. He was 17 years old, and he ruled all of it. Not as Hokage. That title still belonged to the village hidden in the leaves, and he had let it go without regret, because something larger had been offered to him, and he had never in his life turned away from something larger. When the old daimyo had died without an heir of blood, the Council of Lords had searched for someone the shinobi world would respect and the merchant world would trust and the common people would love, and they had found all three qualities folded into one loud, orange-loving orphan who had once been laughed out of every room he entered. Now the rooms went silent when he walked into them, not from fear, but from the particular quiet that gathers around someone people have decided to believe in. Naruto still found that strange some mornings. He supposed he always would. Behind him, the doors opened without a knock, which meant it could only be one person. "You are supposed to be reviewing the trade proposal from Suna," Shikamaru said, stepping into the room with a scroll case slung over one shoulder and the particular weary patience of a man who had appointed himself chief advisor to a friend he could not, in good conscience, abandon to the wolves of court politics. Not staring out the window like a poet. "I can do both," Naruto said. "I'm very talented. You're very late." Shikamaru set the scroll case down on the long table that dominated the center of the hall, a table that had once seated the war councils of 3 generations. "The delegation from Kirigakure arrives within the hour. Mei Terumi does not like to be kept waiting, and you, of all people, cannot afford to make an enemy of the Mizukage over something as small as sleeping in." "I wasn't sleeping in. I was thinking." "About the trade proposal?" Naruto did not answer right away, and that told Shikamaru everything he needed to know. He sighed the sigh of a man who had signed up for chess and found himself playing a game with no fixed rules, no fixed board, and an opponent who kept inventing new pieces out of sheer stubbornness. "About Hinata," Shikamaru said. It was not a question. Naruto turned from the window, and the light caught the whisker marks on his cheeks, softer now than they had been in his youth, though they never fully faded. He had grown into himself in the years since the war. Taller. Broader through the shoulders. The restless, hungry energy that had once made him impossible to sit still around had settled into something quieter and more dangerous, the way a river settles into its banks and becomes, if anything, harder to stop. "She's downstairs," he said. "In the East Garden. She comes every morning before the court wakes up, just to sit with the koi pond. I watched her for a while before you came in." "That's not thinking. That's being a creep." "It's not creepy if you love someone, Shikamaru. It's a little creepy." Naruto laughed, and for a moment he looked exactly like the boy he had been, before daimyos and delegations and the endless weight of being the person an entire nation had decided to lean on. Hinata Hyuga had been given a seat on his personal council 2 years ago, ostensibly for her clan's diplomatic ties to the northern provinces, though everyone in the palace understood the truth of it, which was that Naruto could not imagine a single day that did not include her somewhere in it. She had not moved into the palace as his wife. Not yet. There was a difference, in the old customs of the Land of Fire, between a woman who shared a daimyo's home and a woman who shared his name, and Hinata, gentle as she was, had asked him for time, and he had given it gladly, because some things were worth being patient for. "I'll go down and see her before the delegation arrives," Naruto said. "Just for a minute." "You have 11 minutes, Shikamaru said, checking the sundial etched into the windowsill with the flat efficiency of a man who had learned long ago that arguing with Naruto about matters of the heart was a battle already lost. "Do not be late to your own diplomatic reception. I am begging you. Some of us have reputations to protect." Naruto was already moving for the door. The East Garden was the oldest part of the palace grounds, older than the hall itself, planted 3 centuries ago by a daimyo who had, according to legend, loved his gardens more than his throne. Cherry trees lined the winding gravel paths, not yet in bloom this early in the season, their branches still bare and patient. The koi pond sat at the garden's center, dark water rippling gently under a wooden footbridge, and it was there that Naruto found Hinata, seated on a stone bench with her hands folded in her lap and her long dark hair loose over her shoulders, watching the fish move beneath the surface like slow, colorful thoughts. She heard him coming before she saw him. She always did, Naruto-kun. She rose to greet him, and the faint blush that had once colored her cheeks whenever he was near had softened over the years into something calmer, though it had never entirely disappeared. You should be preparing for the delegation. I've got 11 minutes. 10 now, probably. He sat down beside her on the bench, close enough that their shoulders nearly touched, and looked out at the pond. I wanted to see you before the day got crazy. Is it going to be crazy? Mei Terumi is coming to talk about the fishing rights along the southern coast, and Kakashi warned me she likes to test people. She's going to say something to try to throw me off, and I'm going to have to not get thrown off, and honestly I have no idea if I'm any good at that part of the job. Hinata was quiet for a moment, the kind of quiet that was not empty but full, the way she had always been. You held this entire hall together after the flooding in the western provinces last spring, she said. You listened to farmers no one else would sit down with. You remembered every one of their names. I don't think a woman with sharp words is going to be the thing that unmakes you. You always know what to say. I only say what's true. He reached over and took her hand, and she let him, her fingers curling into his without hesitation, though her cheeks colored a little deeper at the touch, the old habit still alive somewhere beneath the calm she had built for herself. They sat like that for a while, not speaking, the koi moving beneath the water and the morning mist finally beginning to burn away above the garden walls, and Naruto thought, not for the first time, that this was the part of being daimyo nobody warned him about. Not the councils. Not the wars he had to prevent instead of fight. But the mornings like this one, where for 11 minutes, or 10, he got to simply exist beside someone who had loved him since before he had any reason to believe himself lovable. I should go, he said finally, though he did not move. You should, Hinata agreed, and did not let go of his hand either. It was the temple bell, ringing the half-hour, that finally broke them apart. Naruto stood, brushed off his robes, which were a deep burnt orange beneath formal black, a compromise between the boy he had been and the man the court required him to become, and offered Hinata a hand up from the bench. Will you be at the reception? He asked. If you'd like me there. I'd always like you there. She smiled, small and genuine, and something in Naruto's chest loosened the way it always did when she smiled like that, like a held breath he hadn't known he was holding. The daimyo's hall had filled considerably by the time Naruto returned, courtiers and advisors moving through the wide corridors in their formal dress, servants carrying trays of tea and pressed rice cakes toward the receiving chamber where the delegation from Kirigakure would be greeted. Shikamaru intercepted him at the base of the main staircase with the particular expression of a man who had spent the last 10 minutes fielding questions he did not want to answer. You're cutting it close, he said. I'm exactly on time. You're exactly on time the way a kunai is exactly sharp. Technically correct, dangerously close to the edge. Shikamaru fell into step beside him as they walked. Sakura's already in the receiving chamber. She wanted to review the medical exchange proposal with you before the Mizukage arrives, something about a plague outbreak in the fishing villages that the Land of Fire's healers could help contain, in exchange for trade concessions. Sakura's here? She's been here since dawn. You'd know that if you spent less time in gardens. Naruto did not dignify that with a response, though the corner of his mouth twitched. Sakura Harino stood near the tall windows of the receiving chamber, dressed in the formal robes of the Land of Fire's medical envoy, a role she had grown into with the same ferocious competence she brought to everything, reviewing a scroll of figures with the kind of focus that made junior clerks nervous to approach her. She had cut her hair shorter in recent years, a practical choice for a woman who spent half her time elbow-deep in surgical work and the other half negotiating treaties, and it suited her, framing a face that had lost none of its sharpness and gained a great deal of quiet authority. She looked up when Naruto entered, and something crossed her expression, quick and complicated, gone almost before it registered. It had been happening more often lately. Naruto had noticed it, and said nothing, because some things, he had learned, needed to be given room to become what they were going to become, without being poked and prodded before their time. You're late, Sakura said. I'm exactly on time, Naruto said. Ask Shikamaru. He's lying, Shikamaru said. Sakura rolled her eyes, but there was warmth in it, the old easy warmth of people who had grown up together, fought wars together, buried friends together, and come out the other side of all of it still standing, still finding each other in crowded rooms. The plague situation in the southern fishing villages is worse than the initial reports suggested, she said, sobering. If we don't act quickly, it could spread up the coast into Kirigakure's own territory, which gives us leverage in the negotiation, but only if the Mizukage believes we're offering the aid in good faith, and not just to extract concessions. We are offering it in good faith. I know that. She doesn't yet. Sakura rolled the scroll closed. You need to make her believe it in the first 5 minutes, or this whole negotiation gets a lot harder. No pressure. All the pressure, Sakura said, and for just a moment, before she turned back to her notes, her eyes lingered on him a beat longer than the conversation required, and Naruto, who had spent years learning to read the subtle language of court and diplomacy, found that he had absolutely no idea what to do with the way his oldest friend was looking at him lately, except to notice it, and file it away. And hope he was not imagining things. The horns sounded at the palace gates precisely on the hour, announcing the arrival of the Kirigakure delegation, and the receiving chamber straightened itself into formal order, courtiers arranging along the walls, Shikamaru taking his place at Naruto's right hand with the scroll case of trade documents, Sakura at his left with the medical proposal. Hinata slipping quietly into the row of seated advisors near the back where she preferred to observe rather than be observed. Naruto stood at the head of the chamber, on the low dais that held the daimyo's seat, though he remained standing rather than sitting, because he had decided early in his rule that he would rather greet people on his feet than look down on them from a chair, whatever the old custom said about it. The doors opened, and the Mizukage of Kirigakure entered the hall. Mei Terumi moved like someone who had never once in her life doubted that a room belonged to her the moment she walked into it. She was dressed in the deep green and silver of the land of water, her robes cut for both elegance and swift movement, a concession to old shinobi habits that formal court dress never quite managed to erase. Her red hair was pulled back in an elaborate braid, and her single visible eye swept the chamber with the swift, assessing calm of a woman who had survived 3 Mizukage before her and did not intend to be the 4th to fall. She stopped before the dais and inclined her head, precisely as much as protocol required and not a fraction more. Lord Daimyo, she said. You've grown since the war ended. I remember a boy who shouted a great deal and broke several tables. I've upgraded to shouting quietly and only breaking 1 table a month, Naruto said. It's a real improvement. A ripple of quiet laughter moved through the chamber, and Mei's mouth curved, the smallest fraction, an expression that on a less controlled woman might have been called a smile. I was told you had a sense of humor, she said. I was also told you had a proposal that might save several thousand of my people from a plague your healers claim to already understand. I'd like to hear it, before I decide whether to be charmed. Sakura, Naruto said, and stepped back, because he had learned, in the years since taking this seat, that leadership did not mean being the loudest voice in every room. Sometimes it meant knowing exactly which voice the room needed to hear, and stepping aside to let it speak. Sakura came forward with the scroll, and for the next half hour, the receiving chamber filled with the language of medicine and logistics, infection vectors and quarantine protocols, healer exchanges and the delicate arithmetic of a treaty that would cost the land of fire resources now in exchange for goodwill and fishing rights later. Mei Terumi listened with the sharp, unblinking attention of a leader who had learned the hard way that goodwill unbacked by substance was worth exactly nothing, and asked questions that cut straight to the weak points in the proposal, questions that made lesser diplomats sweat. Naruto watched her work, and found himself, against every instinct toward caution that Shikamaru had spent years drilling into him, genuinely impressed. There was something magnetic about competence wielded without apology, and Mei Terumi wielded hers like a blade she had long since stopped needing to sheath. When the formal proposal concluded, and the scrolls were set aside for the scribes to finalize into treaty language, Mei turned back to Naruto with an expression that had shifted, subtly, from assessment into something closer to interest. Your medic is sharp, she said. Sharper than most and was twice her age. She usually is. And you? Mei tilted her head, studying him the way she might study an opponent whose fighting style she had not yet fully catalogued. The stories about you were exaggerated, I assumed, the way stories about young heroes always are. A boy who ended a war. A boy who befriended a demon fox and turned it into a blessing instead of a curse. I expected exaggeration and found, instead, a young man who lets his advisors speak and knows exactly when to step back. That is rarer than the stories suggested. I try. Trying is common. Succeeding at it is not. She studied him a moment longer, and something in her expression settled into decision. I will need several days in your capital to finalize the treaty terms. I trust the Land of Fire's hospitality is as generous as its healers offer. We'll make sure you're comfortable, Naruto said. Personally, if you want. It was a small thing, an offhand courtesy, the kind of line a good host offered any visiting dignitary. But Mei Terumi's single visible eye lingered on him for a beat longer than the offer required, and somewhere near the back of the chamber, Naruto was fairly certain he heard Hinata's breath catch, quiet and quick, gone almost as soon as it happened, the way a held thought sometimes escapes before its owner can stop it. He did not have time to think about what that meant. The reception moved forward, into introductions and lesser matters of state, and it was hours later, long after the delegation had been shown to their quarters in the palace's guest wing, that Naruto finally found a moment alone on the balcony outside his private chambers, looking out over a capital gone dark and lit with lanterns, and allowed himself to think about the day at all. Shikamaru found him there, as he so often did, carrying 2 cups of tea. He sat down without comment on the balcony railing. You did well today, he said. Sakura did well. I stood there and looked important. That's most of the job, actually. Shikamaru leaned against the railing beside him, looking out at the same lantern-lit sprawl of rooftops. Mei Terumi doesn't warm up to people. I've read the reports from the last 3 trade summits she attended. She's polite the way a blade is polite, right up until it isn't. Whatever you did today, she noticed you. Is that good or bad? Depends on what you plan to do about it. Shikamaru glanced sideways at him, and there was something knowing in it, something that had watched Naruto's life unfold from the sidelines long enough to recognize a pattern when it repeated itself. You've got Hinata in the garden every morning. Sakura looking at you like she's trying to solve a puzzle she used to think she'd already solved. And now the Mizukage of Kirigakure, who does not so much as blink at men she considers beneath her notice, spending an entire reception deciding you're worth noticing. He shook his head, not quite hiding a smile. Being daimyo suits you in ways I don't think even you understand yet. I'm not trying to, Naruto stopped, because he genuinely did not know how to finish that sentence honestly. He was not trying to collect anything. He had simply spent his whole life being the person no one wanted, and had emerged from that childhood determined to give every ounce of himself, without reservation, to anyone who earned it. It was not a strategy. It had never been a strategy. It was simply who he was, offered without calculation to Hinata's patience, to Sakura's old friendship turned into something new, to a Mizukage who had walked into his hall expecting a boy and found, instead, someone worth reconsidering. I know, Shikamaru said, quieter now. That's the whole problem, isn't it? You're not trying. You just are what you are, and people keep noticing. He picked up his tea, finally, and drank. Get some sleep. Tomorrow's negotiation session starts at dawn, and I have a feeling this week is going to be a great deal longer than any of us are prepared for. He was, as it turned out, entirely correct, though not one word of the reasoning he offered came anywhere close to predicting exactly how long, or in what direction, the coming days were about to unfold. The negotiation sessions with Kirigakure ran for 4 days, and by the 3rd, Naruto had come to understand that Mei Terumi did not so much negotiate as she conducted a slow, deliberate excavation, digging past every polite phrase and diplomatic cushion until she found the honest thing underneath. It should have been exhausting. Instead, he found himself looking forward to the mornings, to the moment she swept into the council chamber with her braid catching the light, and her single visible eye already narrowed in anticipation of whatever argument the day would bring. You conceded the northern fishing quota too quickly yesterday, she told him on the 3rd morning, before the rest of the council had even settled into their seats. I would have pushed for more if you'd let me. I know. Then why did you concede it? Naruto poured himself tea from the pot the servants had left, unhurried, the way he had learned to be unhurried in rooms full of people who expected him to rush. Because your fishermen have lost 2 seasons of catch to a plague we're the ones offering to cure, he said. Squeezing you over a few extra leagues of water while your people are dying doesn't win me anything worth having. I'd rather you leave this table thinking I'm generous than thinking I'm clever. Generous, people remember. Clever, they just plan around next time. Mei studied him for a long moment, her expression unreadable in the way of someone recalculating a figure she'd thought already settled. That's either very wise or very naive, she said. I haven't decided which. Ask me again in 10 years. I intend to. She said it lightly, almost as a joke, and moved on to the next clause of the treaty before Naruto could decide whether it had been a joke at all. It became, over those 4 days, a kind of ritual between them, this testing and retesting, this probing at the edges of who he actually was beneath the title he'd been given. Mei was not gentle about it. She asked him about the war, about Sasuke Uchiha, and how he had let his old friend walk free after everything, about the fox sealed inside him and whether he'd ever resented carrying it, about the loneliness of a childhood spent as the village's collective scapegoat, questions most courtiers would never have dared voice, delivered in a tone that made refusal feel like cowardice. And Naruto, who had spent his life being asked to hide the parts of himself that made people uncomfortable, found that he did not want to hide anything from her. He answered honestly, every time, and watched something in her expression shift a little further each day, the careful diplomatic mask thinning until, by the 4th afternoon, she was simply looking at him the way a person looks at someone they have decided to take seriously. You're not what I expected, she told him, as the final session wound toward its close, the treaty scrolls stacked and ready for sealing. I came here expecting a boy playing at being a ruler. I'm leaving having negotiated with the first daimyo in 3 generations who actually listened to a single word I said instead of simply waiting for his turn to speak. Is that a compliment? It's an observation. Whether it's a compliment depends entirely on what you do with it. She rose from her seat, gathering her own copy of the treaty, and paused at the chamber door, looking back at him with an expression that had lost, finally, the last of its guardedness. I'll be sending an envoy to formalize the trade routes within the month. I may accompany them myself. Kirigakure's relationship with the mainland has been badly managed for a decade, and I find I'm curious to see whether it might be managed better, under the right circumstances. I'd like that, Naruto said, and meant it more than the words let on. Mei's mouth curved, the same small fraction of a smile she'd offered on her first day in the hall, except this time it lingered a moment longer before she turned and left, her robes sweeping the polished floor, and Naruto stood alone in the emptying council chamber with the distinct sense that something had shifted in the last 4 days that he had not entirely planned for and did not, if he was honest with himself, regret in the slightest. Sakura found him there 10 minutes later, reviewing the finalized medical exchange clauses with the last of the evening light slanting gold through the tall windows. The Mizukage seemed pleased when she left, Sakura said, settling into the chair across from him, her formal robes finally traded for the simpler medic's coat she preferred when the day's official business had concluded. I think she was. You think or you know? With her, I'm not sure there's a difference. Naruto set the scroll aside and rubbed at his eyes, the accumulated exhaustion of 4 days of careful diplomacy finally catching up with him now that there was no audience left to perform composure for. She's terrifying, Sakura. In a good way. She asks the questions everyone else is too polite to ask, and then she just waits for you to actually answer them. Sounds familiar, Sakura said, and there was something dry in it, something that made Naruto glance up. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing. She looked down at her hands, folded in her lap, a gesture so unlike her usual directness that it caught Naruto's attention more thoroughly than any accusation could have. I just meant, you've always liked people who don't let you get away with anything. Sasuke was like that. I used to think it was strange, that you choose your friends by how hard they made things for you instead of how easy. I don't choose people because they're hard. I choose people because they're honest. There's a difference. Is there, Sakura? He said her name gently, And she looked up, and for a moment the old easy familiarity between them was overlaid with something newer, something that had been building slowly for months in ways either of them had quite named out loud. What's actually going on? She was quiet for a long moment, long enough that the evening light shifted another degree toward orange across the polished table between them. I've been thinking about something Ino said to me a few weeks ago, she said finally. About how we spent our whole childhood competing over Sasuke, both of us, chasing after someone who never once looked back at either of us the way we wanted him to. And how strange it is that neither of us ever really looked at the person who spent that whole time looking at us instead. Naruto did not say anything. He had learned, over the years, that some silences needed to be left alone to finish becoming whatever they were becoming. I'm not saying anything's changed, Sakura said quickly, a flush rising in her cheeks that she seemed almost annoyed by, as though her own honesty had betrayed her without permission. I'm just saying I've been thinking about it. That's all. Forget I said anything. I'm not going to forget you said anything, Naruto. I'm not pushing, he said, and reached across the table, not quite touching her hand, leaving the choice entirely hers the way he had learned to leave such choices, because he had spent enough of his life having decisions made for him by people who thought they knew better. I just want you to know I heard you. Whatever this is, whenever you're ready for it to be something, I'm not going anywhere. Sakura looked at his hand, resting open on the table between them, and after a long moment, she closed the distance and laced her fingers through his, the gesture careful and deliberate in a way that felt like it cost her something to offer and meant everything for having been offered anyway. Hinata's not going to mind? She asked quietly. Hinata's the one who told me, months ago, that she thought you'd figure it out eventually. She said she'd rather share a life with people who loved me honestly than have a life where I only loved her out of some obligation to be tidy about it. Naruto squeezed her hand. The old customs of the court allow for it. A daimyo's house isn't built the same way a farmer's house is built. I know it's strange. I know it's not what either of us grew up imagining. But I'm not interested in loving people by half measures, Sakura. I never have been. If you want in, there's room. If you don't, that's all right too, and nothing about our friendship changes because of it. Sakura laughed, a small, surprised sound, and wiped quickly at her eyes with her free hand. You're an idiot, she said. You're standing here offering me a place in your life like it's the easiest thing in the world. Isn't it supposed to be? Loving someone shouldn't have to be complicated to be real. Everything about you is complicated, Naruto Uzumaki. You're just too stubborn to notice. But she was smiling when she said it, and she did not let go of his hand, and outside the tall windows, the sun finished its slow slide behind the western hills and left the council chamber lit only by the lanterns the servants had lit along the walls, warm and gold, and quiet. They sat like that for a long while, not needing to fill the silence with more words than it wanted, and it was well past the dinner hour before Shikamaru finally found them, took one look at their joined hands, and simply sighed with the long-suffering resignation of a man whose job had just gotten measurably more complicated. I'm not going to ask, he said. I genuinely do not have the energy to ask. Good, Naruto said. Because I wasn't going to explain anyway. There's a courier from Sunagakure waiting in the East Hall. Temari's arrived early for the trade summit, 3 days ahead of schedule, and she is, in her own words, quote, not going to wait around while you two finish whatever domestic drama I clearly just walked in on. Sakura laughed outright at that, and Naruto groaned, and got to his feet, pulling Sakura up with him by the hand he still had not released. Temari's here already? She said something about wanting to get the trade terms settled before her brother changes his mind about the water rights concession again. I believe her exact words were that she'd rather deal with, and I'm quoting directly, the orange idiot than spend another week arguing with Kankuro about puppet maintenance budgets. She calls me that to my face too. It's very affectionate, coming from her. I'm sure, Shikamaru said, in the tone of a man who had, in fact, once been the recipient of quite a lot of Temari's particular brand of affection himself, though he did not elaborate, and Naruto did not press, because some histories were better left for their owners to volunteer in their own time. They found Temari waiting in the East Hall exactly as reported, arms crossed, her enormous fan resting against the wall beside her, dressed in the practical desert travel clothes of Suna rather than any formal court dress, as though she had ridden straight from the border without stopping to consider that daimyos generally expected a bit more ceremony from visiting dignitaries. She looked up when Naruto entered, and her expression, sharp and appraising, softened just slightly at the sight of him, though she covered it quickly with her usual dry impatience. "You've gotten taller," she said by way of greeting. "Annoying. I was hoping I'd still be able to look you in the eye without craning my neck. You could always just accept I've grown up, Temari. I'll believe it when you stop wearing orange under your formal robes. I can see it peeking out at the collar. It's undignified. It's tradition. I earned the right to wear it undignified." Temari rolled her eyes, but the corner of her mouth twitched, the closest thing to a smile she generally allowed in public. "The water rights concession on the eastern border needs to be finalized before the summer planting season," she said, all business again, though her gaze lingered on him a beat longer than the topic strictly required. "I told my brothers I'd handle it personally, since apparently nobody else in this alliance can be trusted not to bungle a straightforward irrigation treaty. Do you have a few hours tomorrow, or is your calendar as impossible as the rumors suggest? I'll make time. You'd better." She picked up her fan, slinging it easily over one shoulder despite its size, an old habit from her days as an active shinobi that court life had not managed to train out of her. "It's good to see you, Naruto. Genuinely. Even if you have gotten insufferably tall. Good to see you too, Temari." She held his gaze a moment longer than the pleasantry required, something warm and unspoken passing between two people who had fought alongside each other through a war and come out the other side with a friendship that had never quite settled on a single, simple name for itself, and then she turned and swept off toward the guest wing with the brisk efficiency of a woman who did not waste daylight on sentiment when there was work still to be done, leaving Naruto standing in the east hall with Sakura's hand still loosely laced in his and Shikamaru's shaking his head slowly beside them both. "This week," Shikamaru said, "was supposed to be a simple fishing rights treaty." "Things change," Naruto said. "Things change around you specifically, is what I'm learning." But he was smiling, faintly, in the tired, fond way of a man who had long ago stopped being surprised by the particular gravity his friend seemed to exert on everyone who came within reach of it, and the three of them made their way back through the lantern-lit halls of the palace as the capital settled into evening around them, unaware of how much the coming days were about to demand of all of them, or how thoroughly the quiet, careful order of Naruto's court was about to be tested by forces that had, until now, remained carefully hidden beneath the surface of a nation that believed itself at peace. The water rights negotiation with Temari took most of the following day, conducted not in the formal council chamber but in a smaller working room off the eastern courtyard, where maps of the border irrigation canals covered nearly every surface, and Temari's habit of jabbing her fan at contested sections of the map to make a point had already left small dents in the parchment by mid-morning. "If you reroute the canal here," she said, tapping a spot on the map with more force than strictly necessary, "you flood the lower fields every spring thaw. My people have farmed that region for 3 generations. I'm not signing off on an engineering plan drawn up by some clerk in your capital who's never once set foot in the desert. Nobody's asking you to sign off on it blind," Naruto said, leaning over the map from the other side of the table. "Send your own engineers. Have them work alongside ours. If they find a problem, we fix it before a single shovel goes in the ground. That'll add 2 months to the timeline. Better 2 months than a flooded field and a war over whose fault it was." Temari straightened, studying him with the same appraising look she'd worn since arriving, though something in it had shifted subtly over the course of the morning, the wariness of an old ally testing new ground giving way to something more like respect. "You've gotten better at this," she said. "The old you would have just agreed to whatever got the meeting over with fastest. The old me would have punched a table and called it diplomacy. You still do that. I've heard stories. Once. That was once, and the table deserved it." Temari laughed, an unguarded sound that transformed her face entirely, softening the sharp desert angles of her into something warmer, and Naruto found himself smiling back before he'd fully decided to. They finished the border details by early afternoon, engineers dispatched, timelines agreed, and Temari rolled the finalized map with brisk satisfaction, tucking it into a leather case she'd brought for exactly that purpose. "I should head back to the guest quarters," she said. "Kenkuro's probably destroyed something by now. He gets restless when I leave him unsupervised for more than a day. You could stay a while longer. There's a garden on the east side of the palace. Quiet this time of day. Something in Temari's expression flickered, quick and considering, the same way it had flickered when she first looked up at him in the East Hall the night before. Are you asking me to walk in a garden with you, Lord Daimyo? I'm asking an old friend if she wants tea before she goes back to babysitting her brother. She did not look convinced, but she also did not decline, falling into step beside him as they left the working room and made their way through the palace's inner corridors toward the garden. And if her shoulder brushed his more often than the width of the hallway strictly required, either of them remarked on it. The garden was quiet in the way Naruto had promised, the cherry trees still bare, the koi pond catching the pale afternoon light in slow ripples, and they sat together on the same stone bench where he'd shared his 10 minutes with Hinata days before, though the quality of the silence between him and Temari was different, sharper somehow. Full of old shared history rather than the settled tenderness he had with Hinata or the newly discovered warmth he'd found with Sakura. Do you ever miss it? Temari asked, after a while. The old days. Just being a shinobi, no politics, no treaties, nobody expecting anything from you except to survive the next mission. Sometimes. Naruto considered the question honestly, the way he tried to consider most things she asked him, because Temari had never once in her life tolerated a dishonest answer without calling it out. But I don't think I miss it the way you'd expect. Back then, surviving the next mission was the whole point. Now I get to build something that outlasts me. That's better, even when it's harder. That's a very daimyo answer. I am, in fact, a daimyo. Unfortunately. But she was smiling when she said it, and she leaned back against the bench, tipping her face up toward the pale sky, and for a while they simply sat together in the quiet, two people who had once fought a war side by side and found, in the years since, that the easy trust forged in that fire had never quite faded, only changed shape into something neither of them had expected, and both of them, if pressed, would admit they did not entirely mind. It was Ino who interrupted them, arriving in the garden at a near run with her formal robes hiked up in one fist to keep from tripping over the hem, her blonde ponytail coming loose from its usual careful arrangement. There you are, she said, breathless, skidding to a stop before the bench. Naruto, you need to come to the West Hall. Now. Shikamaru sent me to find you, he said it couldn't wait. Naruto was on his feet before she finished the sentence, old instincts from a lifetime of emergencies rising fast beneath the calm surface of court life. What's happened? One of the border scouts came in with a message from the northern provinces. There's been an incident. Ino glanced at Temari, then back to Naruto, clearly weighing how much to say in front of a foreign dignitary, before apparently deciding the situation was urgent enough that protocol could wait. A group calling themselves the Restoration Faction attacked a garrison near the old Hyuga estates. They're saying the daimyo title should never have passed outside the traditional bloodlines, that installing a shinobi orphan with no noble blood was an insult to the old order, and that they intend to, quote, correct the mistake. The garden's quiet, which had felt so peaceful a moment before, seemed suddenly very fragile. A thin membrane stretched over something that had been building unseen for longer than anyone had noticed. How many dead? Naruto asked, his voice gone flat and careful in the way it always did when the situation demanded he set aside everything else and simply function. 6 of ours. The scouts don't have numbers on the attackers yet, they melted back into the countryside before reinforcements arrived. Shikamaru's already pulled the reports on which noble houses have been quietly grumbling about the succession since you took the seat. He thinks this has been building for a while and we just weren't watching the right corners. Temari rose from the bench as well, her earlier softness gone, replaced by the crisp readiness of a shinobi assessing a threat. If you need Suna's support, she said, I can have my brother send reinforcements within the week. We didn't survive the war just to watch the alliance that came out of it crumble because some noble houses can't accept that titles don't always follow blood. I appreciate that, Naruto said, already moving toward the palace, Ino and Temari falling into step on either side of him, the garden's peace left behind them like something already belonging to a different, simpler day. Let's see what Shikamaru's found first. If this is as organized as it sounds, I don't want to overreact and hand them exactly the crisis they're hoping to provoke. The West Hall, when they reached it, had been transformed from its usual quiet function as a records archive into a makeshift war room, scrolls and maps spread across every available surface, Shikamaru at the center of it with Sakura beside him, her medic's coat traded for something closer to the mission gear she'd worn during the war, and Hinata standing near the window with her Byakugan already activated, scanning the palace grounds with the reflexive vigilance of a woman who had spent her whole life protecting the people she loved before anyone had to ask her to. Talk to me, Naruto said, stepping into the room. Shikamaru straightened from the map table, his expression grim in the particular way it only got when a problem had stopped being theoretical and started being real. The Restoration faction isn't new, he said. We've had reports of them for the better part of a year, small stuff, propaganda pamphlets, a few noble houses refusing to send representatives to court functions. We treated it as background noise, the usual grumbling that comes with any change in power. We were wrong to. This wasn't a spontaneous attack. It was planned, coordinated, and it targeted a garrison specifically chosen because it sat near the old Hyuga ancestral lands, which tells me whoever's leading this faction wants to make a symbolic point about bloodlines and legitimacy as much as they want to cause actual military damage. Do we know who's behind it? Not yet. But I've got a working theory, and you're not going to like it. Shikamaru pulled a scroll from the pile, unrolling it to reveal a genealogical chart, old noble houses branching across generations. There's a cluster of minor lords whose family lines trace back to the original Daimyo dynasty, distant enough from the throne that none of them ever expected to actually rule, but close enough that some of them clearly resent watching a shinobi with no noble blood at all take a seat they consider rightfully theirs by inheritance. I think one of them is funding this. Maybe more than one. I don't have a name yet. I will soon. Naruto studied the chart in silence for a long moment, the weight of it settling over him slowly, the particular ache of learning that peace, once built, required constant defending against people who had never wanted it built in the first place. 6 dead, he said quietly. 6 dead, Shikamaru confirmed. And if we don't handle this carefully, it won't stop at 6. Hinata turned from the window, her Byakugan fading as she deactivated it, and crossed the room to stand at Naruto's side close enough that her shoulder pressed lightly against his arm, a small, steady point of contact in a room suddenly full of weight. Whatever you decide to do, she said quietly, you won't be deciding it alone. Sakura moved to his other side without a word, and Temari crossed her arms and leaned against the map table with the settled readiness of someone who had already decided, regardless of what the official alliance paperwork said, that this was now her problem too, and Ino, still catching her breath from the run across the palace grounds, straightened and nodded once, sharp and certain. The way a woman who had spent her whole career reading the truth beneath people's words nodded when she had already made up her mind about which side of a conflict she intended to stand on. Naruto looked around the room, at the small, fierce circle of people who had gathered around him without being asked, each of them carrying their own history with him, their own reasons for staying, and felt something steady settle into place beneath the fear the news had first stirred in him, the old certainty he had carried since childhood that he was never, in the end, as alone as the world had once tried to convince him he was. All right, he said. Let's find out exactly who thinks they can take this from me. Outside the tall windows of the West Hall, the afternoon had begun its slow slide toward evening, the capital spreading out below them unaware, for now, of the quiet storm gathering at its edges, and somewhere beyond the northern provinces, in halls far less honest than the one Naruto stood in, the first careful pieces of a much larger conspiracy were already being set into motion. The council met past midnight, long after the rest of the palace had gone quiet. Candles burned low along the walls of the West Hall while Shikamaru laid out every scrap of intelligence his network of informants had managed to gather in the hours since the attack. Naruto sat at the head of the table, listening more than speaking, a habit he had cultivated carefully over the years despite every instinct that still wanted to charge straight at any threat with nothing but stubbornness and a plan half-formed. The garrison commander who survived says the attackers wore no clan markings, Shikamaru said, but their formation discipline was too clean for bandits. Whoever trained them had proper shinobi background, which means we're not looking at disgruntled farmers with pitchforks. We're looking at someone who's been quietly building a private force under the cover of noble household guards, which every minor lord is technically permitted to keep, and nobody's ever thought to ask exactly how large those household guards have gotten. How large are we talking? I don't know yet. That's what worries me. Naruto rubbed at his eyes, the long day finally catching up with him in full. What do you recommend? Quietly, Shikamura said. We move quietly. If we come out publicly accusing noble houses of treason without solid proof, we hand the Restoration faction exactly the narrative they want, a shinobi upstart persecuting the old bloodlines out of insecurity. We need proof first. I want to send someone into the northern provinces undercover, someone who can move through noble circles without raising suspicion, and find out exactly who's funding this before we make a single public move. I'll go, Ino said immediately, from her seat near the far end of the table. I grew up around noble families. My clans always maintained ties with several of the northern houses for information trading. Nobody up there is going to look twice at Ino Yamanaka visiting old family friends. And if I need to get someone talking who doesn't want to talk, I have ways of managing that too. It's dangerous, Naruto said. Everything about this job is dangerous. I didn't sign up to be your intelligence liaison because I wanted a safe desk assignment. Ino met his eyes steadily across the candlelit table, and there was something fierce and unshakable in her expression, the confidence of a woman who had spent years proving herself capable of far more than the delicate, decorative role people had once assumed for her. Let me do this. I'm the best option you have. Naruto held her gaze for a long moment, weighing the risk against the necessity, and found, as he so often did in these moments, that trusting the people around him mattered more than his own instinct to protect them from every danger himself. All right, he said finally. But you report back every 3 days, without exception, and if anything feels wrong, you pull out immediately. I'm not losing anyone else over this. Understood. The meeting stretched on for another hour, contingencies mapped, additional patrols assigned to the northern border, quiet words sent to allied villages to watch for any unusual movement, and by the time it finally broke, most of the candles had guttered down to stubs and the palace beyond the West Hall's windows had gone entirely silent, the deep, still hour before dawn when even a city as large as the capital finally allowed itself to rest. Naruto found himself alone on the balcony outside his chambers again, as he so often did when the weight of the day needed somewhere to settle before sleep could take him, and it was there that Hinata found him some time later, wrapped in a light shawl against the pre-dawn chill, her bare feet silent against the stone floor. You should be asleep, he said, without turning. So should you. He allowed himself a small, tired smile and made room for her at the railing, and she came to stand beside him, close enough that her shoulder pressed against his arm the way it had in the West Hall hours before, a habit that had become, over their years together, its own quiet language between them. I'm scared, he admitted quietly, the kind of honesty he only allowed himself in the deepest hours of the night, when the performance of confident leadership finally became too heavy to maintain even for himself. 6 people died today because of a title I never asked for and still don't fully understand how to carry. And now Ino's about to walk into a nest of people who might want her dead too, and Ozama's already sent extra guards to Sakura's clinic in case the Restoration faction decides medics are a target, and I keep asking myself if any of this was worth it. If I should have just stayed a shinobi and let someone with actual noble blood take this seat and deal with all of this instead. Hinata was quiet for a moment, watching the first pale hint of dawn beginning to gather at the eastern edge of the sky. Do you remember, she said finally, what you told the council on the day you accepted this seat? I wasn't there, but Shikamura told me about it afterward, because he said it was the moment he stopped worrying whether you'd be any good at this. I don't remember what I said. I was mostly just trying not to throw up. You said that a nation built on bloodlines will always eventually fail the people it's supposed to protect, because bloodlines don't guarantee wisdom, or courage, or love for the people you're meant to serve. You said the only thing that should ever earn someone the right to lead is whether they're willing to give everything they have to the people who need them, and that you intended to prove it, one decision at a time, for as long as they'd let you. She turned to look at him, her expression steady in the pale, gathering light. The Restoration faction isn't angry because you're a bad ruler, Naruto-kun. They're angry because you're proving, every single day, that their entire argument for why they deserve power was never true to begin with. That frightens people who built their whole identity on believing blood alone made them worthy of things other people had to earn. Naruto looked at her for a long moment, something in his chest loosening the way it always did when Hinata found exactly the words he needed without him ever having to ask for them. I don't deserve you, he said quietly. You deserve exactly what you've built for yourself, she said. I just get to remind you of it sometimes, when you've forgotten. She leaned her head against his shoulder, and they stood together at the railing as the sky continued its slow transformation from black to deep blue to the first pale gold of true dawn, the capital beginning to stir awake beneath them, smoke rising again from bakeries and forges, merchants beginning to roll their carts over the cobblestones, entirely unaware of how close the peace they took for granted had come. In the space of a single day, to unraveling at the edges. By the time the sun cleared the eastern hills fully, Naruto had returned to the council chamber, where Sakura, Temari, and Shikamaru had already gathered, tired but resolute, maps and reports spread once more across the long table, the work of building and defending a fragile new order continuing exactly as it had every day since he'd first taken this seat, one difficult decision at a time. Ino left before dawn, Shikamaru reported. She should reach the northern provinces by tomorrow evening if she keeps a good pace. I've also sent word to the Hokage's office, informal channels only for now, letting Kakashi know what's happening in case we need shinobi support beyond what the palace guard can provide. Good. Naruto studied the map spread before him, the northern provinces marked in careful ink, the scattered noble houses whose loyalty had suddenly become a matter of considerable importance. What about the garrison? The families of the 6 who died? Compensations already being arranged, along with a formal address from you personally, which I'd recommend delivering within the week. People need to see you grieving this openly, not managing it quietly from behind palace walls. It'll do more for morale than any amount of increased patrols. I'll write it today. Sakura, who had been quiet through most of the exchange, finally spoke, her expression thoughtful. There's something else worth considering, she said. If the Restoration faction's whole argument rests on bloodline legitimacy, maybe the strongest response isn't just military or political. Maybe it's showing the northern provinces, directly, what your rule actually looks like for the people living under it. A tour of the affected regions. Public works, medical aid, direct contact with the communities the noble houses claim to speak for but mostly just tax. She looked around the table. Let the people compare what they're actually getting from you against what they were getting from the old bloodline lords before you took the seat. I think you'll find the comparison does most of the persuading on its own. Temari nodded slowly, arms crossed as she considered the map. It's a good plan. Dangerous, though. If you're moving through the exact regions where this faction's strongest, you're putting yourself directly in range of whatever they try next. I know, Naruto said. But hiding in the capital while people who died in my name get buried without me showing my face isn't leadership. It's cowardice with better furniture. He straightened, something settling into place behind his eyes, the particular resolve that had carried him through every impossible fight of his life so far. We do the tour. We do it carefully, with proper security, but we do it. I'm not going to lead this nation from behind these walls while the people who actually need to see me stay strangers to who I am. Shikamaru studied him for a long moment, then allowed himself the smallest, tiredest smile of the entire long night and morning. You know, he said, for someone who used to fail every written exam at the academy, you've gotten remarkably good at this whole ruling thing. I had good teachers. You had stubborn friends who refused to let you fail, Shikamaru corrected. There's a difference, and it's the only reason any of us are still standing in this room instead of attending your funeral 3 separate times over the years. The council chamber filled with tired, genuine laughter at that, the kind that only comes after a long night spent facing something frightening together and finding, in the light of morning, that the fear had not managed to break anything essential after all, and outside the tall windows, the capital continued its ordinary, unknowing morning, merchants and bakers and forge workers going about their day beneath a palace that had, in the space of a single night, quietly begun preparing itself for A conflict none of them yet fully understood the shape of. The meeting broke shortly after, each of them peeling off toward their own responsibilities, Shikamaru toward the intelligence reports waiting on his desk, Sakura toward the clinic where the extra guards Ozama had arranged needed briefing, Temari toward a hawk she intended to send south with word for her brothers that the alliance might soon need Suna's blades after all. Naruto lingered in the emptying chamber a while longer, staring down at the map of the northern provinces, at the small ink marks denoting noble houses whose true loyalties had, until yesterday, never once needed questioning. He was still there when Mei Terumi found him, her Kirigakure delegation not yet departed, word of the attack having reached the guest wing sometime in the night despite Shikamaru's best efforts at containing it. I heard, she said simply, stepping into the chamber without waiting for an invitation, a habit Naruto suspected she would never entirely break herself of, treaty or no treaty. 6 of your garrison. A faction claiming the old bloodlines deserve the seat you're sitting in. Word travels fast. Word always travels fast when a nation's stability is in question. Every neighboring power will know by tomorrow, if they don't already. She came to stand across the table from him, studying the map with the sharp, assessing focus she brought to everything. I could offer Kirigakure's support formally. It would strengthen your position considerably, having a foreign power publicly back your legitimacy so soon after the attack. It would also complicate the treaty we just finished negotiating, since my council will want concessions in exchange, and I won't pretend otherwise. I appreciate the honesty. I find honesty tends to work better than the alternative, in the long run. Mei's gaze lifted from the map to him, something considering in it that had nothing to do with treaties or trade concessions. You handled this the way I would have handled it. Quietly. Carefully. No panic, no overreach, just the steady work of finding the truth before acting on it. I've watched a great many rulers face their first real crisis, Naruto Uzumaki. Most of them break in one direction or the other, either paralyzed by fear or reckless with anger. You did neither. That tells me a great deal about what kind of ally you'll be, in the years this treaty is meant to last. Is that an offer of support, then? It's an observation, same as before. The offer will come formally, through proper channels, once my council's had time to weigh it. She allowed herself the smallest curve of a smile, the same fraction she'd offered him on her first day in the hall, though it held something warmer now, something that had nothing to do with diplomacy at all. But personally, unofficially, for whatever it's worth from a woman who's buried her share of allies to exactly this kind of quiet plotting, I don't intend to let anything happen to you before I've had the chance to see what you actually build here, given the years. She left him with that, sweeping from the chamber with the same unhurried certainty she brought to every room she entered, and Naruto stood alone once more beside the map of the northern provinces, the weight of the coming days settling over him like a physical thing, and yet, beneath the weight, something steadier too, the accumulated certainty of every hand that had reached for his in the past several days, Hinata's patience, Sakura's newly spoken honesty, Temari's fierce old loyalty, Ino's fearless willingness to walk straight into danger on his behalf, and now, perhaps, a Mizuki's quiet, considering respect. Whatever the Restoration faction believed about bloodlines and legitimacy, whatever storm they intended to raise against him in the weeks ahead, Naruto understood, standing there in the gathering light of a morning that had begun with 6 deaths and ended with an unexpected ally's quiet promise, that he had never once built this life alone, and did not intend to face whatever came next that way either. He rolled the map closed, and went to find Shikamaru, and the long work of answering the North's challenge began in earnest. The northern provinces smelled different from the capital, sharper, colder, carrying the mineral bite of mountain air down from the passes that separated the land of fire from its quieter, harder edges. Ino Yamanaka had traveled this road twice before as a girl, trailing her father on clan business, and she found herself remembering those old trips now as her horse picked its way along the narrow trade path toward the estate of Lord Danzo Fumihara, a name that had appeared, with troubling frequency, in the margins of Shikamaru's genealogical charts. She arrived at the estate gates at dusk on the second day, dressed not as an intelligence officer of the Land of Fire but as what she genuinely was beneath that title, the daughter of a respected clan with generations of trade ties to the northern houses. A young woman making a social call to old family friends. The lie required almost no effort at all, which was precisely why Shikamura had chosen her for it. Ino Yamanaka. The steward who greeted her at the gate bowed with the practiced formality of noble households everywhere. Lord Fumihara did not expect visitors this season. I was passing through on clan business, and thought I'd pay my respects. It's been years since I visited properly. My father always spoke fondly of Lord Fumihara's hospitality. It was, as far as lies went, barely a lie at all, and it earned her passage through the gates and into the estate's receiving hall, where Lord Danzo Fumihara himself waited, a man in his 60s with iron-gray hair and the particular stillness of someone who had spent a lifetime learning to hide his thoughts behind courtesy. Ino Yamanaka, he said, rising to greet her. Your father's daughter, grown into quite the young woman. I remember you as a child, chasing my hunting dogs around the garden. I'm told I was a menace. You were delightful. He gestured her to a seat, and servants brought tea, and for the better part of an hour they spoke of nothing consequential, old family history, the state of the northern harvest, the price of silk from the eastern trade routes, and Ino let the conversation wander wherever Lord Fumihara wanted to steer it, patient in the particular way her clan's techniques had trained into her. Watching not for what he said but for the small tells beneath it, the flicker of attention whenever certain topics arose, the careful stiffness that entered his shoulders when she mentioned, almost carelessly, the attack on the southern garrison. Terrible business, he said, his tone smooth, but his hand tightened fractionally around his teacup. These bandit uprisings. One hopes the young daimyo's guard can restore order quickly. Bandits, Ino repeated, letting the words sit in the air between them. Is that what they're calling it? Something in Lord Fumihara's expression shifted, quick and controlled, and Ino recognized, with the cold clarity of someone whose entire career had been built on reading exactly this kind of moment, that she had just watched a careful man decide how much of the truth he could afford to let show. What else would they be, he said, if not bandits? Of course. Forgive me. I've been traveling through so many unsettled regions lately, I sometimes let rumor get the better of my judgment. She smiled, easy and unthreatening, and steered the conversation elsewhere, though she noted, with quiet satisfaction, the way Lord Fumihara's steward hovered a moment longer near the door than the conversation warranted, listening. She stayed 3 days at the estate, exactly as long as courtesy allowed for an unannounced social visit, and used every hour of it. She wandered the grounds in the mornings, exchanging pleasantries with grooms and gardeners who remembered her family fondly, and had no reason to guard their tongues around a childhood visitor. She noted the unusual number of armed household guards patrolling the estate's perimeter, far more than a minor lord's personal security typically required, their bearing too disciplined, too uniform, for a simple hired muscle. She noted the locked storehouse near the eastern wall that the grooms spoke of only in vague, uncomfortable terms, and the regular deliveries that arrived after dark, heavy crates unloaded by men who kept their faces carefully turned away from the main house. On the third evening, she found what she had come for. She had excused herself early from dinner, claiming a headache, and made her way not toward the guest quarters but toward Lord Fumihara's private study, moving through the darkened halls of the estate with the trained silence of a shinobi who had spent years learning to become invisible in exactly the spaces polite society assumed no one would think to look. The study door was locked, but locks had never once in Ino's career presented an obstacle worth respecting, and within minutes she stood inside the small, book-lined room, working quickly through the papers on Lord Fumihara's desk by the thin light of a single candle she had brought for exactly this purpose. Most of it was ordinary correspondence, trade ledgers, harvest reports. But beneath a false bottom in the lowest desk drawer, exactly where instinct told her to look, she found a bundle of letters bound in dark twine, and the first one she opened, written in a careful, educated hand and sealed with wax bearing no house crest at all, a deliberate anonymity that told its own story, made her blood run cold. The seat you hold in trust belongs to blood, not accident. The boy plays at wisdom he was never born to carry. When the northern houses stand together, the old order restores itself, and those who supported the restoration early will not be forgotten when the accounting comes. There was no signature. But the letter referenced, in careful, coded language, a meeting scheduled for the coming new moon, at a location described only as the old shrine above the river bend, and a phrase that made Ino's pulse quicken further still, a mention of resources already secured from a benefactor whose name appeared nowhere in the letter but whose title, when Ino read it twice to be certain she hadn't misread it in the candlelight, made her stomach drop entirely. The benefactor was referred to, twice, as His Excellency, a title reserved in the old customs of the Land of Fire for exactly one office beyond the daimyo's own. She copied the relevant passages quickly into a small cipher notebook she kept sewn into the lining of her traveling cloak, returned the letters exactly as she had found them, and slipped from the study as silently as she had entered it, her mind already racing ahead toward the ride back to the capital and the report Shikamaru would need to hear the moment she arrived. She left the following morning, offering Lord Fumihara warm thanks for his hospitality and a promise to visit again soon, and if he noticed anything different in her manner, the practiced smoothness of a man skilled at hiding his own secrets gave no sign of it. It was 3 days' hard ride back to the capital, and Ino pushed her horse harder than courtesy or comfort recommended, arriving at the palace gates on the evening of the 4th day dust-covered and saddle-sore and asking, before she had even fully dismounted, to be brought immediately to Shikamaru. She found him in the West Hall, the same room that had become, in the weeks since the garrison attack, the unofficial headquarters for the quiet work of uncovering the conspiracy building against Naruto's throne, and she did not wait for pleasantries before pulling the small cipher notebook from her cloak and setting it on the table before him. Danzo Fumihara is funding household guards well beyond what any minor lord needs, she said, still catching her breath from the ride. Disciplined ones, shinobi trained, moving under cover of night. He's part of it, Shikamaru. Maybe not the leader, but definitely part of it. And there's a meeting scheduled at the new moon, at a shrine above some river bend I haven't been able to place yet, and letters referencing a benefactor they only ever call His Excellency. Shikamaru went very still, the particular stillness of a man whose worst suspicion had just been confirmed. His Excellency, he repeated slowly. That's the title in the letters. I copied the passages exactly. There's only one office in the Land of Fire that carries that title, beyond the daimyo's seat itself. Shikamaru's jaw tightened, the exhaustion of the past several weeks settling visibly over him as the full shape of the conspiracy began, for the first time, to come into focus. The Grand Chancellor. Lord Enishi. Ino's stomach dropped further still, because she had met Lord Enishi exactly once, at Naruto's formal investiture 2 years earlier, an elderly statesman who had served 3 daimyos before him and had, by every account she'd ever heard, welcomed the young shinobi's ascension with careful, gracious support. He sat at Naruto's own council table. He had access to nearly every document, every troop movement, every private conversation that passed through the palace's inner chambers. He's been in the capital this entire time, Ino said slowly. Sitting across the council table from Naruto every single week. I know. Shikamaru's expression had gone hard and flat, the particular grimness of a strategist who had just realized the enemy's pieces had been arranged on the board for far longer than he'd allowed himself to consider. We need to tell Naruto tonight. But carefully, Ino. If Lord Enishi has any sense at all that we're onto him, he'll either flee or accelerate whatever's planned for the new moon, and either way, we lose the chance to catch this cleanly before it spreads any further than it already has. They found Naruto in the private garden, where he had taken to spending the last hour of most evenings since the tour of the northern provinces had begun in earnest the week before, a rare pocket of quiet in days that had otherwise filled entirely with public appearances, medical aid distribution, and the careful, deliberate work of letting the northern people see, with their own eyes, what his rule actually looked like against the promises of the old bloodline lords. He rose from the stone bench the moment he saw Shikamaru's expression. What's happened? Shikamaru told him everything, plainly and without softening it, because he had learned long ago that Naruto handled hard truths better delivered whole than delivered gently, and Ino watched, throughout the telling, as something in Naruto's face closed slowly into the particular quiet stillness she had only ever seen him wear a handful of times before. Moments when the boy who shouted at everything gave way entirely to the man who had learned, through hard necessity, to feel things fully and act carefully anyway. Enishi, Naruto said finally, when Shikamaru had finished. He's sat at my table every week for 2 years. He helped draft the water rights treaty with Temari. He was in the room when we planned the medical exchange with Kirigakure. He shook his head slowly. I trusted him. I know, Shikamura said. That's exactly why he's dangerous. What do? We watch him. Carefully, quietly, without tipping our hand. And we find out exactly what's planned for the new moon at that shrine, because whatever it is, I don't think it's just a meeting. I think it's the moment this conspiracy stops being letters in a locked drawer, and starts being something the whole nation has to reckon with. Shikamaru's expression had settled into the flat, calculating focus that had carried them through a war once before. We have 2 weeks. I intend to use every day of them. Naruto looked out over the darkening garden, the same koi pond where he had spent so many quiet mornings with Hinata now barely visible in the fading light, and something in his posture straightened, the particular resolve Ino had watched carry him through every impossible fight of his life, settling once more into place. 2 weeks, he said. Then let's make sure we're ready for whatever they think they're planning. The tour of the northern provinces had begun 3 days before Ino's return, and it had already taken on a rhythm of its own. Dawn departures from whatever village had hosted the previous night, mornings spent walking irrigation ditches and grain stores with local farmers, afternoons given over to makeshift clinics where Sakura and a rotating team of healers treated whatever ailments the traveling medical corps could manage, and evenings spent in village halls listening to complaints, petitions, and the slow, careful work of convincing people who had spent generations trusting only the noble houses closest to them that a shinobi orphan sitting on the daimyo's seat might, after everything, actually be worth their trust as well. Naruto had insisted on walking, rather than riding, through most of the villages, a decision Shikamaru had initially objected to on security grounds and eventually conceded, because the effect on the people they passed was undeniable. A daimyo who rode past in a palanquin was a rumor, a distant authority glimpsed through curtains. A daimyo who walked the same muddy roads as the farmers, who stopped to help an old woman right an overturned cart, who remembered the names of children he'd only met once, 3 villages back, became something else entirely, something people found themselves, almost against their own skepticism, beginning to believe in. It was in the village of Kurihana, nestled in a valley 2 days' walk from Lord Fumihara's estate, that Naruto first met Yugao Sarutobi's younger cousin, a healer named Chio who ran the village's only clinic with a competence that immediately caught Sakura's professional attention and a quiet, unassuming grace that caught Naruto's attention for entirely different reasons. She was perhaps 20, dark-haired and steady-handed, dressed in the simple practical robes of a village healer rather than any formal medical corps uniform, and she had greeted the traveling party's arrival not with the nervous deference most villages offered but with the brisk, businesslike efficiency of someone who had far too much actual work to spare time for ceremony. You've got 3 cases of the coughing fever spreading through the eastern quarter, she told Sakura within minutes of the medical corps' arrival, not waiting for introductions. I've isolated them, but I'm running low on the herbs I need to treat it properly. And if it spreads to the children's quarter before I can get more supplies, we're going to have a real problem. Please tell me your corps brought more than sympathy. We brought 3 full supply carts, Sakura said, already impressed despite herself. Show me what you've got isolated. If it's what I think it is, we can have it contained by tonight. They worked together for the better part of the afternoon, and Naruto, who had originally planned only a brief visit to the clinic before moving on to the village hall for the evening's petitions, found himself lingering far longer than his schedule strictly allowed. Drawn by the quiet competence of a young healer who treated the arrival of a daimyo's medical corps not as a momentous event, but simply as additional hands for work that needed doing. You run this whole clinic alone? He asked, when Chio finally paused long enough to accept a cup of tea one of his attendants had brought. Mostly. My grandmother trained me before she passed, and the village elder helps with supplies when the harvest allows for it, but mostly it's just me. She studied him for a moment, the same frank, unimpressed assessment she'd given the arriving medical corps, entirely unlike the careful deference most people offered him now. You're not what the stories say. People keep telling me that. The stories say you ended a war with your bare hands and a fox spirit. I expected someone louder. She sipped her tea unbothered. You've been quiet all afternoon, mostly just watching. Most nobles I've met can't stand being anywhere they're not the center of attention. I'm not most nobles. No, she agreed, studying him a moment longer. I don't think you are. Something in her expression shifted, softened at the edges, and she looked away first, back toward the isolated patients still needing her attention. Thank you, for what it's worth, for actually bringing supplies instead of just promises. I've watched 2 noble delegations pass through this valley in the past 5 years, both making grand speeches about the crown's care for its northern subjects. Neither one left so much as a bandage behind. That's going to change, Naruto said. Not just here. Everywhere the old promises never got kept. I hope so. She rose, gathering her supplies to return to her patients, and paused a moment at the clinic door, glancing back at him with an expression that held, beneath its practical steadiness, something warmer than professional courtesy required. You're welcome to stay and help, if you're not too important for it. I could use another set of hands, and you don't seem like the type to mind getting them dirty. Naruto was already rolling up his sleeves before she'd finished the sentence, and Shikamaru, watching from the clinic's doorway with the long-suffering patience of a man who had long since stopped being surprised by his friend's particular gravity, simply made a note in his schedule ledger to push the village hall petitions back by 2 hours, and went to inform the waiting petitioners that the daimyo would be along shortly. Once he'd finished helping set a farmer's broken arm, the evening's petitions ran long, as they always did in villages that had waited years for anyone with real authority to actually listen to their grievances, but Naruto worked through them with the same patient attention he'd given every village so far: water disputes and boundary disagreements, complaints about tax collectors who'd grown careless with honesty, a dozen small injustices that had accumulated, unaddressed, for longer than any single daimyo's reign. By the time the hall finally emptied, well past the dinner hour, he was exhausted in the particular way that came not from physical strain but from the accumulated weight of holding so many people's hopes carefully enough not to crush them. He found Chio waiting outside the hall when he finally emerged, no longer in her healer's robes but in simpler evening clothes, a shawl pulled against the valley's cooling night air. I wanted to say thank you properly, she said. For today. For actually staying. You didn't need to wait out here for that. I wanted to. She held his gaze a moment, something steady and unguarded in it that reminded him, briefly and not unpleasantly, of the way Hinata had once looked at him before either of them had known what to call it. The village elder mentioned you're staying the night before continuing on tomorrow. There's a good spot, up past the eastern ridge, where you can see the whole valley once the stars come out properly. I go there sometimes, when the clinic's quiet enough to spare an hour. I could show you, if you're not too tired. Naruto looked at her for a long moment, at the frank, unguarded warmth in her expression, entirely unlike the careful courtly interest he'd grown accustomed to navigating in the capital, and found himself, despite the day's exhaustion, genuinely wanting to say yes. I'd like that, he said. The path up the eastern ridge wound through terraced fields gone silver with moonlight, and Chio walked it with the easy familiarity of someone who had climbed it 100 times before, pointing out landmarks as they went. The old watchtower ruins from a war 3 generations gone, the bend in the river where the village children swam in summer, the particular grove of pines where, she told him with a small, private smile, she came sometimes just to think when the weight of being the only healer for 3 villages threatened to become too much to carry alone. Doesn't it get lonely? Naruto asked, as they reached the ridge's crest and the whole valley spread out below them, dotted with lantern light from the village and the traveling party's camp. Running a clinic by yourself, with no one to share the weight of it? Sometimes. She settled onto a flat stone that seemed, from the smoothness of its surface, to have served this exact purpose for her many times before, and Naruto sat beside her, close enough that their shoulders nearly touched. But I chose it. My grandmother offered to send me to train properly in one of the larger medical academies, in the capital even, and I turned it down, because I couldn't stand the thought of this valley going without a healer while I learned fancier techniques somewhere else. I don't regret it. But yes. Some nights, it's lonely. You could still go, you know. Train properly. I could arrange it easily, and send a rotating healer to cover the valley while you're gone. She looked at him, something surprised and touched crossing her steady expression. You'd do that? For one village healer you met a few hours ago? I do it because you're clearly talented, and this whole nation is better off with more healers like you properly trained, not fewer. He held her gaze. But also, yeah? Because it's you specifically. I don't think I'm going to forget this afternoon anytime soon. Chio was quiet for a long moment, studying the valley below them, the lantern light and the moon's silvered fields, and when she finally spoke again, her voice had gone softer, less certain than the brisk competence she'd shown all afternoon. I've heard the rumors, she said. About your court. About the way the old customs allow a daimyo's household to be built differently than a farmer's. I didn't believe them, honestly, until today. I thought it was just gossip, the kind that follows powerful men wherever they go. It's not gossip. It's true. And it's not something I offer lightly, or to everyone. Naruto reached over, carefully, and took her hand, the same deliberate gentleness he'd offered Hinata on that first stone bench, giving her every chance to pull away if she wanted to. She did not pull away. I'm not going to pretend today was ordinary, Chio. It wasn't. I don't know exactly what this is yet, or what it's going to become. But I'd like the chance to find out, if you would. She looked down at their joined hands, and then up at him, and the smile that finally broke across her face was unguarded in a way nothing else about her carefully competent bearing had been all afternoon. I'd like that too, she said. Though I should warn you, I'm not giving up this clinic for anyone, daimyo or otherwise. If this is going to become something, it's going to have to make room for the work I already love doing. I wouldn't want you to give it up. The nation needs healers like you exactly where they already are. They sat together on the ridge for a long while after that, watching the stars gather fully overhead, the valley quiet and silver below them, and it was well past midnight before Naruto finally made his way back down to the traveling party's camp, where Shikamaru was waiting with the particular expression of a man who had given up long ago trying to predict where each day's tour would lead his friend's heart next. Another one, Shikamaru said, not quite managing to keep the fondness out of his weary tone. Another one, Naruto agreed, and did not bother pretending otherwise, because there was no point pretending with Shikamaru, who had watched this pattern unfold enough times now to recognize it without needing an explanation. We move on to the next village at dawn. Dawn, Shikamaru confirmed. Get some sleep. Tomorrow's village sits closer to Fumihara's estate than I'm entirely comfortable with, given what Ino found, and I want everyone rested and alert before we get anywhere near it. Naruto nodded, the day's warmth giving way, briefly, to the colder weight of what still waited ahead, the new moon and its shrine meeting, the letters bearing Lord Enishi's careful anonymous title, the conspiracy that had been quietly gathering itself in the shadows of every village they'd passed through so far. But even with that weight settling back over him, he found, as he finally lay down beneath the traveling party's canvas that night, that the day had left him lighter than it had found him, and he fell asleep thinking not of shrines or conspiracies but of a healer's steady hands and the unguarded warmth of her smile beneath a valley full of stars. The village of Otsukiri sat exactly where Shikamaru had feared it would, close enough to Lord Fumihara's estate that the traveling party could see the distant smoke of the estate's forges rising against the northern hills, and he had doubled the guard rotation that morning without needing to explain why to anyone who had followed the past 2 weeks' developments closely. Keep the petitions short today, he told Naruto, as the party set up in the village square for the day's business. And stay close to Hinata. Her Byakugan gives us the widest warning radius of anyone in the party, and I want eyes on every approach to this village before the sun goes down. You think something's going to happen here specifically? I think we're 2 days from a lord I believe is funding a private shinobi force, and I think that lord almost certainly knows exactly where our tour route takes us next, because tour routes for a daimyo's public relations campaign are not exactly a state secret. Shikamaru's jaw was tight with the particular tension of a strategist who hated operating on incomplete information. I don't like it. I'd have rerouted around Otsukiri entirely if the village hadn't already been promised for 2 months. Canceling now would look like weakness, and weakness right now is exactly what the Restoration faction wants people to see. The morning passed without incident, the medical clinic running smoothly under Sakura's supervision. Chio, who had asked to accompany the tour for at least a few more villages before returning to her own clinic, working alongside her with the easy competence that had already, in the space of a single day, earned Sakura's genuine professional respect. Naruto walked the village's irrigation channels with the local elders, listened to petitions in the square, and if he found himself glancing more often than usual toward the northern hills where Fumihara's estate's smoke still rose faintly against the sky, he kept the wariness carefully hidden beneath the same patient, attentive manner he'd shown every village before this one. It was in the late afternoon, as the day's petitions were winding toward their close and the traveling party had begun the familiar routine of preparing the evening camp, that Hinata's Byakugan, which she had kept active nearly continuously since Shikamaru's warning that morning, caught the first sign of trouble. "Movement," she said quietly, her voice carrying the particular flat calm she reserved for genuine danger, cutting through the square's ordinary evening bustle without raising alarm among the villagers still present. "Northern tree line. 15, maybe 20. Moving in formation, not like villagers or travelers. They're circling wide, toward the eastern approach where the guard rotation is thinnest." Shikamaru was already moving, signaling the shift captains with the economical hand signs of a man who had commanded far larger engagements than this one, and had no intention of letting panic slow his response. "Get the villagers clear of the square," he said. "Quietly, no alarm bells, we don't want them caught in the open if this goes badly. Sakura, get the medical tent supplies secured and Chio with you. Temari's fan formation on the western flank, Naruto and Hinata hold the center." Naruto felt the old familiar shift settle over him, the transition from the patient, careful work of governance into the sharper, faster clarity of combat readiness, a shift his body had learned so thoroughly during the war that it required no conscious thought to summon even now, years removed from that life. He caught Hinata's eye across the emptying square, and she nodded once, her Byakugan still tracking the approaching formation with unwavering precision. 20 against the daimyo's traveling guard is either very stupid or very confident, Naruto said quietly, as the last of the villagers cleared the square under the guard's careful direction. "They're not here for a straight fight," Shikamaru said grimly, reading the formation's approach with the same tactical eye that had once won him a war's worth of impossible battles. "Look at how they're spreading. That's not an assault formation, that's a containment formation. They're trying to box this square in, cut off retreat routes, which means this isn't about killing everyone here. It's about killing one person specifically, and they don't want him getting away in the confusion." The attack came from 3 directions at once, fast and disciplined in exactly the way Ino's report had warned it would be, figures in dark, unmarked clothing breaking from the tree line with the coordinated precision of shinobi-trained fighters rather than the ragged desperation of common bandits. Naruto met the first wave head-on, the old instincts of the war rising fast and sure beneath the years of court life that had never quite managed to dull them, driving back 3 attackers in the space of as many breaths while Hinata's gentle fist found the precise, disabling strikes that had made her clan legendary for generations. "They're targeting Naruto specifically," Hinata called out, her Byakugan cutting through the chaos of the fight with clinical precision. "The others are just trying to keep the guard occupied. There's a second group, 6 of them, circling to flank him directly." Temari's fan swept a wide arc of wind across the western approach, scattering a cluster of attackers back toward the tree line, and Shikamaru's shadow techniques pinned 2 more in place long enough for the guard captain to finish them, but the flanking group Hinata had warned of broke through the square's eastern edge exactly as predicted, 6 fighters moving with a coordination that told Naruto, even in the heat of the moment, that whoever had trained them had spared no expense in the preparation. He fought through them methodically, years of both war and careful restraint guiding every movement, disabling rather than killing where the fight allowed for the choice, because he had learned long ago, in the aftermath of a war that had cost too many lives already, that every unnecessary death bred only more of the same in return. But the 6th attacker, faster than the rest and clearly the group's leader, broke past his guard in a moment of chaos, and drove a blade toward his exposed side with a speed that left no time for a clean defense. It was Chio, of all people, who saved him, throwing a heavy medical satchel into the attacker's legs from the edge of the fight with enough force to disrupt his stride by exactly the fraction of a second Naruto needed to twist aside, the blade catching his arm instead of his side, a shallow wound rather than a fatal one, and in the moment's opening that bought him, Naruto disabled the attacker cleanly, the leader dropping unconscious to the square's dusty ground. The fight ended as quickly as it had begun, the surviving attackers melting back into the tree line the moment their formation broke, exactly as Shikamaru had predicted they would if the ambush failed to achieve its purpose, leaving the guard captain's shift with 3 unconscious captives, a scattering of minor injuries among the palace guard, and Naruto standing in the square's center with blood soaking through the sleeve of his torn robe. Breathing hard, the adrenaline of the fight only beginning to fade. Sakura reached him first, already pulling medical supplies from her kit before she'd fully crossed the square, her expression sharp with the particular focus that had carried her through countless battlefield injuries during the war. Sit down. Now. Let me see it. It's shallow. I'm fine. You're going to sit down and let me see it, or I'm going to make you sit down, and you know I can. There was no room for argument in her tone, and Naruto, wisely, did not offer any, allowing her to cut away the ruined sleeve and examine the wound with brisk, practiced efficiency while the rest of the square settled slowly into the aftermath's uneasy quiet. Chio arrived a moment later, still catching her breath from having thrown herself into the chaos of a fight that was, by any reasonable measure, well beyond a village healer's usual responsibilities, and knelt beside Sakura without hesitation, already reaching for supplies. You threw a medical bag at an armed attacker, Naruto said, wincing slightly as Sakura began cleaning the wound. It was the heaviest thing within reach, Chio said, matter of fact despite the adrenaline still visibly coursing through her. I wasn't going to just stand there and watch. That was either very brave or very reckless, Sakura said, not looking up from her work, though there was something approving beneath the clinical focus of her tone. I've been told I have that particular flaw, Chio said, and Naruto laughed despite the sting of the wound, and even Sakura's mouth twitched toward a reluctant smile. Shikamaru arrived as Sakura finished bandaging the wound, his expression grim with the aftermath's accounting. 3 captives secured for questioning, 2 of the palace guard wounded but stable, no villagers harmed, thanks to how quickly they'd been cleared from the square. The captives are shinobi trained, no clan markings, exactly like the garrison attack, he reported. I want them questioned separately, tonight, before word of tonight's failure gets back to whoever's coordinating this. If we're fast, we might get names before the trail goes cold again. Do it, Naruto said, rising despite Sakura's disapproving look, testing the bandaged arm's range of motion with a grimace. Whatever it takes, short of anything that crosses lines we don't cross even for people who tried to kill me tonight. Understood. Naruto looked around the square, at Hinata standing watchful guard near the medical tent, her Byakugan still active despite the fight's end, at Temari checking her fan for damage with the brisk efficiency of a woman already calculating what reinforcements Suna might need to send now that the conspiracy had moved from planning into open violence. At Sakura packing away her medical kit with hands that hadn't quite stopped shaking despite her steady clinical voice, at Chio sitting nearby with her knees drawn up, the adrenaline finally beginning to ebb into the particular shakiness that followed any first brush with real violence, and felt the weight of the evening settle fully over him, the understanding that whatever quiet, careful peace he had spent the past several years building was now, undeniably, a target worth killing for in the eyes of people who preferred the old order over the world he was trying to build. He crossed the square and sat down beside Chio, careful of his bandaged arm, and she looked up at him with an expression caught somewhere between relief and lingering fear. You could have died, she said quietly. I could have died. I run a village clinic. I'm not built for this. You saved my life today. I threw a bag of bandages at a man with a sword. That's not the same as being built for this. It's exactly the same, Naruto said gently. Being built for this was never about training or weapons. It's about caring enough about someone to act without stopping to calculate the risk first. You did that today. That's rarer than any amount of shinobi training. He reached over, careful of his injured arm, and took her hand, and she let him, her fingers trembling slightly against his, the adrenaline still working its way slowly out of her system. I'm sorry you got pulled into this. I never wanted the villages on this tour to become targets because of who I am. I'm not sorry, Chio said, quiet but steady, meeting his eyes despite the visible tremor still working through her. I meant what I said last night on the ridge. I'd like to see what this becomes. Even now. Especially now, maybe, since tonight made it very clear exactly what kind of life that might mean. She managed a small, unsteady smile. I'm a healer. I'm used to danger being someone else's problem I patch up afterward. I think I could get used to it being something I actually stand inside of, instead. Around them, the square slowly settled into its uneasy nighttime quiet, guards posted at every approach, the 3 captives secured for the night's coming interrogation, the village's frightened residents gradually coaxed back into their homes with careful reassurances that the danger had passed, at least for tonight. And Naruto sat in the square's center, his arm bandaged and aching, Chiyo's hand steady now in his, watching Shikamaru disappear into the makeshift interrogation tent with the grim, focused determination of a man who intended to have answers before the sun rose again, and understood, with the particular clarity violence always seemed to bring, that the conspiracy gathering itself in the shadows of his nation had just declared, openly and without ambiguity, exactly how far it intended to go to. See him removed from the seat he had spent the better part of his young life earning. The interrogation tent stayed lit long past midnight, and Naruto, despite Sakura's insistence that he rest his injured arm, found himself unable to sleep until Shikamaru finally emerged sometime near dawn, his expression carrying the particular weariness of a man who had spent hours extracting truth from people determined to withhold it. They talked, he said, settling heavily onto a camp stool across from where Naruto sat waiting outside the medical tent, Hinata dozing lightly against his uninjured shoulder, finally allowing herself rest now that the immediate danger had passed. Not easily, and not completely, but enough. They confirmed what Ino found at Fumihara's estate. The household guards there are being trained and funded well beyond what any minor lord's personal security should require, and tonight's attack was ordered directly from that estate, though the captives claim they never dealt with Fumihara personally, only with an intermediary who passed instructions down the chain. Enishi? They didn't have a name for him. Just the title, delivered the same way it appeared in the letters Ino found. His Excellency. Shikamaru rubbed at his eyes, exhaustion finally showing through the careful strategic calm he'd maintained since the attack began. It's not enough for a public accusation. Not yet. A Grand Chancellor who has served 3 daimyos and sits on your own council cannot be publicly accused on the word of captured mercenaries and an unsigned letter. If we move too soon and we're wrong, or even if we're right but can't prove it cleanly, we hand the Restoration faction exactly the crisis of legitimacy they've been trying to manufacture from the start. So what do? We keep watching. Carefully. The new moon meeting Ino found reference to is still 8 days out. If Enishi is coordinating this, he'll need to attend that meeting personally at some point in the process, or send someone close enough to him that we can trace it back. I want eyes on him, quietly, starting the moment we return to the capital. Every message he sends, every meeting he takes, every unusual absence from his usual routine. Shikamaru's jaw tightened. And in the meantime, we finish this tour. Publicly, visibly, without the slightest sign that tonight rattled us, because if the Restoration faction sees fear now, they'll only push harder. Naruto looked down at Hinata, still dozing against his shoulder despite the tense low murmur of conversation, and felt something settle heavily in his chest, the particular weight of understanding that the coming days would require a kind of careful, patient courage entirely different from the straightforward bravery that had carried him through every battle of his youth. This was not a fight he could win by simply hitting harder than his opponent. This was a fight that would be won, if it was won at all, through patience, through careful watching, through the slow, methodical work of proving a truth that powerful people had gone to considerable lengths to hide. 8 days, he said quietly. 8 days, Shikamaru confirmed. Get some sleep, if you can manage it. Tomorrow's village is smaller, further from Fumihara's estate, and I think, for tonight at least, we've bought ourselves a little room to breathe. The tour continued the following morning, exactly as Shikamaru had insisted it should, Naruto's bandaged arm hidden beneath a fresh robe, his manner carrying no outward sign of the night before beyond the extra vigilance in Hinata's watchful eyes and the additional guards Shikamaru had quietly assigned to every approach of every remaining village on the route. Word of the attack had, inevitably, begun spreading ahead of them despite the party's best efforts at containing it, and Naruto found, somewhat to his surprise, that the effect on the villages they passed through was not the fear Shikamaru had worried it might provoke, but something closer to fierce, protective loyalty. Farmers and craftsmen who had spent generations distrusting distant authority suddenly finding themselves defending, with genuine conviction, a daimyo who had bled in their own northern hills rather than send someone else to bleed in his place. "They're calling you the daimyo who fought for us," Chio told him, on the fourth evening after the attack, as the tour party made camp outside a village whose elders had greeted their arrival with an outpouring of welcome that had visibly moved even Shikamaru's usually unshakable composure. The stories spreading faster than any official announcement could have managed. A shinobi orphan bleeding in a northern square, protecting villages the old bloodline lords never once bothered to defend personally in 3 generations of rule. It's a powerful story, Naruto. Whether you meant to tell it or not. I didn't do it to tell a story. I did it because people were trying to kill me and I fought back. I know. That's exactly what makes the story so powerful. You're not performing courage for an audience. You're just being who you actually are, and the story's writing itself around that, whether you intend it or not. She settled beside him at the edge of the camp, the valley stretching quiet and dark below them, so much like the ridge above her own village that Naruto felt, for a moment, the particular echo of that first evening between them. The Restoration faction wanted this attack to make people doubt you. Instead, it's doing the opposite. I think that's going to matter, in whatever comes next. She was right, as it turned out, though either of them could have known exactly how much it would matter until the tour finally concluded, 2 weeks after it began, and the traveling party made its way back through the capital's gates to a reception that had grown, in the weeks of their absence, into something considerably larger and more fervent than the quiet, careful diplomatic tours Shikamaru had originally planned. Crowds lined the capital's main thoroughfare, farmers and merchants and craftsmen who had heard the story of the northern attack repeated and embellished through a dozen retellings, calling out Naruto's name with a warmth that had nothing to do with formal deference, and everything to do with the particular loyalty earned by a leader who had bled, visibly and without hesitation, for people who had never before believed their daimyo would consider them worth the risk. Shikamaru watched the reception from beside Naruto's mount with an expression that mixed genuine satisfaction with the particular wariness of a strategist who understood that public adoration, however useful, could not by itself protect against the conspiracy still gathering quietly in the shadows. "This helps," he said quietly, as they made their way through the cheering crowd toward the palace gates. "More than you probably realize. Whatever Enishi and Fumihara are planning, they're going to have a much harder time convincing anyone that a bloodline legitimate ruler would serve this nation better than you have, when half the capital just watched you ride home from a tour where you personally bled defending a village most of them had never even heard of before this week. It doesn't fix the actual problem, though. Enishi's still sitting at my council table. No. It doesn't fix that." Shikamaru's expression sobered. "But it buys us room to work carefully instead of desperately. And right now, that's worth more than you'd think." The palace, when they finally reached it, felt strange after 2 weeks on the road, too quiet, too still, the familiar halls and chambers somehow both comforting and unsettling now that Naruto understood exactly what kind of quiet, careful betrayal had been unfolding beneath their ordinary rhythms for who knew how long. He found himself, that first evening back, standing once more at the high window of the daimyo's hall where the story had begun, watching the capital settle into evening beneath him, the same smoke rising from bakeries and forges, the same temple bell ringing the hour, everything exactly as it had been 2 weeks ago, and nothing, underneath the surface, quite the same at all. Hinata found him there, as she so often did, and came to stand beside him without needing to be asked, her presence steady and familiar after 2 weeks that had tested every certainty he'd built his rule upon. 8 days, she said quietly, echoing Shikamaru's earlier count, though only 6 of them remain now. Then we'll know more. And if we're right? If it really is Enishi? Then you'll do what you've always done, Hinata said, with the particular quiet certainty that had steadied him through every difficult night since he'd first taken this seat. You'll face it honestly, and carefully, and you won't let the fear of what it costs you stop you from doing what's right for the people who trust you. She leaned her head against his shoulder, The same gesture she'd offered him the night the garrison attack first broke this whole careful piece open. Whatever happens at that shrine in 6 days, you won't be facing it alone. None of us are going anywhere. Below them, the capital continued its ordinary evening, unaware of how close the careful architecture of trust and betrayal both had come to a reckoning that neither the palace's oldest allies nor its newest enemies could fully predict the shape of, and somewhere in the northern hills, beneath a sky that would soon darken toward a moonless night, the final pieces of a conspiracy 2 years in the making were quietly, carefully being set into their last positions. Sakura found him on the balcony an hour after Hinata had finally gone to seek her own long-delayed rest, the exhaustion of 2 weeks on the road and a night spent tending wounds finally catching up with her enough that even her stubborn insistence on checking Naruto's bandaged arm one more time had given way to sleep. Sakura carried a fresh roll of bandages anyway, old habits refusing to yield entirely even to exhaustion. "Let me see it," she said, and Naruto obligingly rolled back his sleeve, the wound from the ambush already knitting cleanly beneath her earlier care, though she inspected it with the same thorough attention she'd have given a far more serious injury. "It's healing well. You're lucky Chio had good reflexes and a heavy medical bag." "I know. I've thanked her about 6 times already." "Good. Make sure it stays at 6 and doesn't turn into something she has to keep reassuring you about." Sakura finished rewrapping the bandage with brisk efficiency, then settled against the balcony railing beside him rather than immediately leaving, the 2 weeks of shared danger having worn away whatever careful distance still occasionally lingered between the easy friendship of their childhood and the newer, less defined thing that had begun growing between them since the evening in the council chamber weeks before. "You were quiet during the ambush," Naruto said. "After, I mean. I noticed. I was scared." She said it plainly, without the deflecting humor she might once have reached for. "Not for myself. I've faced worse odds than 20 mercenaries plenty of times. I was scared for you, specifically, in a way that felt different than it used to. During the war, if you'd gotten hurt, I'd have been terrified the way I was terrified for all of you, Sasuke and Kakashi-sensei, and everyone. This felt sharper than that. More specific." She glanced sideways at him, something vulnerable in it that she didn't often allow to show. "I don't know exactly when that changed. I just know it has." Naruto reached over and took her hand, the same deliberate, careful gesture he'd offered her in the council chamber, and this time she did not hesitate at all before closing her fingers around his. "I noticed the change too," he said. "I just didn't want to say anything and make you feel rushed." "I know. That's sort of the whole problem with you, isn't it? You never rush anyone into anything, even when half the time I think we'd both save ourselves some trouble if you just said the obvious thing out loud." "What's the obvious thing?" Sakura huffed out a small, exasperated laugh, though there was nothing but warmth beneath it. "That I love you. That I have for longer than I've been willing to admit, even to myself, and that watching a stranger's blade come within inches of your side tonight made every bit of my old hesitation feel completely ridiculous in hindsight." She squeezed his hand. "There. Said it before you could for once?" Naruto turned to face her fully, something in his chest loosening the way it had on the ridge with Chio, the way it did every time someone he cared for finally allowed themselves to say plainly what had been building quietly between them. "I love you too," he said. "I think I have since we were kids, honestly, even back when you only had eyes for Sasuke and I was too busy being an idiot to say anything useful about it. You were a very loud idiot. The loudest." She laughed again, freer this time, and leaned into him, and they stood together at the balcony railing for a long while, the capital settling into its late evening quiet below them, the weight of the coming 6 days held, for this one stolen hour, at a careful distance neither of them needed to acknowledge just yet. It was Temari who interrupted them eventually, arriving on the balcony with a folded dispatch in hand and the brisk, no-nonsense energy of a woman who had spent the evening coordinating logistics rather than resting. "Sorry to break up whatever this is," she said, though her tone carried more amusement than actual apology. "But I've got word back from Suna. Kankuro's mobilizing 2 full squads, ready to move north the moment we send word the shrine meeting's confirmed." Gaara added a note of his own too, something about how he expected better security planning from people who survived an actual war, which I assume was aimed at all of us collectively rather than just you specifically, though knowing my brother, possibly just you. Tell him I appreciate the concern, buried under all that judgment. I'll tell him exactly that. He'll enjoy it. Temari's expression sobered as she handed over the dispatch. 2 squads should be more than enough backup if the shrine meeting turns into another ambush situation. But Naruto, I want to say this plainly, because I don't think anyone else is going to say it as bluntly as I'm about to. Whatever you find out about Enishi in the next 6 days, however this shakes out, you need to be prepared for the possibility that removing a Grand Chancellor who's served 3 daimyos is going to fracture parts of your court that have nothing to do with the Restoration faction directly. Powerful men have allies who owe them favors, regardless of what those men turn out to have done. This isn't going to end cleanly just because you catch him. I know, Naruto said quietly. I've been thinking about that since Shikamaru first said the name. Good. Because I'd rather you go into this with your eyes open than blindsided by the mess that follows. Temari's sharp expression softened, just slightly, the way it had in the garden days before the northern tour began. For what it's worth, whatever fractures this causes, Suna's standing with you. That was true before tonight, and it's true after it. I just wanted you to hear it plainly, in case the next 6 days get complicated enough that plain words start feeling in short supply. Thank you, Temari. Genuinely. She held his gaze a moment longer, something warm and unspoken passing between them the way it so often did, and then glanced toward Sakura's hand still laced with his, and allowed herself a small, knowing smile. Looks like the court's gotten more crowded since I was here last, she said, without any real edge to it. Good. You could use people who actually care about you outnumbering the ones just angling for position. Get some rest, both of you. 6 days isn't very long, and I have a feeling all of us are going to need whatever sleep we can manage before this is finished. She left them to the quiet of the balcony, and Sakura leaned her head against Naruto's shoulder the way Hinata so often did, watching the capitol's lanterns flicker below them, and for a while neither of them spoke, content simply to exist together in the fragile, borrowed peace of an evening that both of them understood, without needing to say it aloud. Was likely to be one of the last quiet ones before everything the past several weeks had been quietly building toward finally came due. 6 days, Sakura said finally, echoing the count that had settled over the whole palace like a held breath. 6 days, Naruto agreed, and did not let go of her hand, watching the same stars gather overhead that had, 2 weeks earlier and a valley away, witnessed the beginning of something new with Chio. The same stars that had watched him grow from a shouted-down orphan into a man 3 different women now called, in their own separate and equally genuine ways, someone worth loving, and understood. With the particular clarity that only comes in the quiet hours before a reckoning, that whatever waited. At that shrine in 6 days, he would not be the only one changed by whatever truth it finally revealed. Inside the hall behind them, the palace had begun settling into the particular rhythm Shikamaru had insisted on for the coming week, a rhythm built entirely around patience rather than the urgent, reactive scrambling that had characterized the days immediately following the garrison attack. Watchers had already been quietly assigned to Lord Enishi's usual routes through the palace, servants and clerks whose loyalty Shikamaru had personally vetted years ago and never once had cause to doubt, each of them tasked with nothing more dramatic than noticing which doors the Grand Chancellor lingered near, which messengers he called for outside his usual correspondence hours, which meetings he suddenly found reasons to attend that had never interested him before. It was, Naruto reflected as he finally made his way toward his own chambers well past midnight, a strange kind of warfare, this careful, patient watching, nothing like the direct, decisive battles he had spent his youth training for. There was no enemy to strike down cleanly, no single decisive blow that would end a threat the way a well-placed Rasengan might once have ended a fight in the old days. There was only the slow accumulation of small observations, the careful piecing together of a truth someone powerful had spent considerable effort hiding, and the discipline required to wait until that truth was solid enough to act on without shattering the fragile trust his rule had been built upon. He paused outside Hinata's chambers on his way past, and found the door slightly ajar, candlelight still flickering within despite the late hour. She looked up when he knocked softly at the frame, her Byakugan finally deactivated, her expression carrying the particular exhaustion of a woman who had kept watch, in one form or another, for nearly the entire 2 weeks of the tour and the long night that had followed it. "You should be resting," he said gently. "So should you. And yet here we both are." She managed a small, tired smile and made room for him to sit beside her on the edge of the bed, and he did, careful of his bandaged arm, taking her hand the way he had taken it in the garden so many mornings before all of this had begun. "I keep thinking about what Tamari said. About how this isn't going to end cleanly, even once we know the truth. She's probably right. I know she is. I just keep wondering what it's going to cost you, proving it." Hinata's thumb traced gently over his knuckles, an old, familiar comfort between them. "You've spent so much of your life fighting to be believed, Naruto-kun. First as a child nobody trusted, then as a shinobi nobody expected much from, and now as a daimyo half the old bloodline houses still quietly doubt deserves the seat he holds. I worry what it does to you, having to prove yourself again, against an enemy wearing the face of someone you trusted enough to let sit at your own table. It's not the first time someone I trusted turned out to be something else. Won't be the last, probably." Naruto looked down at their joined hands, considering the truth of it honestly before he spoke again. "But I think that's exactly why it matters, doing this carefully instead of letting the anger decide for me. If I let every betrayal make me smaller, more suspicious, more closed off, then the people trying to convince this nation that a shinobi orphan was never fit to rule get exactly what they wanted anyway, even if I catch every single one of them in the end. The only way to actually beat what Enishi represents is to keep being exactly who I've always tried to be, even now. Especially now." Hinata was quiet for a long moment, watching him with the same steady, patient love she had carried since long before either of them had any reason to believe it would ever be returned, and then she leaned forward and rested her forehead gently against his, the simplest gesture of comfort either of them knew, older than words, needing none. 6 days, she said softly, one final time. 6 days, he agreed, and stayed with her a while longer before finally returning to his own chambers, the palace settling into its watchful quiet around him, the whole weight of the coming reckoning held, for one more night, at careful arm's length, while somewhere beyond the capital's walls, in halls far less patient than his own, the final arrangements for the new moon were already, quietly and irreversibly, falling into place. The 6 days passed with the particular slowness Naruto had come to associate with waiting for a fight he could not yet see the shape of, each council session with Lord Enishi present requiring a discipline he had never needed to practice before, the careful, deliberate work of treating a man he now believed responsible for 6 deaths and an assassination attempt with exactly the same courteous attention he had always shown him. Because the smallest crack in that performance risked unraveling. 6 days of careful, patient watching before Shikamaru's network had gathered enough to act on. Enishi, for his part, gave no sign of suspicion, presiding over the treaty finalization with Kirigakure with the same measured, grandfatherly competence he had shown for 2 years, offering careful counsel on the trade routes, nodding approvingly when Naruto spoke of the Northern Tour's success in winning back villages the old bloodline lords had long since abandoned. It was, Naruto reflected more than once during those 6 days, a genuinely unsettling kind of acting, watching a man discuss the very nation he was apparently working to unmake with such calm, unbothered fluency. "He's good," Shikamaru admitted quietly, on the 4th evening, as the two of them reviewed the day's surveillance reports in the privacy of the West Hall. "Either he genuinely doesn't suspect we're watching him, or he's better at this than anyone I've dealt with since the war. My money's on the second option. A man who's spent 3 daimyo's worth of court politics learning how to hide his ambitions doesn't slip just because a few weeks have passed since an ambush went wrong. Have the Watchers found anything? A few things. He's sent 4 sealed messages in the past 6 days through a courier who isn't one of his usual staff, which is unusual enough on its own to be worth noting. And he requested, very casually, that his schedule be kept clear 2 days from now, citing a private matter of health that requires him to visit a physician outside the capital." Shikamaru's expression was grim with the particular satisfaction of a strategist watching a careful plan finally begin bearing fruit. "The new moon falls exactly 2 days from now. I don't think Lord Enishi has a doctor's appointment. So we follow him, carefully. If he catches even a hint that he's being tailed, he'll either abort whatever's planned or accelerate it into something far messier than what we're prepared for. I want Hinata on this. Her Byakugan gives us the safest tracking range, and I want Tamari's fan formation held in reserve 2 ridgelines back from wherever the meeting actually happens, close enough to move fast if things go wrong, far enough that nothing gives away our presence before we're ready to act. What about me? Shikamaru was quiet for a moment, weighing something. Naruto could see him turning over carefully before he spoke it aloud. I don't think you should be there. Not for the initial watch, anyway. Shikamaru, hear me out. Shikamaru held up a hand, the particular patient firmness he used when he needed Naruto to actually listen rather than react. If this goes exactly as planned, we confirm Enishi's involvement, we gather enough evidence to move against him and Fumihara both, and we bring you in only once it's safe to make the arrest cleanly, with your own presence serving as the final, undeniable authority behind it. But if it goes wrong, if this is a trap designed specifically to draw you out into the open the way the ambush at Atsukiri tried to, then you being anywhere near that shrine is exactly the outcome Enishi's been working 2 years to engineer. I'm not willing to risk that on a hunch, even a well-informed one. Naruto wanted to argue, the old instinct to be at the center of every fight rising sharp and immediate, but he made himself sit with Shikamaru's reasoning instead of simply reacting against it, and found, reluctantly, that his friend was right. Fine, he said finally. But the moment you have confirmation, I want to be there for the arrest itself. Enishi doesn't get to answer for this to anyone but me. Agreed. The 2 days that followed stretched even more slowly than the 6 before them, Naruto burying himself in the ordinary business of governance with a restless energy that Hinata, preparing quietly for the coming night's surveillance, recognized without needing to be told its source. She found him in the private garden on the evening before the new moon, standing at the edge of the koi pond with his hands braced against the stone railing, watching the fish move in slow, unbothered circles beneath the darkening water. You're worried, she said, coming to stand beside him. I'm worried about you. About all of you, going out there while I sit here in the capital, safe, doing paperwork. Someone has to be here. If word gets out that the daimyos disappeared from the capital the same night his Grand Chancellor claims to visit a doctor 2 ridgelines from a suspicious shrine meeting, that raises exactly the kind of questions Shikamaru's spent 2 weeks trying to avoid raising. Hinata's hand found his on the stone railing, her fingers threading through his with the easy familiarity of countless mornings spent exactly this way. Besides, I have the widest tracking range of anyone in the palace, and the most experience staying hidden from someone who might be looking for exactly that kind of surveillance. If anyone's suited for tonight, it's me. That doesn't make me worry less. I know. She turned to face him fully, her expression steady despite the danger the coming night promised. But I need you to trust that I can do this, Naruto-kun. Not because I don't understand why you want to protect me. I do understand it, and some part of me loves you all the more for it. But I spent years training myself specifically for nights like this one, and if you spend all your energy worrying about whether I can handle it, you're not going to have anything left for what comes after, when we bring you the truth and you have to decide what to do with it. Naruto looked at her for a long moment, at the quiet, unshakable strength that had carried her from a shy, doubting girl into a woman capable of standing at the center of a conspiracy's unraveling without flinching, and felt something in his chest ease, slightly, beneath the worry that remained. Come back to me, he said. Whatever you find out there. Just come back. Always, she said, and kissed him, soft and certain, before she turned to gather her gear for the long night ahead. She left the palace an hour before midnight, moving through the capital's quiet streets with Temari and a small, carefully chosen escort of the palace's most trusted guards, and Naruto spent the hours that followed exactly as he had spent so many difficult nights before this one, on the balcony outside his chambers, watching the dark hills to the north and waiting for word that felt, with every passing hour, agonizingly slow to arrive. Sakura found him there sometime past 2 in the morning, unable to sleep herself despite Shikamaru's insistence that there was nothing more either of them could usefully do until Hinata's report came in. Any word? She asked, though she already knew, from his tense posture at the railing, that the answer was no. Nothing yet. Shikamaru says that's not necessarily bad. If Hinata's staying quiet, it might mean she's still tracking, still gathering what we need before she risks any kind of signal that could give away her position. It might mean that. Sakura came to stand beside him, close enough that her shoulder pressed against his arm, the same small, steady comfort she had offered so many times since that evening in the council chamber weeks before. It's strange, isn't it? All the fighting we did during the war, all the impossible odds we survived together, and somehow this quiet waiting feels harder than any of it. Because back then, I could do something. I could fight, or run in and try to fix whatever was breaking with my own hands. This just requires sitting here, trusting other people to handle the danger while I do nothing but wait. Naruto shook his head slowly. I don't know if I'm built for that kind of trust. I'm working on it, but I don't know. You're better at it than you give yourself credit for. 2 years ago, you'd have already snuck out of the palace to follow Hinata yourself, Shikamaru's objections be damned. You didn't do that tonight. That's not nothing. Sakura's hand found his on the balcony railing, echoing the same gesture Hinata had offered hours before. Whatever happens tonight, you built something worth trusting, Naruto. People who love you enough to walk into danger on your behalf, and who are skilled enough to actually come back from it. That's not luck. That's years of choosing carefully who you let close enough to matter. They stood together through the last hours of the night, the capital dark and quiet below them, the northern hills holding their secrets close beneath a sky with no moon to light them, and it was nearly dawn, the eastern horizon just beginning to pale toward gray, when a hawk finally arrived at the balcony's edge, a small sealed message tube fastened to its leg, carrying, at long last, word from the shrine above the river bend. Hinata had positioned herself on the ridge above the shrine 3 hours before Lord Enishi's carriage finally arrived, her Byakugan tracking every approach to the old, crumbling structure with patient, unhurried thoroughness while Temari's fan formation held position 2 ridgelines back, exactly as Shikamaru had ordered, close enough to move within minutes if the night turned violent, far enough to remain entirely unseen by anyone gathering below. The shrine itself had clearly stood abandoned for generations, its wooden beams gray and weathered, its once painted torii gate faded nearly to bare wood, chosen, Hinata suspected, specifically for its isolation and its long-forgotten irrelevance to anyone who might otherwise have reason to wander this particular stretch of riverside forest. Lanterns had been set along its crumbling steps by the time the first attendees began arriving, small clusters of men in traveling cloaks that concealed, but did not entirely hide, the fine formal robes worn beneath, noble houses dressed down for a meeting they clearly understood needed to remain invisible to anyone watching for exactly the signs Hinata had spent the past 3 hours cataloging. She counted 11 noble houses represented by the time Lord Fumihara's own carriage arrived, his household guards, the same disciplined, shinobi-trained fighters Ino had first identified weeks before, taking up watchful positions around the shrine's perimeter with a professionalism that confirmed, beyond any remaining doubt, exactly how seriously this conspiracy had prepared itself. It was nearly an hour later, well past midnight, when Lord Enishi's own carriage finally arrived, unmarked and modest, nothing like the formal transport he used within the capital, and Hinata watched, her breath held carefully steady, as the elderly Grand Chancellor stepped down and made his way up the shrine's crumbling steps to a gathering that fell respectfully silent at his approach. My lords. Enishi's voice carried clearly in the still night air, and Hinata activated every last measure of her Byakugan's range to catch not just his words, but the smallest details of his bearing, confirming for Shikamaru's coming report exactly how deeply this went. I trust the past weeks have not tested anyone's resolve beyond what we discussed at our last gathering. The attack at Otsukiri failed, one of the noble lords said, his voice carrying an edge of frustration he did not fully manage to hide. The boy lives, and worse, the story of it has spread through the northern provinces exactly the way we hoped to prevent. They're calling him the daimyo who bled for them. Every village we might have turned against him is now singing songs about his courage instead. A setback, Enishi acknowledged, his composure unshaken. Not a defeat. The northern tour will end. The songs will fade, as songs always do, once the next season's harvest gives people something more immediate to worry about. What matters now is patience. We do not need another failed ambush handing him more sympathy to spend. We need the slower work. Doubt, planted carefully in the right ears. Questions about legitimacy raised not through violence but through the courts he himself claims to respect. I have already begun laying groundwork within the council for a formal challenge to the succession, built entirely on precedent and old law, nothing that can be traced back to any of us as conspiracy. If we are patient, my lords, we do not need to kill him at all. We need only convince this nation, slowly and legally, that he was never rightfully seated to begin with. And if patience runs out before the legal challenge succeeds? Enishi was quiet for a moment, and even from her distant vantage point, Hinata could see something cold settle over his expression, a calculation being weighed and decided in real time. Then we consider other options, he said finally. But only as a last resort, and only with considerably more care than Fumihara's men showed at Atsukiri. I did not survive 3 daimyo's worth of court politics by being reckless, my lords, and I do not intend to start now, with so much finally within reach. The gathering continued for another 20 minutes, discussion turning to specific noble houses whose support still needed courting, funds that needed to be moved more carefully to avoid the kind of trail Ino had already stumbled onto at Fumihara's estate, and Hinata catalogued every word of it with the patient, thorough attention that had made her, over years of quiet service to Naruto's court, one of the most valuable intelligence assets the palace possessed. It was as the meeting began winding toward its close, the noble lords preparing to disperse back into the night exactly as quietly as they had arrived, that disaster very nearly found her. A branch, dry and brittle from the season's cold nights, cracked beneath the shifting weight of one of Temari's forward scouts, positioned closer to the shrine than Hinata had realized, the small sound carrying further in the night's stillness than anyone had accounted for. Below, Lord Fumihara's household guards went instantly alert, several of them fanning out toward the treeline with the disciplined speed of trained shinobi rather than the confused scramble of ordinary guards, and Hinata felt her pulse spike as she watched, through her Byakugan's unwavering focus, 3 of them moving directly toward the ridge where her own position waited. She signaled the retreat immediately, the trained hand signs she and Temari's forward scouts had agreed upon before the mission began, and the small watching party began withdrawing through the dark forest with the careful, silent urgency of people who understood exactly how badly discovery would compromise everything they had risked tonight to gather. But the guards were fast and disciplined, and it was Temari, breaking from the reserve position 2 ridgelines back the moment she caught Hinata's distress signal, who intercepted the pursuing guards in a clearing barely a quarter-mile from the shrine. Her enormous fan sweeping a devastating arc of concentrated wind that scattered all 3 pursuers backward into the underbrush before they had managed more than a glimpse of movement in the dark. Go, Temari said, already turning to cover their retreat further, her fan raised for a second strike if the guards recovered their footing quickly enough to press the pursuit. I'll hold them here. Get back to the capital, Hinata. Get Shikamaru everything you heard, that matters more right now than either of us being heroes about it. I'm not leaving you. You're leaving me exactly because I told you to, and because what you heard tonight is worth more to Naruto than both our lives combined right now. Temari's expression, fierce and certain in the dim starlight, left no room for argument. Go. I've handled worse odds than 3 guards in the dark. Go. Hinata went, the decision costing her more than almost anything she had done in years, but understanding, even through the fear for her friend's safety, that Temari was right, that the intelligence gathered tonight needed to reach Shikamaru and Naruto regardless of what happened to either of them in these final chaotic minutes. She moved through the dark forest at a pace that pushed every reserve of speed her training had ever given her, and behind her, the sounds of a brief, sharp skirmish rose and then, mercifully, fell silent. Though whether that silence meant victory or something far worse, she had no way of knowing until she finally reached the rendezvous point where the rest of the escort waited, and found, with a relief so sharp it nearly buckled her knees, Temari already there ahead of her, breathing hard, a shallow cut along one arm, but very much alive, her fan slung once more over her shoulder with the casual, battle-worn ease of a woman who had survived considerably worse than 3 household guards caught by surprise in the dark. Told you I'd handle it, Temari said, managing a tired, fierce grin despite the blood still seeping slowly through her sleeve. You're hurt. It's a scratch. I've had worse from Kankuro's puppets during practice sessions gone wrong. Temari waved off Hinata's immediate concern with the brisk impatience of someone who had learned long ago not to dwell on minor injuries when there was more important work still ahead. Did you get what we needed? Everything, Hinata said. Enishi confirmed it himself, out loud, in front of 11 noble houses. He's planning a legal challenge to the succession, built on old bloodline law, and he's holding violence in reserve only as a last resort if the legal path fails. We have enough now. More than enough. Then let's get back to the capital before the sun's fully up, Temari said, already moving toward the horses tethered at the rendezvous point's edge, and let Shikamaru figure out exactly how we turn tonight into the end of this whole mess. Once and for all. The ride back to the capital passed in tense, hurried silence, both women pushing their mounts as hard as the dark forest road safely allowed, and it was in the pale gray light just before true dawn that Hinata finally released the hawk from the palace's outer gate, the small sealed message tube fastened carefully to its leg, carrying word north to south of everything the night had finally, dangerously, confirmed. The hawk's message reached Naruto's hands on the balcony just as the sun cleared the eastern hills fully, and he read Hinata's careful, precise account of the night's events twice through before he trusted himself to speak, Sakura reading over his shoulder with a stillness that mirrored his own. He said it himself, Sakura said quietly. Out loud. In front of 11 noble houses. He said it himself. Naruto's hands had gone very steady, the particular calm that settled over him in moments that mattered too much for anything but careful precision. Get Shikamaru. Now. Shikamaru arrived within minutes, already half-dressed for the day's council session, and read the message with the same grim, focused thoroughness he brought to every piece of intelligence that had accumulated over the past several weeks, his expression hardening further with each line. This is enough, he said finally. More than enough. 11 noble houses, a confirmed legal strategy, Fumihara's household guards caught in the act of chasing our own people through the forest. We can move on this today, publicly, without it looking like a purge born of paranoia. He looked up at Naruto, something careful in his expression. But you need to decide exactly how you want to handle Enishi specifically. This isn't a minor lord we're arresting. This is a Grand Chancellor who's served 3 daimyos, sitting on your own council, with allies and favors owed across half the noble houses in this nation. However we do this, it needs to be clean, public, and undeniable, or we risk exactly the fractured court Temari warned you about. Call an emergency council session. Full attendance, every noble house with a seat at that table, no exceptions. Naruto's voice carried a weight Shikamaru had rarely heard in it before, the particular gravity of a man who had spent years learning patience specifically so he could spend it wisely in a moment exactly like this one. I want Enishi there. I want him to hear the evidence read aloud, in front of every ally he has left in this palace, before I say a single word about what happens to him. That's going to be a hard thing to sit through, watching him try to talk his way out of it in real time. I know. But if I arrest him quietly in some back chamber, half this court spends the next year whispering that I fabricated evidence to remove a rival I never trusted. If I do it publicly, with his own words from that shrine read aloud, with Fumihara's guard's testimony laid out plainly, then nobody gets to whisper anything except the truth. Naruto folded the message carefully and tucked it away. Call the session for this afternoon. I want Hinata and Temari back and rested enough to testify to what they witnessed. And find out where Fumihara currently is. If he's still at his estate, I want him arrested the moment the council session concludes, before word can reach him that we've moved. The emergency council session convened that afternoon in the largest of the palace's formal chambers, every noble house's representative present, drawn by the unusual summons and the palpable tension that had settled over the palace since the tour's return weeks before. Naruto stood at the head of the long table, Shikamaru at his right hand, Sakura and a newly returned, exhausted but resolute Hinata seated among the gathered council, and Lord Enishi himself seated in his customary place near the table's center, his composed, grandfatherly bearing giving no outward sign of the tension Naruto knew must be building somewhere beneath it. Thank you all for attending on short notice, Naruto began, his voice carrying clearly through the chamber's hushed silence. 6 weeks ago, a garrison near the old Hyuga estates was attacked, and 6 of our people were killed. 2 weeks ago, during a tour of the northern provinces, my own party was ambushed by a coordinated force of shinobi-trained mercenaries. Both attacks were carried out by a group calling itself the Restoration Faction, claiming the daimyo's seat was wrongfully taken from the old bloodline houses and should be returned to them, by whatever means proved necessary. A murmur moved through the gathered council, the noble houses exchanging uneasy glances, though Enishi's expression remained carefully composed, attentive but unbothered, exactly the reaction Naruto had expected from a man who had spent decades mastering the art of court composure. Last night, Naruto continued, at a shrine above the river bend in the northern provinces, 11 noble houses gathered in secret to discuss the Restoration Faction's strategy going forward. 2 of my own people witnessed that gathering, at considerable personal risk, and I would like the council to hear, in their own words, exactly what was said. He turned to Hinata, and she rose, her voice steady despite the exhaustion still visible beneath her composed bearing, and recounted the night's events in careful, precise detail, the 11 houses present, Fumihara's guards, and finally, the words spoken by the gathering's clear leader, a man who had spoken of legal challenges and violence held only in reserve, of patience and careful strategy, a man whose voice Hinata testified without hesitation, she had recognized immediately, having heard it across the council table nearly every week for the past 2 years. The chamber fell utterly silent as she finished, every eye slowly turning toward Lord Enishi, whose composed expression had, for the first time since the session begun to show the first hairline cracks of genuine alarm. "This is absurd," he said, his voice carrying less of its usual smooth authority than it had moments before. A shinobi girl's testimony, in the dark, from a hidden vantage point, claiming to recognize a voice among a dozen others? This is not evidence, Lord Daimyo. This is exactly the kind of paranoid fabrication that Lord Fumihara's estate has already been placed under guard, Shikamaru interrupted, his voice flat and utterly without mercy. His household guards, the ones who chased our people through the forest last night, have already begun talking, and I suspect, given the choice between loyalty to a man who's about to be exposed and their own freedom, most of them will find their memories considerably clearer than you're hoping. We also have letters, recovered weeks ago from Fumihara's own private study, referencing a benefactor known only by the title His Excellency, a title reserved, as every person in this chamber knows, for exactly one office in this nation beyond the daimyo's seat itself. Enishi's composure finally, visibly, broke, something cold and calculating replacing the grandfatherly warmth he had worn for 2 years like a second skin, and for a moment, Naruto glimpsed, beneath the mask, the man who had genuinely believed, all this time, that a bloodline he considered more legitimate than Naruto's own earned right to rule justified 6 deaths and an assassin's blade in a village square. "You have no idea what you're doing," Enishi said, his voice gone quiet and hard, addressing the chamber rather than Naruto directly now, a last, desperate appeal to the noble houses gathered around him. "This boy has no blood claim to this seat. None. He was given it because the shinobi world feared what would happen if they didn't placate him, and this entire court has spent 2 years pretending that fear was wisdom. I have served 3 daimyos, each one born to the seat they held, and I have watched this nation prosper under bloodlines that understood, in their very bones, what it meant to carry this responsibility. This boy plays at wisdom. He does not carry it. Then convince this council of that honestly," Naruto said, his voice steady despite the weight of the accusation, "through the courts, through open debate, through exactly the legal challenge you were apparently already planning before you decided 6 innocent deaths were an acceptable price for getting there faster. Instead, you chose murder. You chose an assassin's blade aimed at my side in a village square full of people who had never done anything except trust that their daimyo would show up for them. Whatever legitimate argument you might have made about bloodlines and legacy, you buried it the moment you decided violence was easier than honest debate." The chamber remained utterly silent, every noble house present watching the confrontation with the particular stillness of people witnessing history reshape itself in real time, and Naruto held Enishi's gaze steadily, refusing to let 2 years of careful, patient trust curdle into the kind of vengeful cruelty that would only prove the old man's accusations of unfitness correct. "Lord Enishi," he said finally, "you are removed from your seat as Grand Chancellor, effective immediately, and you will stand trial before this council for conspiracy and complicity in the deaths of 6 of my people. Whatever the courts determine your fate should be, you will face it through exactly the honest process you claim this bloodline believes in so deeply. I am not going to become the tyrant you've spent 2 years trying to convince this nation I secretly am." The palace guard moved forward to escort Enishi from the chamber. His composure finally, entirely, collapsed into something smaller and more human than the careful mask he had worn for so long, and the gathered noble houses watched him go in a silence that Naruto understood, even in the moment, would take considerably longer than a single council session to fully settle into whatever new shape the court's trust was about to take. The days that followed Enishi's removal tested the court in ways Naruto had not fully anticipated, even after weeks of preparing himself for exactly this reckoning. Several noble houses who had attended the shrine meeting came forward voluntarily. Once word of Enishi's arrest spread through the capital, offering testimony in exchange for leniency, painting a picture of a conspiracy that had grown slowly over 2 years, fed by old resentments about bloodline and legitimacy that Naruto's own rule, however capable, had never fully managed to dissolve. Others dug in, retreating to their estates and refusing summons, forcing Shikamaru's intelligence network into weeks of careful, patient work sorting genuine loyalty from mere self-preservation. Lord Fumihara was arrested within hours of the council session's end, exactly as planned, his estate's private study yielding considerably more evidence than even Ino's earlier report had suggested, correspondence spanning nearly the full 2 years of the conspiracy's slow construction, names of noble houses who had quietly funded the household guards' training, records of the exact sums Enishi had funneled through intermediaries to keep the whole operation hidden from the palace's usual financial oversight. "It's going to take months to fully untangle this," Shikamaru told Naruto, a week after the arrests, the two of them reviewing the accumulated evidence in the West Hall that had become, over the past 2 months, something closer to a permanent second office than the records archive it had originally been. Some of these houses were coerced, threatened with old debts Enishi had quietly bought up over the years specifically to hold leverage over anyone who might otherwise have refused to join. Others believed in the cause genuinely, the way Enishi himself clearly did. Sorting which is which, and deciding what justice actually looks like for each case, is going to be delicate work. I trust you to handle it carefully. I appreciate that. I'd appreciate it more if you got some actual sleep before the Kirigakure delegation arrives next week. You look like you haven't slept properly since the shrine meeting. Naruto managed a tired smile at that, because Shikamaru was, as usual, entirely correct. The past week had blurred together into an exhausting rhythm of council sessions, evidence review, and the careful, delicate work of reassuring a nervous capital that the conspiracy's unraveling represented justice rather than instability, and it was only in the quiet hours late at night, with Hinata or Sakura beside him, that he allowed himself to feel the full weight of everything the past 6 weeks had demanded. Mei Terumi's return, when it finally came, arrived like a welcome change in the season, her formal delegation sweeping into the capital with considerably more warmth than the careful, testing diplomacy of her first visit months before. "I heard about Enishi," she said, once the formal pleasantries of her arrival had concluded and the two of them found a quiet moment together in the same council chamber where their first negotiations had unfolded. "The whole Shinobi world's heard about it, honestly. A Grand Chancellor exposed for conspiracy and murder, a daimyo who handled the reckoning publicly rather than quietly disappearing his rival in the night. It's the kind of story that either makes a young ruler look dangerously naive, or remarkably strong. I came to see for myself which it turned out to be. And your verdict?" "Strong," she said, without hesitation, something warm and genuinely impressed beneath her usual sharp assessment. "You could have handled that quietly. Most rulers would have. Instead you let the whole court watch you refuse to become the tyrant your enemy accused you of secretly being, even while he stood there having genuinely tried to kill you. That takes a kind of discipline I don't see often, in rulers of any age." She studied him a moment longer, and something in her expression shifted, softened, the last of the careful diplomatic distance she'd maintained across 2 prior visits finally, visibly, dissolving. Kirigaku's formal support, the offer I mentioned during our first negotiations. My council has approved it. Publicly, unambiguously, backing your legitimacy against any further challenge from the old bloodline houses. Thank you, Mei. Genuinely, don't thank me yet. There are conditions. Her mouth curved, the small fraction of a smile that had, over their handful of meetings, come to feel like a private language between them. I intend to spend considerably more time in this capital going forward, personally overseeing Kirigaku's interests here, rather than delegating that work to envoys who report back secondhand. I find I've developed a personal interest in watching how this particular story continues to unfold. If that arrangement suits you, it suits me very well. Good. She held his gaze a long moment, something settled and certain in it that had nothing left of the careful testing distance of their first meeting, and reached out, deliberately, to take his hand, the gesture unhurried and entirely without the diplomatic pretense either of them might once have hidden it behind. Then perhaps, once this current chaos settles into something more manageable, you'll show me that garden Shikamura mentioned. The one with the koi pond. I understand it's where you do your best thinking. I'd like that. The weeks that followed brought their own slow, steady rhythm of recovery, the capital gradually settling back into ordinary life even as the courts began the long, careful work of determining justice for each noble house entangled in the conspiracy. Ino returned from a final follow-up mission to the northern provinces with word that the remaining Restoration faction sympathizers, stripped of Enishi's careful leadership and Fumihara's funding, had largely scattered into disorganized grumbling rather than any coherent continued threat. Chio, true to her word, returned to her valley clinic but wrote regularly, careful, warm letters that Naruto found himself looking forward to with a steadiness that surprised him, letters that spoke of patients healed and herbs gathered and, increasingly, of a hope that the training academy Naruto had promised to arrange might finally, within the year, become real. It was on a quiet evening nearly a month after Enishi's arrest, the capital finally settling into something resembling its old easy rhythm, that Shikamura found Naruto once more on the balcony outside his chambers, carrying, this time, not urgent intelligence but a simple cup of tea, set down without comment beside him. You did well, Shikamura said, leaning against the railing beside his oldest friend, looking out over a capital that had, in the space of 2 difficult months, weathered a conspiracy that might have broken a lesser ruler entirely. Better than well, honestly. I've watched you grow into this seat for 2 years now, and I don't think I fully understood, until this month, exactly how much strength it was going to take, not just to win this position, but to actually hold it against people determined to prove you never deserved it. I couldn't have done it without all of you. I know. That's sort of the point, isn't it? That's the whole argument Enishi got wrong, in the end. He believed leadership was something you held alone, inherited alone, defended alone, and he built an entire conspiracy on that lonely, brittle idea of power. You built something else entirely. Shikamura gestured out at the capital, the lanterns beginning to flicker to life across its rooftops as evening settled fully in. A court full of people who actually love you, and love this nation, and choose, every single day, to stand beside you rather than simply serve you out of obligation. That's not weakness, whatever the old bloodline houses want to believe. That's the strongest foundation any ruler in this nation's history has ever actually built. Naruto looked out at the capital with him, at the city he had spent 2 years learning to serve, and felt, beneath the exhaustion of the past difficult month, something steadier settling into place, the quiet, hard-won certainty of a man who had faced the worst betrayal his court could offer and come through it not diminished, but tested, and somehow, made stronger for it. There's still work ahead, he said. The noble houses, the trials, rebuilding whatever trust Enishi managed to poison along the way. There's always work ahead. That's the job. Shikamaru allowed himself a small, genuine smile, rare enough these past weeks to feel like its own kind of victory. But for tonight, at least, I think we've earned a little quiet. Drink your tea. Rest. Tomorrow, the work starts again, but tonight, just for a few hours, let yourself actually feel what you built here. Naruto did, finally, allow himself that quiet, watching the capital settle fully into its evening peace beneath him. Hinata's steady patience and Sakura's fierce honesty and Temari's unshakable loyalty and Chiyo's distant, hopeful letters and Mei's newly unguarded warmth all woven now into the fabric of a life he had built, one difficult, deliberate choice at a time, out of a childhood that had once promised him nothing but loneliness. The conspiracy that had nearly unmade everything lay broken behind him, its architect exposed and awaiting judgment, its co-conspirators scattered or turned to honest testimony, and ahead, beyond the immediate work of trials and rebuilding trust, lay a nation slowly learning to believe, more fully with each passing month, that the seed it had once feared was wasted on a shinobi orphan had, instead, found exactly the kind of ruler it had never known it needed. He thought, in that quiet hour, of the boy he had been, shouting into rooms that had once gone silent for entirely different reasons than they did now, and understood, watching the lanterns catch and hold against the deepening dark, that every hard year between that boy and this moment had been its own kind of preparation, one he would not have chosen consciously but would not, given the choice, undo either. Whatever waited beyond this quiet evening, he intended to meet it the same way he had met everything since taking this seat, not alone, and not by half measures, but with every steady hand that had chosen, freely and without obligation, to remain beside him. The trial of Lord Enishi opened 3 weeks after his arrest, held not in the closed formality of the council chamber but in the wide public courtyard before the daimyo's hall, a decision Naruto had insisted on over the objections of several of the more traditional noble houses, who argued that a grand chancellor's disgrace should be handled with the discretion such rank deserved. His crimes weren't discreet, Naruto told the assembled council, when the matter had first come up for debate. 6 people died in that garrison. My own people bled in a village square because of what he set in motion. The people of this nation deserve to see justice done in the open, not whispered about second-hand through court gossip that lets rumor fill in whatever gaps official silence leaves behind. The courtyard filled well before the trial's opening hour, capital residents gathering alongside the formal rows of noble representatives and court officials, drawn by weeks of accumulated rumor finally given the chance to resolve into fact. Enishi himself was brought before the assembled crowd under guard, stripped of the formal robes of his former office, and if the past 3 weeks of imprisonment had worn visibly at his composure, he still carried himself with a straight-back dignity that Naruto found, despite everything, difficult not to respect even as he prepared to condemn it. The evidence took the better part of 2 full days to present in full, Shikamaru's careful accumulation of letters, testimony from Lord Fumihara's household guards, the sworn accounts of Hinata and Temari regarding the shrine meeting, and finally, most damning of all, Lord Fumihara's own testimony, offered in exchange for a lighter sentence, laying out in exhaustive detail exactly how Enishi had approached him nearly 2 years earlier, in the quiet weeks following Naruto's investiture, with a proposal that had begun as careful political maneuvering and slowly, over months of shared grievance and mounting resentment, hardened into conspiracy and finally into murder. I do not deny the facts as presented, Enishi said, when finally given the chance to speak in his own defense, his voice carrying clearly across the silent, crowded courtyard. I funded the training of household guards beyond what propriety allowed. I met with noble houses to discuss a legal challenge to the succession, and when that path seemed too slow, I allowed myself to consider, and eventually to sanction, more direct measures. I will not insult this court by pretending otherwise. He paused, and for a moment, something almost pleading entered his careful, controlled bearing. But I ask this assembly to understand what drove me to it, even if you cannot forgive it. I served this nation faithfully for 4 decades, through 3 daimyos each born to their seats through bloodlines this nation trusted for centuries to understand the weight of what they carried. I watched that tradition, that inheritance of accumulated wisdom, discarded in favor of a war hero's popularity, and I could not make myself believe that popularity alone was sufficient preparation for the burden of this seat. I was wrong about the murder. I was wrong about the deaths I caused. But I do not believe I was entirely wrong to fear what an untested ruler might mean for this nation's future. The courtyard remained silent for a long moment after he finished, the weight of his confession settling over the gathered crowd, and Naruto, standing at the head of the assembly where the formal proceedings required him to preside, found himself genuinely moved despite everything, not toward forgiveness, but toward a clearer understanding of exactly how fear, even fear rooted in genuine love for one's nation, could curdle slowly into something capable of murder. "You were wrong about more than the murder," Naruto said finally, when the silence had stretched long enough that the whole courtyard seemed to be waiting for his response. "You were wrong that bloodline alone guarantees wisdom, the same way you're wrong now to believe popularity is all I've built this rule upon. I earned this seat through years of choices this council watched me make, one difficult decision at a time, the same way any of the daimyos before me earned the trust their bloodline was given credit for. Blood doesn't teach patience. Blood doesn't teach the courage to admit a mistake, or the humility to listen to advisors wiser than yourself, or the discipline to choose mercy over vengeance even when vengeance would be easier. Those things are earned, Lord Enishi, the same slow, difficult way you once earned your own reputation, before fear convinced you that murder was a shortcut worth taking." He looked out over the assembled crowd, the noble houses and the common citizens both watching in absolute stillness, and continued, his voice carrying the particular clarity of a man who had spent weeks turning this exact judgment over in his mind, weighing mercy against the demands of justice. "You will not be executed," he said, and a murmur rippled through the crowd, surprise and, in some quarters, visible displeasure. Execution would satisfy the anger this court is entitled to feel, but it would not undo the 6 deaths you're responsible for, and I have watched too many cycles of vengeance breed only further vengeance to believe that killing you serves this nation better than the alternative I intend instead. You will spend the remainder of your life in exile, stripped of title, land, and any voice in this nation's governance, at the northern monastery beyond the Hyuga ancestral lands, the same region your conspiracy chose to strike first. You will spend your remaining years, Lord Enishi, in service to the very people your fear convinced you to sacrifice, tending to the pilgrims and travelers who pass through that monastery's gates, and perhaps, in that long service, you will come to understand exactly what this seat actually requires that bloodline alone never could. The sentence, delivered with a mercy that clearly surprised much of the gathered court, settled over the crowd slowly, and Naruto watched as understanding spread outward through the noble houses present, the realization that their young daimyo had chosen not the easy satisfaction of vengeance but the harder, more deliberate work of justice tempered by genuine mercy, a choice that spoke, in its own way, more powerfully to his fitness for the seat than any battle he might have won in its defense. Lord Fumihara and the other noble houses whose involvement had been confirmed received their own sentences over the following days, ranging from stripped titles and heavy fines for the most deeply implicated to formal censure and probationary oversight for those whose participation had been coerced through Enishi's careful accumulation of old debts and leverage, and by the time the final judgments had been rendered, the capital had begun, slowly and cautiously, to exhale the weeks of accumulated tension finally beginning to loosen into something resembling ordinary life once more. Fumihara himself, whose testimony had ultimately spared him execution but not the loss of nearly everything his family had held for 4 generations, accepted his sentence with a defeated quiet that stood in stark contrast to the defiant dignity Enishi had carried through his own judgment. His estate was seized and its lands redistributed among the farmers who had worked them for generations. The household guards he had trained for conspiracy disbanded and, in a decision that surprised much of the court, offered honest positions within the palace's own guard under close supervision, a choice Naruto defended personally against the objections of advisors who considered it reckless. Most of those men were following orders they didn't fully understand the weight of, he told the council, when the matter came up for debate. Punishing every soldier for a general's crime doesn't make this nation safer. It just teaches the next generation of soldiers that honest service counts for nothing once their commanders judged guilty of something they had no part in deciding. The argument won over enough of the council's skeptics that the policy stood, and in the months that followed, several of Fumihara's former guards would go on to serve with a loyalty and diligence that vindicated, slowly but unmistakably, the mercy Naruto had insisted upon. The public reaction to the trial's conclusion proved, in the end, considerably more favorable than the more cautious voices on his council had predicted. Word spread quickly through the capital and out into the provinces beyond it, carried by merchants and travelers the same way the story of Otsukiri had once spread, of a young daimyo who had chosen mercy over vengeance, justice over spectacle, and had done it all in the open, refusing the comfortable shadows most rulers would have used to quietly dispose of an inconvenient rival. It did not silence every doubt the Restoration faction's ideology had planted across the nation, but it deepened considerably the well of genuine trust. Naruto had spent 2 years building one difficult choice at a time, and it was that trust, more than any army or treaty, that Shikamaru would later credit as the true foundation the rest of his friend's long reign came to stand upon. It was nearly 2 months after the trial's conclusion, the capital fully settled back into its ordinary rhythms and the northern provinces quiet under the careful, watchful peace Shikamaru's reformed intelligence network now maintained, that a new delegation arrived at the palace gates. Unannounced and considerably more urgent than the usual formal diplomatic visits Naruto had grown accustomed to over the past several months. Kumogakure, Shikamaru reported, finding Naruto in the private garden where he had taken, once again, to spending his rare quiet hours. A small envoy, moving fast and light, which usually means whatever brought them here couldn't wait for the usual formal channels. The envoy, when Naruto received her in the receiving chamber an hour later, turned out to be a single young woman traveling with only a small escort, dressed in the practical dark uniform of the Cloud Village's shinobi rather than any formal diplomatic robes, her red hair cropped short and practical. A heavy blade strapped across her back in a manner that suggested she had come prepared for considerably more than polite conversation. Carrie, of Kumogakure, she introduced herself, with a brisk, no-nonsense bow that carried more genuine respect than most of the elaborate court courtesies Naruto had grown used to receiving. I'm here on behalf of the Raikage, and I'll be honest with you, Lord Daimyo, this isn't a friendly visit exactly, though it's not a hostile one either. It's somewhere uncomfortably in between, and I'd rather explain it to you directly than have my message filtered through 3 layers of formal diplomatic language first. I appreciate directness. Go ahead. We've had reports, over the past month, of Restoration faction sympathizers who fled your northern provinces after Enishi's arrest showing up in territories along Kumogakure's southern border, recruiting, spreading the same bloodline legitimacy propaganda that got 6 of your people killed. Normally that wouldn't be our concern, your internal politics staying your internal politics. But some of what they're spreading has started mixing with old grievances of our own, disaffected clans who've never fully accepted the current power structure in the Cloud Village either, and my Raikage is concerned this isn't staying contained to your borders the way everyone hoped it would after your trial concluded. Karui's expression was direct and unflinching, entirely without the careful diplomatic softening most envoys offered even difficult news. He wants to know what you intend to do about it, and he wants to know soon, because if this spreads much further, it's not just going to be your problem anymore. Naruto felt the familiar weight settle over him, the particular exhaustion of understanding that the conspiracy he had thought fully dismantled had, instead, simply scattered its poison further afield than he'd allowed himself to hope it might. I thought we'd contained this, he said quietly. You contained the leadership. Enishi, Fumihara, the noble houses directly involved. But ideas don't die just because the people who first spoke them get arrested, Lord Daimyo. Sometimes they spread faster once their original messengers are gone, because the people carrying them forward get to reshape the story into whatever grievance suits their own purposes. Karui's directness carried no cruelty in it, only the blunt honesty of someone who had clearly decided, somewhere on the long ride from Kumogakure, that softening the truth would serve nobody well. I've read the reports on how you handled Enishi's trial. Mercy over vengeance, justice tempered by genuine effort to understand what drove him to it. That's admirable. It's also, from where my Raikage sits, possibly the reason this hasn't fully died out yet. Some of what's spreading along our border argues that your mercy proves exactly what the Restoration faction always claimed, that you're too soft, too uncertain of your own legitimacy, to actually defend this seat the way a bloodline-born ruler would have. The observation landed with more weight than Naruto entirely wanted to admit. The same old doubt Enishi had voiced in that courtyard trial, finding new, unwelcome life in a stranger's blunt assessment. What does your Raikage recommend? Cooperation, mostly. Shared intelligence between our 2 nations, coordinated patrols along the border regions where this is spreading, And honestly, probably a personal visit from you at some point soon, the same kind of tour that turned your own northern provinces back toward loyalty after Otsukiri. People trust what they see with their own eyes more than they trust rumors carried across a border by strangers with grievances of their own. Karui studied him a moment longer, something assessing in her sharp gaze that reminded Naruto, briefly, of Mei Terumi's first careful evaluation months before. I'll be honest, I came here expecting to find exactly the uncertain, untested ruler the rumors describe. I've been in this room for less than 20 minutes and I'm already reconsidering that assessment, which either means you're better at first impressions than the reports suggested, or the reports were simply wrong to begin with. Maybe a little of both. Karui allowed herself a small, unexpected smile at that, the first genuine warmth she'd shown since entering the chamber. Maybe, she agreed. I'll be staying in the capital a few days, coordinating the details of the intelligence sharing arrangement with your advisor, the lazy-looking one who apparently runs half this palace despite constantly complaining about how troublesome it all is. I imagine we'll have more chances to talk before I head back north. She left him with that, and Naruto stood alone in the receiving chamber for a long while afterward, the weight of a conspiracy he had believed finished settling once more over him, not with the sharp urgency of the shrine meeting's discovery, but with the slower, wearier understanding that some fights, once begun, did not end cleanly with a single trial and a single sentence handed down in a public courtyard. The Restoration faction's leadership was broken, its architect exiled to a distant monastery, its funding dismantled piece by careful piece over the preceding months. But the idea beneath it, the old fear that a shinobi orphan without noble blood could never truly be trusted with a nation's future, had proven considerably harder to kill than the men who had first given it violent shape, and Naruto understood, standing there as the afternoon light shifted slowly toward evening beyond the chamber's tall windows, that the work of proving himself worthy of this seat was not a battle with a single ending, but a patient, ongoing labor that would likely occupy him for as long as he held it. He found Hinata in the garden that evening, exactly where he always found her, and told her everything Karui had reported, and she listened with the same steady, patient attention she brought to every difficult truth he carried to her. Another tour then, she said, when he'd finished. Further north this time, into unfamiliar territory, with considerably less certainty about what waits for us there. Probably. I don't see another way to answer this that doesn't just let the idea keep spreading unchecked. Hinata was quiet for a moment, watching the koi move beneath the darkening water, and then she reached over and took his hand, the same gesture she had offered him on countless mornings before this one, steady and unshaken by whatever difficulty the coming weeks promised to demand of them both. Then we go, she said simply. Together, the way we handled everything before this. Whatever's spreading along that border, it's not going to find you facing it alone any more than Enishi did. Naruto looked at her, at the quiet, unwavering certainty that had carried him through every difficult season since he'd first taken this seat, and felt, beneath the weariness of a fight that refused to fully end, something steadier settling into place, the hard-won understanding that whatever new shape this conspiracy's scattered remnants took, he had built, over these past difficult months. Exactly the kind of foundation Enishi had never believed possible for a ruler without noble blood, a court bound together not by inheritance or obligation, but by the deliberate, patient work of choosing, again and again, to stand together against whatever came next. He found Sakura and Temari together in the West Hall later that night, already deep in discussion over a fresh map Shikamaru had unrolled across the table. The northern border region Karui had described marked in careful new ink alongside the older annotations from the Restoration faction's original conspiracy, and he understood. Seeing the two of them bent over the map with identical expressions of focused determination, that word of Karui's visit had already spread through the palace's inner circle faster than he'd managed to deliver it himself. Shikamaru filled us in, Sakura said, without looking up from the map. The medical corps can be ready to travel again within the week if needed. I'll want Chio along again. Assuming her clinic can spare her, she's proven herself more useful in the field than half the certified healers I trained with. I've already sent word to Kankuro, Temari added, tracing a finger along the border Karui had described. If this is spreading into Kumogakure's territory, There's a real chance it's touching Suna's northern trade routes too, and my brothers would rather know now than find out the hard way in another 6 months. I'm coming with you on this one, Naruto, and I don't want to hear an argument about it. I wasn't going to argue. Good. You're learning. Temari's dry humor carried a warmth beneath it that had grown steadily more open in the months since the shrine meeting, the old careful distance between them worn away entirely by weeks of shared danger and the quiet, accumulated trust that came from surviving it together. Shikamaru looked up from the map, his expression carrying the particular weary satisfaction of a strategist who had, over the past several months, learned to find something like relief in the fact that his friend's court kept expanding to meet whatever new difficulty arrived at its gates. Karui's staying through the week to finalize the intelligence-sharing arrangement, he said. I'll have a full briefing ready for you by tomorrow evening, complete with everything we know about the border regions where this is spreading and which local leaders are worth approaching first. If we're doing this, I want it done with the same care we took planning the response to Otsukiri, not rushed just because Kumogakure's Reikage wants fast answers. Understood. Naruto studied the map a moment longer, the unfamiliar northern border sprawling out beyond the edge of territory he had already learned, the past month's hard lessons in patience and careful diplomacy settling over him alongside the old familiar readiness for whatever fight waited ahead. Let's get it right this time, from the start. I don't want another Otsukiri because we moved too fast without understanding the ground first. We won't, Sakura said, with the quiet, certain confidence of a woman who had watched him grow, over the better part of a year, from a young ruler still finding his footing into someone who had weathered betrayal and conspiracy, and come through it wiser rather than harder. We've got better information now, better coordination, and a lot more people who know exactly what to watch for. Whatever's waiting up there, we're not walking into it blind the way we nearly did before. The four of them worked late into the night, the maps slowly filling with careful new annotations, contingencies mapped, resources allocated, the patient, deliberate work of preparing for a threat that had already proven, once, how much damage it could cause when underestimated. And when Naruto finally made his way back to his own chambers, well past midnight, the accumulated weight of the day's news settled into something steadier than dread, the quiet certainty of a man who had learned, through hard and costly experience, that whatever waited beyond the northern border, he would not be facing it as the uncertain, untested ruler Enishi had once accused him of being, but as someone who had already proven, through fire and betrayal and the patient work of rebuilding, trust one difficult choice at a time, exactly the kind of steady, unshakable resolve a bloodline alone had never guaranteed and never could. The party that departed the capital a week after Karui's arrival was smaller than the northern tour had been, deliberately so, Shikamaru having argued successfully that a large formal procession would draw exactly the kind of attention likely to spook whatever fragile network of sympathizers and disaffected clans had begun forming along the Kumogakure border. Naruto rode at its center, flanked by Hinata and Sakura, with Temari's fan slung across her back and Shio, true to her word from months before, riding alongside the compact medical corps that had once again been assembled for the journey. Karui rode point, her familiarity with the border terrain proving, within the first 2 days, considerably more valuable than any map Shikamaru's cartographers had managed to prepare in the short week of planning. You people move slower than I expected, Karui observed, on the second evening, as the party made camp in a valley still comfortably within the Land of Fire's own territory. I thought a daimyo's escort would be all ceremony and no actual pace. We're not trying to arrive exhausted, Sakura said, checking over the medical supplies with the same brisk efficiency she brought to every task. A slower pace that gets us there ready to work beats a fast one that gets us there too tired to think straight. Fair point. Karui settled by the fire, studying the small party with an appraising eye that had softened considerably since her first blunt assessment in the receiving chamber a week before. Back home, we'd have pushed twice this hard and worried about the consequences later. I'm starting to understand why your reports describe you people as more careful than most shinobi outfits I've dealt with. Careful's kept most of us alive this long, Temari said, settling in across the fire with her fan resting against one shoulder. You get used to it, eventually. Or you don't, and you end up dead considerably younger than you'd planned. Karui laughed, short and genuine, and the conversation drifted into the easier rhythms of shared travel, old war stories traded across the fire, Karui's own accounts of growing up in Kumogakure's harder, colder training grounds drawing genuine interest from Temari, whose own upbringing in Suna's unforgiving deserts had left her with an appreciation for anyone who'd survived a childhood built on similarly unforgiving terrain. Naruto watched the easy warmth building between his companions with a quiet satisfaction that had nothing to do with the mission ahead and everything to do with how naturally his court seemed to absorb new people into its fold, each addition strengthening rather than complicating the bonds that held the rest together. He caught Karui watching him across the fire more than once over the following days, her sharp, assessing gaze softening incrementally with each mile of shared travel, the blunt directness that had first announced her arrival gradually revealing itself to be not coldness but simply an unwillingness to waste words on anything less than honest. It was on the fourth night, as the party's supplies dwindled toward the careful rationing that marked the final push toward the border proper, that Karui found him alone at the edge of camp, checking the horses with the same restless energy that had carried him through countless sleepless nights since Enishi's arrest. "You don't sleep much, do you?" she said, settling against the fence rail beside him. "Not as much as Sakura would like. She keeps threatening to sedate me if I don't improve. She might actually do it." "She might," Naruto agreed, with a tired smile. "What about you? Shouldn't the Point Scout be resting before tomorrow's push into unfamiliar ground?" "Couldn't sleep either. Kept thinking about what we're riding into." Karui's expression sobered, the easy warmth of the fireside conversation giving way to the sharper focus that had brought her to the capital in the first place. "The clans along the border who've started listening to Restoration faction propaganda, they're not evil, Naruto. Most of them are just tired. Tired of feeling like Kumogakure's central leadership doesn't understand what life looks like out on the edges of our territory. Tired of watching resources flow toward the capital, while their own villages scrape by on less each year. The Restoration faction's message found fertile ground out there because it's not really about your bloodline at all, not for them. It's about feeling forgotten, and someone finally showing up to tell them their anger's justified." "That sounds familiar," Naruto said quietly. "The northern provinces here felt the same way, before the tour. Villages that hadn't seen real support from the crown in generations, ready to believe anyone who told them they'd been wronged." "Then you know exactly what we're riding into." Karui studied him in the dim firelight, something considering in her expression. "The rakeage sent me specifically because I grew up in one of those border villages myself. I know what that grievance feels like from the inside, even if I never let it curdle into the kind of thing the Restoration faction's been selling. I think that's part of why he wants your involvement directly, and not just a diplomatic envoy. People out there need to see that a ruler can actually show up, the way you did after Atsukiri. Words from a capital they've never visited convince nobody. A daimyo willing to ride out and stand in their villages, that's different." "Then that's what we'll do." Karui held his gaze a moment longer, something warm and genuinely impressed settling into her sharp features. "I've read a lot of reports about you these past weeks," she said. "Half of them made you sound like some kind of myth, the boy who ended a war, the ruler who forgave his own attempted assassin's conspirator rather than executing him. I came here half expecting to find someone performing all of that for effect. I'm starting to think it's just who you actually are." "It's just who I am," Naruto confirmed. "I've never been much good at performing anything else." "Good," Karui said, with a small, decisive nod, as though settling some private question she'd been carrying since her arrival. "Because performance doesn't survive first contact with people who've learned to distrust every promise a distant ruler's ever made them. Only the real thing does." She pushed off from the fence rail, stretching the last of the evening's stiffness from her shoulders. "Get some sleep, if you can manage it. Tomorrow we cross into contested ground properly, and I want everyone sharp." She left him at the fence, and Naruto stood a while longer in the cool night air, watching the horses settle and the fire's glow flicker against the camp's edge, thinking of the villages ahead that had, like his own northern provinces months before, learned to believe that being forgotten was simply the natural order of things, and resolved, as he had resolved so many times before, that whatever it took, he intended to prove that belief wrong, one village and one honest conversation at a time. The border village of Kuratsuchi Pass sat in a narrow valley where the Land of Fire's northern provinces gave way to the harder, rockier terrain of Kumogakure's outer territories, a settlement that belonged, by old treaty lines drawn generations before Naruto's birth, technically to neither nation fully, its loyalty divided between two distant capitals that had, by every account the village elders offered, spent decades taking more from the valley than either had ever given back. The reception, when the party finally arrived on the 6th day of travel, carried none of the warmth Naruto had grown accustomed to in his own northern provinces after the tour that followed Atsukiri. The village elder, a weathered woman named Atsura who had clearly buried more disappointments than she cared to count, greeted them with careful, guarded courtesy that offered no illusions about how thin the goodwill actually ran. "We've had visitors from both capitals before," she said, once the formal introductions had concluded and the party had been shown to the modest quarters the village could spare. Promises of aid, promises of attention, promises that always seemed to evaporate the moment the visiting dignitary's carriage cleared the valley's edge. "Forgive me, Lord Daimyo, if I don't rush to believe this visit will prove any different." "I don't expect you to believe it yet," Naruto said. "I expect you to watch and judge for yourself, the same way the villages in my own northern provinces did before they decided I was worth their trust. I'm not asking for faith up front. I'm asking for the chance to earn it." Atsuru studied him for a long moment, something in her weathered expression shifting, incrementally, from guarded suspicion toward cautious curiosity. "That's a more honest answer than I expected," she admitted. "Most dignitaries lead with promises. You're leading with an admission that promises alone mean nothing out here. They don't. I learned that the hard way, a few months back. So I've heard." The story of the northern tours made its way even this far, garbled considerably by the time it reached us, but the shape of it stayed the same. A daimyo who bled defending a village that wasn't even fully certain it wanted him there. Atsura's mouth curved, the first hint of genuine warmth breaking through her careful reserve. "Perhaps there's something to it then. Come. If you're serious about earning trust rather than simply demanding it, I'll show you exactly what this valley actually needs, and you can decide for yourself whether you're prepared to deliver it." The following days settled into a rhythm not unlike the northern tour that had preceded it, mornings spent walking the valley's failing irrigation systems and depleted grain stores with Atsuru and the other village elders, afternoons given over to Sakura and Chiyo's medical clinic, which quickly revealed a level of chronic, untreated illness that spoke plainly to years of neglect from both the distant capitals that claimed the valley's loyalty, and evenings spent in careful, patient conversation with villagers whose grievances, once actually listened to rather than dismissed, proved considerably more reasonable than the Restoration faction's propaganda had painted them. "They're not wrong to be angry," Karui said, on the third evening, as she and Naruto walked the valley's perimeter checking the makeshift patrols Shikamaru's advance planning had arranged. "That's what makes this dangerous. If their anger were baseless, it'd be easy enough to argue them out of it. But the neglect is real. Kumogakure's central leadership has spent a decade prioritizing the capital's own development over the border territories, and I understand exactly why. Strategically it makes sense to invest where the return's most immediate, but understanding it doesn't make it feel any less like abandonment if you're the one living out here watching your children go without proper medicine. So how do we fix something that's been neglected for a decade in the space of a single visit? We don't. Not fully, not this trip." Karui's expression carried the particular weariness of someone who had spent years watching this exact problem fester without an easy solution. "But we can start. Real commitments, not vague promises, concrete aid that actually arrives on schedule, and enough visible presence from both our nations that the valley stops feeling like a forgotten no man's land between two capitals who only remember it exists when something goes wrong. That's going to require Kumogakure and the Land of Fire actually coordinating properly, not just trading intelligence reports when convenient. I know. That's part of why my rakeage sent me specifically, I think. To see whether you're actually the kind of ruler willing to build that coordination properly, or just another dignitary who talks about partnership and quietly lets it lapse once the immediate crisis passes." Karui glanced sideways at him, something testing in her sharp gaze, the same evaluating quality she'd carried since her first arrival at the palace gates. Which are you going to be, Naruto? The first kind. I don't do anything by half measures. Ask anyone in my court. Karui studied him a moment longer, and whatever she found in his expression seemed to satisfy something she'd been quietly weighing since the journey began. Good, she said. Because I'm tired of watching this valley get treated like a problem to be managed instead of people worth actually helping. She fell into step beside him as they continued the patrol's circuit, close enough that her shoulder brushed his more than once along the uneven terrain, and neither of them remarked on it, though something in the easy quiet between them carried the same unspoken weight Naruto had come to recognize from every important connection he'd built since first taking this seat. It was near the patrol's end, the valley settling into full dark around them, that the first sign of real trouble arrived, a runner from the village's eastern watch post arriving breathless and urgent, reporting movement along the ridgeline that bordered the valley's far side, torches and the disciplined, coordinated formation of men who had clearly not come simply to trade or visit. Restoration faction sympathizers, Karui said grimly, already moving toward the village center at a pace that left no room for further discussion. Has to be. They've been watching this valley too, probably waiting to see exactly how we'd respond to Atsura's people before deciding whether to move against us directly. Naruto felt the old familiar readiness settle over him, the transition from careful diplomatic patience into the sharper focused combat demanded, and found himself, despite the danger the coming hours clearly promised, grateful for exactly the kind of decisive threat that finally gave shape to a fight that had, until now, existed mostly in cautious rumor and careful intelligence reports. Get everyone to the village hall, he said, already moving to rouse the rest of the party. Sakura, Chio, secure the medical supplies. Temari, Hinata with me. Whatever's coming down that ridgeline, we're not letting this valley become another Atsukiri. The village itself moved with a speed that surprised him, Atsura's people falling into the kind of practiced, urgent order that spoke to a community that had, over years of frontier hardship, learned to prepare for danger even when no distant capital thought to warn them of it coming. Shutters closed. Children were gathered into the hall's reinforced cellar. The village's own small militia, armed with hunting bows and whatever blades the valley's harder life had given them cause to keep sharpened, took up positions along the square's edges with a grim readiness that told Naruto plainly this was not the first time Kuratsuchi Pass had needed to defend itself with no help coming from beyond its own borders. They've done this before, Karui observed, falling into step beside him as they moved to meet the approaching threat. Too practiced for a village that's never faced real danger. I'd bet good coin this isn't the first raid this valley's weathered, just the first one anyone from either capital actually showed up to help with. That's going to change, Naruto said, and there was no room for doubt in it, only the same hard resolve that had carried him through every promise he'd made to every forgotten village since the first tour of his own northern provinces. I believe you, Karui said, drawing her blade as the first torches crested the ridgeline in full view. Let's make sure tonight proves it. The force that descended from the ridgeline an hour later numbered close to 40, considerably larger than the ambush at Atsukiri had been, a mixed group that Hinata's Byakugan identified within minutes as split between two distinct factions, disciplined shinobi-trained fighters wearing no clan markings, the unmistakable remnants of Enishi's old network, and a smaller, rougher contingent of local border fighters, armed with whatever weapons the valley's harder frontier life had trained them to use, men and women whose anger, whatever its justification, had been carefully cultivated by the first group into something considerably more dangerous than simple grievance. They're not here for a quiet infiltration, Temari said, watching the approach from the village hall's defensive position with a grim, professional assessment. This is a show of force, meant to intimidate the valley into believing the Restoration faction can offer them protection the two distant capitals never managed. If we don't answer this decisively, every village along this border's going to draw exactly the wrong lesson from tonight. Then let's answer it decisively, Naruto said, and the old, familiar clarity of combat settled fully over him, the careful restraint of court diplomacy giving way to the sharper, faster instincts that had carried him through a war and had never, despite 2 years of careful court life, fully faded. The battle that followed unfolded across the valley's narrow streets and open central square, The shinobi trained remnants of Enishi's network fighting with the same disciplined coordination that had nearly claimed Naruto's life at Atsukiri, while Karui's own considerable skill, honed through years of Kumogakure's harder training regimen, proved decisive against the rougher local fighters. Her blade worked fast and merciless against opponents who had clearly never expected to face a shinobi of her caliber defending a valley they'd assumed abandoned by both nations that claimed it. Naruto fought at the square's center, driving back wave after wave of coordinated attackers with the same careful restraint he had shown at Atsukiri, disabling where the fight allowed rather than killing, though the discipline required to maintain that restraint grew harder with each passing minute as the battle's intensity mounted. It was Hinata's Byakugan, tracking every approach with unwavering precision, that caught the ambush's true purpose before it could fully spring, a smaller group of 6 attackers circling wide toward the village hall's rear entrance, where Sakura and Chio had secured the wounded and the valley's frightened elderly and children. "They're going for the hall," Hinata called out, already moving to intercept, her gentle fist finding the precise, disabling strikes that had made her clan legendary across 2 generations of warfare. "They know the medical supplies and the vulnerable villagers are inside. If they breach that door..." She did not need to finish the thought. Naruto broke from the square's center fight, cutting through the intervening chaos with a speed that left no room for hesitation, and reached the hall's rear entrance just as the first of the 6 attackers began forcing the door, Chio already braced against it from the inside with whatever heavy furniture the hall's modest supplies had allowed her to barricade against the assault. The fight at the door was brief and brutal, Naruto's restraint finally giving way, for these 6 specifically, to something harder and less merciful, because the calculation that had guided his careful discipline through the rest of the battle offered no room for patience when the lives directly threatened belonged to children and the wounded sheltering just beyond a barricaded door. He disabled 4 of the 6 within moments, the remaining pair breaking and fleeing back toward the ridgeline the moment they understood the attempt had failed, and Naruto stood, breathing hard, before a door that held, on its other side, everyone who had trusted this valley's safety to a daimyo's promise. "Chio!" He pounded once against the barricaded door. "It's safe. They're gone." The door opened a crack, Chio's face pale but steady in the gap, and behind her, Sakura's voice, sharp with the particular focus of a healer managing a crisis, directing the frightened villagers to remain calm, that the immediate danger had passed. "You're hurt," Chio said, taking in the fresh cuts along his arm with immediate, professional concern. "It's shallow. Worry about the wounded inside first." She did, pulling him inside once the barricade came down, and the hall's interior revealed the fuller cost of the night's fighting, several villagers wounded in the initial chaos before the party's arrival had fully secured the square, Sakura and Chio moving between them with the same brisk, practiced efficiency that had carried them through countless battlefield emergencies before this one. By the time Naruto returned to the square, the battle had largely resolved, Temari's fan and Karui's blade having driven the remaining attackers back toward the ridgeline in a scattered, disorganized retreat that bore none of the disciplined coordination the assault had begun with. Several attackers lay captured, disarmed and bound under the watchful guard of Atsura's own village militia, who had, once the initial shock of the assault passed, fought alongside the visiting party with a fierce, protective loyalty that spoke plainly to exactly how much this valley had been waiting for someone worth defending itself for. Karui found him at the square's center, her blade still drawn, a shallow cut along her cheek the only visible mark the fight had left on her. "You all right?" "Fine." "You, fine." She sheathed her blade, surveying the square's aftermath with the same grim, professional assessment she'd brought to the battle's opening moments. That was Enishi's network, or what's left of it. The disciplined fighters anyway. The local contingent's a different problem, angrier, less trained, but no less dangerous for it, especially once winter sets in and this valley's usual hardships give the Restoration faction's recruiters even more fertile ground to work with. Then we make sure winter doesn't give them that opening. Naruto looked around the square, at Atsuru directing her militia with a new, visible confidence that the night's shared danger had clearly forged, at villagers who had, an hour before, greeted his arrival with careful suspicion now working alongside his own party to tend the wounded and secure the captured attackers. This valley needed proof that showing up matters more than promising to. I think tonight gave them that, as much as I hate that it took an attack to prove it. Karui studied him for a long moment, something in her sharp expression settling into a warmth that had been building steadily since the journey began, and reached out, without hesitation this time, to take his hand, the gesture as direct and unguarded as everything else about her. You fought exactly the way the reports described, she said. Restraint until it mattered less than protecting the people who couldn't protect themselves. I've fought beside a lot of shinobi who talk about honor and mercy in the safety of a council chamber, and abandon both the moment a real fight demands otherwise. You didn't. I try not to be someone different in a crisis than I am at a council table. I noticed. Her hand tightened around his, and in the aftermath of the battle, with the square still smoking faintly from a fire one of the attackers had managed to set before being disabled, and the valley's villagers slowly emerging from their homes to survey the damage and, increasingly, to offer quiet thanks to the visiting party that had stood between them and considerably worse. Karui held his gaze with an openness that carried none of her earlier careful evaluation. I came here half convinced I'd be reporting back to my rakage that the stories about you were exaggerated. I'm going to be reporting something very different instead. Around them, the village slowly emerged from the night sphere into something steadier, lanterns relit along the square's edges, the wounded carried carefully into the hall where Sakura and Chiyo's tireless work continued well past the point either woman should reasonably have still been standing, and the captured attackers secured under guard for the interrogation that would, in the coming hours, begin the long, patient work of tracing this new threat back to whatever source had chosen to test this valley's fragile new hope so soon after it had first taken root. Naruto walked the square slowly, checking on villagers and party members alike, offering what comfort he could to people whose homes had, only hours before, become a battlefield they had never asked to defend, and found, in every exhausted but grateful face that met his own, the same quiet confirmation Atsuru had offered him on his arrival days before, that showing up, and staying, and fighting alongside people rather than simply for them, remained the truest currency any ruler could offer a nation that had learned, through hard experience, to distrust every promise that came without it. The captured attackers, 6 in total once the wounded had been separated from those fit for questioning, were interrogated through the remainder of the night in the same careful, methodical fashion Shikamaru's advance planning had prepared for, Karui taking the lead on the local border fighters whose motivations, she had predicted correctly, proved rooted far more in genuine grievance than any deep ideological commitment to the Restoration faction's bloodline arguments. They didn't even know the full story about Enishi's trial, she reported, emerging from the makeshift interrogation tent well past midnight, her expression carrying a tired mixture of vindication and something closer to sorrow. Just heard secondhand that a shinobi upstart had murdered the old order's rightful representative, filtered through 3 tellings by the time it reached this valley. Once I explained what actually happened, the mercy you showed him, most of them looked more embarrassed than defiant. This wasn't conviction, Naruto. It was desperation dressed up as a cause by people who knew exactly how to exploit it. And the shinobi-trained fighters? Different story entirely. 2 of them are talking, scared enough of what happens next to trade information for leniency. They confirm what we suspected. Enishi's network didn't die with his arrest. A lieutenant of his, someone who never surfaced in any of the evidence from the trial, has been quietly rebuilding the operation from outside the Land of Fire's borders these past months, recruiting exactly where central authority feels weakest and grievance runs deepest. Karui's expression hardened. They call him the steward. No name beyond that, at least not when these 2 know. But he's the one who ordered tonight's attack, and if he's smart enough to have avoided detection this long, he's not going to stop just because we won one fight in one valley. Naruto absorbed the report with the particular weariness of a man who had hoped, however unrealistically, that Enishi's trial might have marked a true ending rather than simply the closing of one chapter in a longer, more stubborn fight. Then we find the steward, he said. The same way we found Enishi. Carefully, patiently until we have enough to end this properly instead of just scattering it further. That's going to take time we might not have. Winter's close, and if the steward's building support across multiple border regions, patience gives him exactly the room he needs to consolidate before we're ready to move. I know. But rushing got 6 people killed at that garrison, and nearly cost this valley considerably more than it did tonight. I'd rather do this right than do it fast. Naruto rubbed at his eyes, the accumulated exhaustion of the night's fighting finally beginning to catch up with him. Send word to Shikamaru. I want everything he's got on Enishi's old network cross-referenced against whatever intelligence Kumogakure's gathered along this border. If the steward's operating across both our territories, that's exactly the kind of coordination gap he's counting on to stay hidden. Karui nodded, already turning to arrange the necessary dispatches, and paused a moment at the tent's edge, looking back at him with an expression that had softened considerably from the sharp, evaluating distance of her first arrival at the capital gates. For what it's worth, she said, my Reikage is going to want you to come to Kumogakure directly, once this immediate crisis settles. A formal alliance, coordinated intelligence sharing, joint patrols along the contested territories. The kind of partnership that actually addresses the root grievance instead of just chasing down whoever's currently exploiting it. I'd welcome that. Good. Because I think, after tonight, he's going to find it a considerably easier case to make to his own council than he expected before I left. She held his gaze a moment longer, something warm and unguarded in it. Get some rest, Naruto. Tomorrow's going to bring its own difficult work, and I have a feeling neither of us is done earning this valley's trust just because we survived one fight for it. The following days settled into the same patient, deliberate work that had characterized the northern tour after Atsukiri, Atsura's village slowly opening itself to the visiting party's presence with a warmth that grew visibly with each passing day, the wounded tended, the failing irrigation systems assessed with concrete promises of aid that Shikamaru, coordinating from the capital through a steady stream of couriers, began arranging in earnest. Chio and Sakura established a standing arrangement for a rotating medical corps to serve the valley going forward, the first of what both women hoped would become a broader network extending along the whole neglected border region. And Temari's own dispatches to Suna brought word that Kankuro had already begun exploring whether the Alliance's resources might extend similar support to other forgotten frontier territories closer to the desert's own borders. It was on the party's final evening in the valley, before the journey back toward the capital and eventually, the promised visit to Kumogakure itself, that Atsura found Naruto at the edge of the village, watching the last light fade behind the ridgeline where the attack had first descended days before. You've done more for this valley in a week than either capital managed in a decade, she said, settling beside him with the careful, deliberate movements of a woman whose age had begun asking a toll her spirit still refused to fully acknowledge. I won't pretend that erases years of neglect. But it's a start, and I've learned, in this hard country, that a genuine start is worth considerably more than another decade of empty promises. It's only a start, Naruto agreed. There's a lot more work ahead, for this valley and for every other place that's felt forgotten the way you have. I believe you'll do it. That's the part that surprises me most, if I'm honest. Atsura studied him with the same weathered assessment she'd offered on his arrival, though the guarded suspicion had given way entirely now to something closer to genuine hope. I've watched a great many dignitaries pass through this valley over the years, Lord Daimyo, and not one of them left me believing they'd actually return. You will, I think. That matters more than you probably realize. I'll return, Naruto said, and meant it completely. This valley's part of my responsibility now, the same as every village in my own provinces. I don't forget the people who trust me with that. Atsura nodded, satisfied, and left him to the fading light, and Naruto stood a while longer at the valley's edge, watching the stars begin to gather over a ridgeline that had, a week ago, carried nothing but danger and now, slowly, carried the first fragile threads of something like hope instead, and thought of the steward, still hidden somewhere beyond the reach of tonight's small victory. And understood that whatever peace this valley had finally begun to find, the larger fight that had scattered from Enishi's broken conspiracy was far from finished. Hinata joined him there a while later, her Byakugan finally at rest after days of near constant vigilance, and together they watched the last of the twilight fade fully into night, the valley below them settling into a quiet that felt, for the first time since their arrival, genuinely earned rather than merely borrowed against the next threat. You did well here, she said. I know it doesn't feel finished. It rarely does, with you. But this valley trusts you now, in a way it trusted no one before we arrived, and that's not a small thing, whatever's still waiting beyond it. I keep thinking about how close we came to losing people tonight. The hall, the children in that cellar. If we'd been even a few minutes slower. But you weren't, Hinata said gently, taking his hand the way she always did when his thoughts began circling too heavily toward the danger rather than the outcome. You weren't slower, and they're safe, and this valley has a future now it didn't have a week ago. That's what you should carry forward from tonight, not the fear of what almost happened, but the proof of what you're capable of protecting when you commit to it fully. Naruto looked at her, at the steady certainty that had anchored him through every difficult season since that first quiet morning in the garden so long ago now, and felt the tightness in his chest ease, incrementally, beneath her patient reassurance. I don't know what I'd do without you keeping me steady through all of this. You'd manage, Hinata said, with the faintest hint of a smile. But I'm glad you don't have to find out. She leaned into him, and they stood together at the valley's edge a while longer, the stars fully gathered overhead now, before finally making their way back toward the village hall and whatever rest the remaining hours of the night could still offer before the journey toward Kumogakure began in earnest. The journey to Kumogakure itself, undertaken 3 weeks later once the immediate work in Kuratsuchi Pass had been stabilized and Shikamaru's cross-referenced intelligence had begun yielding the first useful threads on the steward's identity, carried a different character entirely from the tense, uncertain approach to the border valley. Karu led the party herself through the mountain passes that marked Kumogakure's approach, her familiarity with the terrain evident in every confident turn, and the closer they drew to the cloud village proper, the more visibly her own bearing shifted, the sharp, guarded evaluation of a foreign envoy giving way to something warmer and more at ease, a woman returning, however briefly, to ground she considered genuinely her own. You'll like the rakeage, she told Naruto, as the village's distinctive high towers finally came into view against the mountain skyline. He's blunt, louder than most diplomats find comfortable, and he doesn't have much patience for court formality. I think you two might actually get along. That sounds promising. It should. My rakeage doesn't extend genuine respect easily, and after your report on Kuratsuchi Pass, and considering what I've told him about how you actually handled yourself out there, I think you've already earned more of it than most foreign dignitaries manage in years of careful diplomacy. The reception at Kumogakure's gates proved exactly as blunt and unceremonious as Karui had promised. The rakeage himself, a towering, powerfully built man named Darui who had inherited the seat from his own formidable predecessor, greeting Naruto's party with a broad, assessing grin and considerably less formal courtesy than the careful diplomatic dance that had characterized Mei Terumi's first visit to the capital months before. So you're the one causing all this fuss, Darui said by way of greeting, his tone carrying more genuine curiosity than hostility. Karui's been sending back reports about you for weeks now. Half of them read like she's writing about some kind of folk hero instead of a foreign daimyo. I like to see things for myself before I decide whether to believe my own shinobi's enthusiasm. Fair enough. I'd rather earn your trust than have it handed to me second-hand. Good answer. Darui's grin widened, genuine approval breaking through the initial assessment. Come on, then. Let's talk about this border mess properly. And you can tell me exactly what kind of partnership you're actually offering, instead of the vague diplomatic language most visiting dignitaries hide behind when they don't actually intend to commit to anything real. The negotiations that followed over the coming days proved refreshingly direct, Darui's blunt, no-nonsense approach cutting through exactly the kind of careful diplomatic hedging that had characterized so many of Naruto's earlier court sessions, and by the third day, the outline of a genuine alliance had taken shape. Coordinated intelligence sharing along the contested border territories, joint patrols staffed by shinobi from both nations, and most significantly, a shared commitment of resources toward the frontier villages that had, for a decade, felt abandoned by both capitals that claimed their loyalty. This isn't going to be quick or easy, Darui warned, as the final terms were reviewed. A decade of neglect doesn't undo itself in a single treaty signing. But it's a real start. And frankly, I think both our nations are better served treating that border as shared responsibility rather than a line dividing whose problem it technically is. Agreed completely. Darui studied him a moment longer, the assessing curiosity of their first meeting settling into something closer to genuine respect. Karui tells me you handled yourself well at Kuratsuchi Pass. Fought smart, showed restraint until it mattered less than protecting the people who needed protecting. That's rarer than you'd think, among rulers young enough to still have something to prove. He extended a broad hand, and Naruto shook it firmly. I think this alliance is going to serve both our nations well, Lord Daimyo. Welcome to it. It was that evening, following the treaty's formal signing, that Karui found Naruto on the balcony of the guest quarters Kumogakure had provided, looking out over a village skyline entirely unlike the capital's own gentler architecture, all sharp angles and towering training grounds carved into the mountain's face. You did well, she said, settling beside him at the railing. Darui doesn't extend that kind of respect lightly. I meant what I said back at Kuratsuchi Pass, about reporting something different than I expected to find. I think this whole visit's only confirmed it further. I couldn't have gotten here without you. This alliance, the trust with your rakeage, all of it started with you deciding, back in that receiving chamber, to give me an honest chance instead of just delivering a warning and leaving. I don't regret that decision. Karui turned to face him fully, the mountain wind catching at her cropped red hair, her expression carrying none of the careful evaluation that had marked their first meetings. I've spent this whole trip trying to figure out exactly what to call what's been building between us, and I keep landing on the same honest answer, even though it's not the kind of thing I expected to feel about a foreign daimyo I was sent to deliver a warning to. What answer is that? That I don't want this to end just because the treaty's signed and the immediate crisis is handled. She held his gaze steadily, the same blunt directness that had characterized every interaction between them since her first arrival at the capital gates. I know the customs of your court allow for more than one woman to share a life with you. Karui doesn't back down from things just because they're complicated. I'd like to see what this becomes, if you're willing. Naruto looked at her for a long moment, at the sharp, unguarded honesty that had drawn him to her from their very first conversation, and reached over to take her hand, the same deliberate, careful gesture he'd offered so many times before, though it never once lost the particular weight of meaning it carried each time he offered it anew. I'm willing, he said. I don't think I could have found my way to this alliance, or through that fight at Kuratsuchi Pass, without you standing beside me through all of it. I'd like to keep having you there, for whatever comes next. Karui's fierce expression softened into something warmer than Naruto had yet seen from her, and she closed the distance between them, resting her head against his shoulder as the mountain wind carried the last of the evening's chill across the balcony, the lights of Kumogakure spreading out below them in a pattern entirely unfamiliar, and, in its own hard, bright way, beautiful. For whatever comes next, she agreed quietly. Though I suspect, given everything that's happened since Enishi's arrest, whatever comes next isn't going to give either of us much time to simply enjoy this before the next crisis demands our attention. Probably not, Naruto admitted. But I've learned to take the quiet moments when they come, rather than waiting for a day when the work's finally finished. That day might never actually arrive. No, Karui agreed, settling more comfortably against him. I don't think it will. But I find, standing here, that I don't mind that nearly as much as I expected to. The following morning, before the party departed for the long journey back toward the capital, Darui summoned Naruto once more, this time to a smaller, private chamber away from the formal ceremony of the treaty signing. One more thing, the rakeage said, his easy grin giving way to something more serious. Karui's not someone I let wander off lightly, Daimyo. She's one of the sharpest shinobi this village has raised in a generation, and I don't say that about many people. If she's chosen to throw her lot in with your court, treat that the way you'd treat any other alliance this village has offered you today. Seriously, and for the long term. I intend to, Naruto said. In every sense of the word. Darui studied him a moment longer, then nodded once, satisfied, and clasped his hand in a final, firm farewell. Then safe travels, Lord Daimyo. I have a feeling this won't be the last time our two nations find reason to stand together. They rode out from Kumogakure's gates within the hour, the mountain village's sharp towers receding slowly behind them as the party turned south toward the long road home, and Naruto found himself, for the first stretch of the journey, simply grateful for the quiet, the alliance secured, the immediate danger of kunoichi passed behind them, even as the steward's shadow waited, patient and unseen, somewhere along whatever road still lay ahead. The journey back to the capital took the better part of 2 weeks, the party's mood considerably lighter than the tense uncertainty that had marked their approach to kunoichi Pass a month before, the alliance with Kumogaku formally signed and sealed, the border valley's immediate needs addressed with concrete promises already beginning to take shape in the form of the first supply caravans Shikamaru had arranged to dispatch. But beneath the lighter mood, Naruto carried the weight of the steward's shadow, the knowledge that Enishi's conspiracy, however thoroughly dismantled at its original center, had scattered seeds that someone patient and capable enough had begun carefully cultivating across 2 nations' worth of neglected frontier. Shikamaru met the returning party at the capital gates, his expression carrying the particular mixture of relief and grim urgency that had become almost a permanent fixture of his bearing over the past several months. "You're back sooner than I expected," he said, falling into step beside Naruto as the party made its way through the capital's familiar streets. "Good timing, actually. I've got something you need to see, and I think you're going to want to see it before you even finish unpacking." The West Hall, when they reached it, had accumulated a fresh spread of documents and reports in the weeks of Naruto's absence, and Shikamaru moved directly to the center of the table, where a single scroll sat apart from the rest, its seal already broken. "This arrived 4 days ago," he said, "delivered by a courier who claimed no knowledge of who'd hired him, paid in advance, and told simply to place it directly in my hands. I've had it authenticated as best I can. The handwriting doesn't match anything in Enishi's own correspondence, which fits with what your 2 captured shinobi at kunoichi Pass told Carrie, that the steward operated independently enough to avoid appearing in any of the evidence from the original trial." Naruto unrolled the scroll and read, his expression darkening with each line. The message was brief, precise, and carried none of the desperate justification Enishi had offered in his own trial, only a cold, confident certainty that unsettled Naruto considerably more than any of the conspiracy's earlier violence had managed. Lord Enishi believed the old bloodlines deserved restoration through patient legal argument, and where that failed, through violence carefully deniable. He was wrong on both counts, not in his goal, but in his methods. I do not intend to repeat his mistakes. You will not find me the way you found him, because I have spent considerably longer than 2 years preparing for exactly this moment, and I do not depend on the loyalty of noble houses whose nerve fails the instant real pressure arrives. Consider this a courtesy, Lord Daimyo, one professional to another. What comes next will not be stopped by a public trial and a mercifully exiled old man. Enjoy your alliance with Kumogaku. It will not save you. He knows about the Kumogaku alliance already, Naruto said slowly, reading the final lines again. We only signed that treaty a week ago, which means he has eyes somewhere close to this process, possibly inside the palace itself, possibly among Darui's own council, or somewhere along the route your party traveled that could have carried word faster than we'd expect. Shikamaru's jaw was tight with the particular frustration of a strategist confronting an opponent who understood, intimately, exactly how his own intelligence networks operated. This isn't Enishi's amateur conspiracy anymore, built on old grudges and hastily trained household guards. Whoever the steward is, they've been planning something considerably more patient and considerably better resourced, and they wanted you to know that, specifically, rather than simply continuing to operate in the shadows. Why send a warning at all? If he's as careful as this letter suggests, wouldn't staying hidden serve him better? That's what worries me most, Shikamaru admitted. A message like this isn't fear. It's confidence. Someone secure enough in their own preparation that they're willing to announce themselves specifically to unsettle you, to make you spend the coming weeks looking over your shoulder instead of moving decisively. It's a different kind of warfare than Enishi ever waged. Enishi wanted the throne restored to what he believed was its rightful bloodline. This person wants something else, and I don't yet know what, and that uncertainty is exactly the advantage they're counting on. Naruto set the scroll down carefully, the cold, confident menace of its final line settling over him with a weight considerably heavier than the physical danger of Otsukiri or kunoichi Pass had managed. He had faced conspiracies before, faced them and won, but always against opponents whose motivations, however misguided, he could at least understand and, in Enishi's case, ultimately find room to offer mercy toward. This felt different, colder, an opponent who had revealed nothing of themselves except a chilling patience and a willingness to let their enemy know, plainly, that the fight was far from over. "Gather the council," he said finally. "Everyone. Hinata, Sakura, Temari, Carrie if she's still willing to stay involved given this now clearly extends beyond just her own border concerns. I want every resource we have working on this from every angle, starting tonight. Already arranged." They're waiting in the council chamber now. The chamber, when Naruto entered it, held the full assembled weight of the court he had built over the past turbulent year, each face carrying its own particular blend of weariness and resolve as Shikamaru laid out the steward's message for the full council's consideration, the same careful, methodical analysis that had eventually unraveled Enishi's conspiracy now turned toward an opponent who had, from the very first move, proven considerably more careful than his predecessor. "We start where we always start," Sakura said, once the initial shock of the message had settled into the room's determined quiet. "Patiently. Methodically. Whoever this is, they made mistakes reaching Enishi's old network, mistakes reaching Fumihara, mistakes that eventually surfaced even through careful concealment. This person will make mistakes too, eventually. Our job is finding them before too much damage accumulates in the meantime." "Agreed," Temari added. "And in the meantime, we tighten security everywhere it needs tightening. If they have eyes close to this process, we start being considerably more careful about who has access to sensitive information, starting immediately." Hinata, who had said little since the council gathered, finally spoke, her voice carrying the same quiet, steady certainty that had anchored Naruto through every difficult season since he'd first taken this seat. "Whatever this becomes," she said, "we've faced worse odds and stranger enemies than an anonymous letter written by someone confident enough to think intimidation might actually work on this court. It won't. We've built something here that doesn't break simply because the next threat proves more careful than the last one." Naruto looked around the chamber, at the assembled strength of a court that had weathered betrayal and conspiracy and come through each trial not diminished but tested, strengthened, expanded by every new bond forged in the fire of shared danger, and felt, beneath the cold unease the steward's message had settled over him, the same steady resolve that had carried him through every impossible fight since childhood. "Then let's find out exactly who thinks a letter is enough to shake this court," he said, and the council chamber, weary but unbroken, turned once more to the patient, deliberate work of meeting whatever new shadow had chosen, deliberately and with cold confidence, to announce itself as the next threat this hard-won piece would have to answer. Before the chamber emptied, Shikamaru raised one final matter, his tone carrying the particular caution of a strategist who understood the weight of what he was about to suggest. "There's something else worth considering," he said. "The steward's letter mentions Enishi by name, references his methods specifically enough to suggest genuine familiarity with how the old conspiracy actually operated, not just second-hand rumor filtered through the trial's public record. That's not the knowledge of some outside opportunist who simply inherited a scattered network. That's the knowledge of someone who was close to the original conspiracy from the very beginning, close enough to learn from its mistakes in real time rather than reconstructing them after the fact." "You think the steward was part of Enishi's original circle," Naruto said slowly. "Someone we already questioned during the trial, maybe, someone we let go because we didn't have enough evidence. It's possible. I want to go back through every testimony from the trial, every noble house we granted leniency to, every household guard we offered honest reinstatement instead of punishment. If the steward was hiding in plain sight during Enishi's fall, watching how we built our case, learning exactly what evidence trail eventually exposed his old master, that would explain both the sophistication of this new operation and the uncomfortably precise timing of a letter that arrived the very week we returned from Kumogakure." The chamber absorbed this in heavy silence, the possibility that the enemy now facing them might already have sat, unnoticed, within arm's reach of the very proceedings that had once seemed to close this chapter of the nation's troubles, and Naruto felt the weight of it settle over him with a colder clarity than even the letter itself had managed. "Start with Fumihara's household," he said finally. "If anyone had reason to study Enishi's methods closely enough to improve on them, it would be someone who served him directly, and watched every misstep unfold from the inside. The council session stretched late into the night, contingencies mapped against an enemy who had, so far, offered nothing but a single unsettling letter and the confirmed knowledge that Enishi's scattered network had found new, more capable leadership somewhere beyond the reach of the trial's careful reckoning. By the time it finally broke, most of the assembled court had settled into the particular grim determination that had carried them through every crisis since the garrison attack months before, tired but unbroken, already turning their individual talents toward whatever piece of the growing puzzle each of them was best suited to unravel. Ino volunteered immediately for the delicate work of investigating whether the steward's apparent knowledge of the Kumogakure alliance meant a leak somewhere within the palace itself, a task she approached with the same fearless directness that had carried her into Lord Fumihara's estate months before, though this time the danger, if her suspicions proved correct, might come from considerably closer to home than a distant noble house's private study. "I'll need access to the full palace staff roster," she told Shikamaru, as the council session wound toward its close. "Every servant, every clerk, everyone who's had contact with sensitive correspondence in the past 2 months. If there's a leak, I'll find it, but it's going to mean looking hard at people this court's trusted for years, and that's not going to be comfortable for anyone." "Do it anyway," Naruto said. "I'd rather have an uncomfortable truth than a comfortable blind spot that gets someone killed." Karui, for her part, insisted on remaining in the capital rather than returning immediately to Kumogakure, arguing successfully to both Naruto and, via Hawk, to Darui himself, that the steward's operation clearly extended across both nations' territories and that a coordinated response required her continued presence at the center of the investigation rather than a return to border duty that other shinobi could handle equally well. Besides, she told Naruto privately, once the council had finally dispersed for what remained of the night, "I meant what I said in Kumogakure. I'm not interested in this becoming something that only exists during official diplomatic visits. If I'm going to be part of your life, I want to actually be part of it, not just a treaty signed and a promise made from a mountain balcony that never gets tested by anything closer to home." "I'm glad," Naruto said, and meant it fully, though the weight of the evening's revelations had settled heavily enough over him that even the warmth of her continued presence carried, for the moment, more comfort than joy. It was Sakura who found him last, well past the hour when even the most dedicated of the council's members had finally sought their rest, standing once more at the balcony railing where so many of the past year's hardest conversations had unfolded. "You're doing the thing again," she said, coming to stand beside him. "The quiet, distant thing, where you carry the weight of everything alone even when half a dozen people would gladly help you carry it if you just let them." "I know. I'm working on it." "You're working on it slower than I'd like." But her tone carried more affection than criticism, and she leaned into him, the familiar, steady comfort of her presence easing something in his chest that had been coiled tight since Shikamaru first unrolled that cold, confident letter. "This steward, whoever they are. They want you unsettled. That letter wasn't written to inform you of anything useful, it was written specifically to get inside your head, to make you spend the coming weeks second-guessing every shadow instead of moving forward with the same clear purpose that's carried you through everything else." "I know that too." "Then stop letting it work." Sakura's voice carried the particular firmness she reserved for moments when gentleness alone wouldn't serve him as well as honest challenge. "You beat Enishi not by being afraid of what he might do next, but by staying exactly who you are, patient and careful and willing to extend mercy even to someone who tried to have you killed. Whoever this new threat is, they're going to lose to the same version of you, if you let yourself actually be that version instead of retreating into fear because someone sent you a well-written letter." Naruto turned to look at her, at the fierce, unwavering conviction in her expression, the same conviction that had carried her from a girl chasing after Sasuke's approval into a woman who had become, over the past year, one of the steadiest pillars of his entire court, and felt something in his chest loosen further, the cold unease of the evening giving way, gradually, to the familiar resolve that had carried him through every crisis before this one. "You're right," he said. "I needed to hear that." "I know. It's why I came to find you instead of going to sleep like a reasonable person." She managed a tired smile, and rested her head against his shoulder, the two of them standing together at the railing while the capital settled into its late, quiet hours below them. Whatever this steward's planning, we'll find them. The same patient way we found Enishi. It might take longer this time, might cost more before it's finished, but it won't beat what you've built here. I don't believe that, and I don't think you should either. They stood together a while longer, the weight of the evening's revelation settling into something more manageable in the quiet company of shared resolve, and it was nearly dawn before Naruto finally sought his own rest, the cold confidence of the steward's letter tucked away in Shikamaru's careful records alongside every other piece of the puzzle the coming weeks would demand they slowly, patiently assemble. He woke, hours later, to a capital that had, on the surface, returned entirely to its ordinary rhythms, merchants and bakers and forge workers going about their morning business with no knowledge of the cold new shadow that had announced itself in the palace's inner chambers overnight. But beneath that ordinary surface, Naruto understood, as he dressed for the day's coming council session and the patient work of investigation that would now occupy his court for weeks or months to come, that the fragile peace his rule had fought so hard to build was entering its next difficult test, one that would demand, from every person who had chosen to stand beside him, exactly the kind of patient, unshakable resolve that had carried them through every trial before this one. Hinata was waiting for him in the garden when he finally made his way there, the same koi pond catching the pale morning light exactly as it had on that very first morning so many months before, when he had sat beside her with 11 minutes to spare before a delegation from Kirigakure changed the shape of everything that followed. She rose to meet him, taking his hand with the same steady certainty she always offered, and together they looked out over a capital that did not yet know how much its future had come, once again, to depend on the patient, careful work of the court gathered quietly around its young daimyo, and Naruto understood, standing there in the gathering light of a new and uncertain morning, that whatever the steward intended to bring against them, he would meet it exactly the way he had met everything. Since that very first morning, not as a ruler standing alone against the dark, but as a man who had spent a hard, difficult year learning exactly how much strength could be found in choosing, again and again, to stand together. Whoever they are, Hinata said quietly, watching the koi move beneath the water's calm surface, they've made one mistake already, even before we've found their name. They think fear is the sharpest weapon they can turn against you. But you've spent your whole life being underestimated by people who mistook your patience for weakness, and every single one of them learned, eventually, exactly how wrong they were. I hope you're right. I know I am. She squeezed his hand, and the morning light strengthened slowly around them, the capital beginning to stir into its ordinary rhythms below the garden walls, entirely unaware of the cold new shadow the palace had spent the night confronting, and entirely unaware, too, of how thoroughly the court gathered quietly within those walls intended to meet it. It was Ino who found the thread first, 3 weeks into an investigation that had, by then, quietly turned over nearly every stone Fumihara's fallen household had left behind, cross-referencing financial records with a patience that made Shikamaru's own considerable diligence look almost casual by comparison. It's not another noble house, she told the assembled council, spreading a set of ledgers across the West Hall's long table with the particular satisfaction of someone who had finally cracked a puzzle that had resisted her for weeks. It's money moving through the merchant guilds. Specifically, through the silk and grain exchanges that Fumihara's estate used to launder payments to his household guards. I traced the original source back through 6 different shell accounts, and every single one eventually funnels back to a single trading house. Kessin Shipping and Exchange. Lord Kessin, Shikamaru said slowly, recognition dawning across his tired features. He's not a bloodline lord. No noble title at all, technically, just the wealthiest merchant in the capital, built his fortune over 30 years importing silk and rare metals from across 3 nations. Why would a merchant fund a bloodline restoration conspiracy? Naruto asked. He's got no claim to the throne. No stake in whether an old noble family or a shinobi orphan sits in this seat. He's got every stake in it, actually, Ino said grimly. I pulled his trade licenses and tariff records going back 5 years. Your land reforms after the war, redistributing seized estates to the farmers who actually worked them, cutting the old noble houses out of the grain and silk trade monopolies they used to control absolutely. Those reforms hit Kessin's bottom line harder than almost anyone else in this capital. He used to broker exclusive trade agreements with a dozen noble estates who controlled production entirely. Now half those estates answer to farmer cooperatives who negotiate their own prices and cut him out of margins he used to take for granted. So this was never about bloodline at all, Sakura said slowly. Enishi believed in the old order. Kessen just wanted his profits back. I think Kessen used Enishi, Shikamaru said, working through the implications with the particular grim focus of a strategist realizing he'd been solving the wrong puzzle for months. Funded his conspiracy, let him believe the whole operation served his own bloodline ideology, while quietly building the actual infrastructure, the shinobi training, the household guard networks, the money laundering, all of it under Enishi's public leadership so that if anything ever unraveled, exactly what happened, the trail would lead to a disgraced Grand Chancellor with genuine ideological motive. And never back to the merchant quietly pulling the financial strings the whole time. That's why the letter after Enishi's trial felt so different, Karui said. Enishi believed in something, however twisted it became. This person doesn't believe in anything except what serves his own interests. That's colder. Harder to predict, because he's not driven by conviction, he's driven by calculation. Naruto studied the ledgers spread across the table, the careful, patient accumulation of evidence that had, once again, taken weeks of methodical work to assemble, and felt the particular weary satisfaction of a puzzle finally beginning to yield its shape, tempered by the understanding that Kessen's wealth and influence made him considerably harder to move against than a minor lord's estate had ever been. What's our evidence actually worth in a public proceeding? He asked. Circumstantial, mostly. At this stage, Shikamaru admitted. Enough to justify a formal investigation, not yet enough for a conviction that would hold up against a man with Kessen's resources and legal counsel. He'll have accountants and lawyers who've spent decades making his finances look clean to any ordinary audit. We move too fast, too publicly, and he buries the real trail under a mountain of technically legal obfuscation before we ever get close enough to prove intent. Then we do this the way we did Enishi, Naruto said. Patiently. Quietly. Find out exactly what he's planning next, and catch him in the act. Rather than trying to prosecute him purely on financial paperwork a decent lawyer could tie up in the courts for years. There's a problem with that plan, Ino said, her expression sobering further. I found something else in these records. A shipment manifest, dated 2 weeks from now, listed as silk goods bound for the southern provinces. Except the weight and the insurance value don't match silk at all. It matches, almost exactly, the weight and value profile of a substantial weapons shipment, the kind you need to properly arm a force considerably larger than anything Fumihara's household guards ever managed. The chamber fell into a heavy, considering silence, the shape of the coming threat finally beginning to clarify itself into something more concrete, and considerably more dangerous than a single anonymous letter had suggested. He's not planning another quiet infiltration campaign, Tamari said slowly. He's planning an actual military strike. 2 weeks, Naruto said. That's not much time to prepare a response. It's enough, if we move carefully and don't waste any of it, Shikamaru said, already turning toward the maps spread across the room's far wall, the familiar, focused calculation of a strategist assembling the pieces of a fight he intended to win before it fully began. We know the shipment's destination now, or close enough to it. We know the timeline. That's more advance warning than we had for either Atsukiri or Kuratsuchi Pass. If we use these 2 weeks properly, we don't have to react to Kessen's strike. We can be waiting for it. Naruto looked around the council chamber, at the gathered strength of a court that had, over the past turbulent year, weathered betrayal and conspiracy and border warfare and emerged, each time, not diminished but tempered, sharper and more unified for every trial survived, and felt the old, familiar resolve settle fully into place. Then let's use them, he said. Every single day of them, until we're ready for whatever Kessen thinks he's bringing against us. The following morning brought its own complication, one that Shikamaru had anticipated but hoped, quietly, to avoid needing to address so soon. Word of the investigation had, inevitably, begun reaching the merchant guilds themselves, and a delegation of guild representatives, none directly implicated but all deeply unsettled by the prospect of a formal inquiry into their industry's most powerful figure, requested an audience with the council to voice their concerns. They're worried this becomes a broader purge, Shikamaru explained, before the delegation's arrival. That an investigation into Kessen turns into suspicion cast across every merchant house that's ever done business with him, which, given how central his trading network was to this capital's economy for 3 decades, means most of them. Then we reassure them plainly, Naruto said. This isn't about punishing commerce. It's about one man who chose murder over fair competition. Every honest merchant in this capital should want him removed as badly as we do, because his monopoly hurt them too, whether they realized it or not. The audience, when it convened, proved considerably less contentious than Shikamaru had feared, the guild representatives arriving prepared for confrontation and finding instead a daimyo willing to listen plainly to their concerns and answer them with the same direct honesty that had, over the past year, become the defining quality of his rule. By the meeting's close, several of the guild's most prominent houses had voluntarily offered their own financial records for review, eager to demonstrate their distance from Kessen's conspiracy and, in more than one case, visibly relieved at the prospect of finally competing in a market no longer quietly rigged in one merchant's favor. That went better than I expected, Ino admitted afterward, still slightly startled by how readily the guild houses had cooperated. I think some of them have been waiting years for an excuse to stop pretending Kessen's dominance was simply the natural order of trade in this capital. Fear built his empire as much as money did, Naruto said. Once people stop being afraid, the whole structure gets a lot easier to see clearly for what it actually was. That evening, as the palace settled into the particular quiet that had become, over the preceding months, a rare and treasured commodity, Naruto found himself reviewing the guild delegation's voluntary financial disclosures alongside Shikamaru, the two of them working late into the night by lantern light in the same West Hall that had, across this whole long year, borne witness to nearly every difficult turn the conspiracy had taken. There's a pattern here I want to flag, Shikamaru said, tracing a finger down one of the ledgers the guild houses had submitted. Several of these smaller trading families have been quietly resisting Kessen's dominance for years, informally, never openly enough to draw his retaliation, but consistently enough that I think, if approached carefully, they'd make valuable allies going forward rather than just witnesses in a single trial. Rebuilding this capital's trade networks on fairer terms is going to need partners who already understand how the old system worked, and who've already proven they didn't want to be part of it. Then let's approach them. Once Kessen's dealt with properly, I want this council thinking beyond just punishing what happened and toward building something that makes a repeat considerably harder. Fairer trade terms. Independent oversight. The noble houses and merchant guilds both answer to equally. Whatever it takes so the next ambitious person with grievances and resources doesn't find the same opening Kessen found. That's going to be a considerably longer project than catching one merchant's conspiracy. Most of the good ones are, Naruto said, and Shikamaru, despite the late hour and the accumulated weariness of the past weeks, allowed himself a small, genuine smile at that, the particular satisfaction of watching a friend continue growing into exactly the kind of ruler this nation had needed all along, even when the work ahead promised to stretch on considerably longer than either of them might have once hoped. For what it's worth, Shikamaru added, gathering the last of the ledgers as the two of them finally prepared to call the night's work finished, I think this is the part of the job you were always actually best suited for, more than any single battle or trial. Not the crisis. The rebuilding after it. You've got a patience for that kind of slow work that I don't think even you gave yourself credit for. Back when you were still just a loud kid at the academy, nobody expected to sit still long enough to plan anything past the next 5 minutes. People change, Naruto said, with a tired, genuine smile of his own. Some people do, Shikamaru agreed. You more than most I've known. He left the West Hall a few minutes later, and Naruto sat alone a while longer in the lantern light, the last of the guild ledgers still spread across the table, and felt, in the settled quiet of that late hour, the particular satisfaction of a man who understood, finally and completely, that the hardest year of his life had ended not in triumph over an enemy, but in the far more valuable discovery of exactly how much could still be built once the fighting was finally, truly done. The 2 weeks that followed passed in a blur of careful, methodical preparation, Shikamaru coordinating patrols and intelligence gathering with the same disciplined focus that had once carried the Shinobi alliance through the final battles of the war, while Ino's continued financial investigations slowly mapped the full extent of Kessen's network, revealing, with each passing day, a conspiracy considerably more extensive than either Enishi's original bloodline restoration effort or the scattered border sympathizers Karui had first warned of. He's been buying loyalty for years, Ino reported, on the 9th day of preparation, her expression carrying the particular exhaustion of someone who had spent nearly 2 weeks straight buried in ledgers and shell accounts. Not just household guards. Customs officials who look the other way on his shipments. A handful of clerks within the palace itself who've been selling him information for money that, individually, none of them would call treason, just favors, small enough that each one felt harmless on its own. Together, it's been enough to keep him informed of nearly everything this court's done to counter the Restoration faction's remnants since Enishi's trial. That explains how he knew about the Kumogakure alliance so quickly, Karui said grimly. It does. I've identified 3 clerks so far who took his money. I don't think any of them fully understood what they were actually part of. They were paid for small pieces of information, delivered separately, never asked to see the whole picture. But it means our internal security has been considerably more compromised than we realized, and I'd recommend we start feeding Kessen deliberately misleading information through those same channels, now that we know which ones they are, rather than simply shutting them down and losing the advantage of knowing exactly what he thinks he knows. Do it carefully, Naruto said. I don't want any of those clerks treated as full conspirators if they genuinely didn't understand the scope of what they were selling. Same principle as Fumihara's guards. Punish the deliberate architects of this. Give the unwitting ones a path back to honest service. It was on the 11th evening, as the preparations neared their final stage and the weapons shipment's projected arrival drew close enough that the whole court had begun operating on the tense, focused energy that always preceded a confrontation they knew was coming, that the first real crack in Kessen's careful patience finally showed itself, not against Naruto directly, but against Hinata. Walking the short distance from the West Hall to her own chambers well past midnight, she sensed the attack before it fully materialized, her Byakugan flaring to life at the first hint of movement in the shadowed corridor, and the 2 assassins who had been waiting for exactly this kind of unguarded moment found themselves facing not an unsuspecting target, but a Hyuga heir at the absolute height of her considerable skill. Her gentle fist finding its marks with a speed and precision that left both attackers disabled and bound within moments, though not before one of them managed a shallow but genuine cut along her forearm before she disarmed him entirely. The alarm reached Naruto within minutes, and he arrived at her chambers to find her already being tended by Sakura, her expression carrying more anger than fear, the particular fury of a woman who understood, immediately and completely, exactly what message this attack had been meant to send. I'm fine, she said before he could even ask. The cut's shallow. Sakura's already cleaned it. They came for you specifically, Naruto said, the cold fury he'd carried since reading the steward's letter finally finding a target sharp enough to focus on fully. Not me. You. I know. Hinata's voice carried none of her usual gentle softness, replaced instead by something harder, more resolved. I think that was exactly the point. Kessen's smart enough to know a direct move against you would be heavily guarded, expected, prepared for. But striking at someone close to you, someone he assumes might be softer, less capable of defending herself, that's meant to unsettle you specifically, to make you doubt whether the people you love are safe simply for standing beside you. He miscalculated badly, then, Sakura said, finishing the bandage with brisk, controlled efficiency. You handled 2 trained assassins alone, in the dark, without even needing to call for help until after they were already disabled. He didn't know that, Hinata said. That's the miscalculation. He assumed I'd be an easier target than I actually am, the same way people underestimated Naruto his whole life before he proved them wrong, again and again. She looked up at Naruto, her expression softening slightly beneath the residual anger. Don't let this become the thing that makes you reckless. That's exactly what he wants, an emotional response that abandons the careful plan Shikamaru's spent 2 weeks building, in favor of some furious, unprepared strike that plays directly into whatever trap he's actually set for that reaction. Naruto knelt beside her, taking her uninjured hand carefully in both of his, the fury still burning beneath his composed exterior but held, deliberately, in check by exactly the discipline she was asking of him. "I know," he said quietly. "I'm not going to let him win by making me stupid about this. But I need you to understand, if anything had happened to you tonight." "Nothing happened," Hinata said, gently but firmly. "I'm here. I'm fine. And now we know something important, that Kessen's patience has limits, that he's willing to strike at the people close to you when the larger plan feels threatened enough. That's useful information, Naruto-kun, not just a wound to be angry about." Shikamaru arrived shortly after, already assessing the captured assassins with the same grim focus he'd brought to every crisis since Enishi's original garrison attack, and by the time the interrogation began, the whole court had gathered in the West Hall once more, the tense, focused energy of the past 2 weeks sharpened now by the personal edge Kessen's latest move had given the coming confrontation. "This changes the timeline," Shikamaru said, once the captured assassins' initial questioning had confirmed what everyone in the room had already suspected, that they'd been sent directly by Kessen's network, paid well and told simply that removing someone close to the daimyo would create exactly the kind of distraction the larger operation needed. "If he's accelerating personal attacks, the weapons shipment might be arriving sooner than our original intelligence suggested. Or this attack tonight was meant as cover for something happening even closer to the original timeline than we'd planned for. Then we move up our own preparations to match," Naruto said, the fury of the night finally settling into the same hard, focused resolve that had carried him through every crisis before this one. "Whatever Kessen thinks he's accomplishing by striking at the people I love, he's about to learn exactly what mistake that was." Around the table, the gathered court, Hinata's bandaged arm a visible reminder of exactly what tonight had cost and exactly what remained at stake, turned once more to the patient, careful work of preparing for a confrontation that had, with a single failed assassination attempt, transformed from an abstract strategic problem into something considerably more personal for every person gathered in that room. The following days brought a new intensity to the preparations, Temari overseeing an expanded security rotation throughout the palace grounds with the same brisk efficiency she brought to every task, while Sakura, working alongside Chio, established a standing emergency protocol for the medical corps that accounted for the possibility of casualties considerably greater than anything the previous confrontations had demanded. Ino's continued work through the compromised palace clerks yielded, within days, confirmation of the accelerated timeline Shikamaru had feared, the weapons shipment now projected to arrive within the week rather than the original 2, forcing a compression of preparations that tested every ounce of the coalition's coordination. "We're not going to have the luxury of a slow, careful build the way we did with Enishi," Shikamaru admitted, during one of the final planning sessions before the warehouse confrontation. "Kessen's accelerating because he suspects, even without proof, that we're closer to him than his own intelligence has confirmed. That makes him unpredictable in ways Enishi never was. Enishi believed in patience as a virtue. Kessen only believes in it as a strategy, and strategies get abandoned the moment they stop serving their purpose. Then we adapt faster than he does," Naruto said, and the resolve in his voice carried none of the uncertainty that had first met the steward's cold, confident letter weeks before, replaced instead by the hard, settled determination of a man who had, across a long and difficult year, learned exactly how much his court could accomplish when every person within it committed fully to a single shared purpose. The intercepted weapons shipment, when it finally arrived at the remote coastal warehouse Shikamaru's intelligence network had identified as Kessen's staging ground, proved considerably larger than even Ino's most pessimistic projections had suggested, crates of shinobi-grade weapons and armor sufficient to outfit a force approaching 200 fighters. Far beyond anything Fumihara's household guards had ever managed under Enishi's original, more modest conspiracy. Naruto's own force, assembled with the same careful discretion that had characterized the entire 2 weeks of preparation, waited in the forested hills overlooking the warehouse's approach, a coalition considerably broader than anything that had answered the garrison attack months before. Temari's fan formation held the western flank alongside a contingent of Suna reinforcements Kankuro had personally led north the moment word of the coming confrontation reached him. Karui commanded a squad of Kumogakure shinobi sent by Darui in direct fulfillment of the Alliance's first real test. Mei Terumi herself had arrived 3 days earlier, insisting, over Shikamaru's initial objections about the risk to a foreign head of state, that Kirigakure's support meant standing beside her allies in the field, not simply signing treaties from the safety of a distant capital. You didn't have to come personally, Naruto told her, as the final preparations settled into place in the hour before dawn. I know I didn't have to. Mei's single visible eye carried the same sharp, assessing focus she'd brought to their very first negotiation, though it held now none of the careful distance that had once characterized it. I wanted to. This alliance was never going to mean anything if I only showed up for the parts that were easy. The warehouse itself sat isolated along a stretch of rocky coastline, chosen, clearly, for its distance from any settlement large enough to notice unusual activity, and as the pale gray light of dawn began spreading across the eastern sky, Hinata's Byakugan confirmed what the past 2 weeks of careful surveillance had already suggested: close to 150 fighters already gathered at the site, receiving the newly arrived weapons with the disciplined efficiency of a force that had clearly been training toward this exact moment for considerably longer than the 2 weeks Naruto's own preparations had spanned. Kessen himself is there, Hinata reported quietly. I can see him near the main structure, directing the distribution personally. He's not hiding behind intermediaries anymore. He thinks this is the moment that finally ends it, Shikamaru said. A single decisive strike, forces trained and equipped well enough to overwhelm the capital's garrison before reinforcements could properly respond. He's been patient for 2 years, watching Enishi's failure, learning from it, and I think he genuinely believes today is the day all that patience finally pays off. Then let's make sure he's wrong, Naruto said, and the signal went out across the waiting hills. The careful, coordinated strike Shikamaru had spent 2 weeks planning finally set into motion. The battle that followed unfolded with none of the chaotic uncertainty that had marked Atsukiri or even the larger confrontation at Kuratsuchi Pass. The coalition forces' careful preparation and superior coordination proving decisive from the opening moments. Temari's fan formation and the Suna reinforcements sweeping the warehouse's western perimeter while Karui's Kumogakure squad drove hard against the eastern approach, catching Kessen's assembled force in a coordinated pincer that gave them no time to organize the disciplined defense their training had prepared them for. Naruto fought at the center of it, driving directly toward the main warehouse structure where Hinata's Byakugan had confirmed Kessen's own position, and found himself, for the first time since this whole long conflict began, facing not the desperate, ideologically driven resistance of Enishi's original conspiracy but something colder and more calculated, fighters who had been paid rather than convinced, and who broke in growing numbers the moment the battle's tide turned visibly against them. Understanding, with the pragmatic clarity of hired soldiers rather than true believers, that dying for a merchant's profit margin held considerably less appeal than surrender once the fight's outcome grew clear. He reached the warehouse's main structure as the surrounding battle collapsed into a rout, Kessen's remaining loyalists scattering toward the coastline in a desperate, disorganized retreat, and found Lord Kessen himself waiting inside, not fleeing, but standing amid the crates of weapons that had never made it to distribution, his composed, merchant's calm giving no outward sign of the collapse unfolding just beyond the warehouse walls. You found me faster than I expected, Kessen said, his voice carrying none of Enishi's desperate justification, only a cold, businesslike acknowledgement of a calculation gone wrong. I underestimated your intelligence network. That was a costly miscalculation, I'll admit. You underestimated a lot of things, Naruto said, approaching carefully, aware that a man who had spent 30 years building an empire through careful calculation was unlikely to have walked into this final confrontation without some final contingency prepared. Enishi believed in something, misguided as it was. You never did. This was always just business to you. Everything is business, Lord Daimyo, whether people admit it or not. Your land reforms cost me considerably more than coin. They cost me 30 years of carefully built influence, relationships with noble houses that used to need my trade networks and now negotiate directly with farmer cooperatives who've cut me out entirely. I simply calculated that removing you and restoring the old arrangement was worth the investment. Kessen's expression carried no remorse, only the flat acceptance of a gambler who understood, finally, that his wager had failed. I don't expect mercy. I understand that's not how business works, when the other party holds every advantage. You're wrong about that too, Naruto said. I offered Enishi mercy because I believed, even after everything, that he genuinely thought he was protecting something he loved. I'm not sure the same applies to you. But you'll get a trial, the same as he did, public and honest, and this council will decide together what justice actually looks like for a man who funded murder and border warfare because farmer cooperatives cut into his profit margins. Kessen's composure finally cracked, something bitter and resentful breaking through the careful merchant's calm he had maintained through the whole confrontation. You think mercy makes you strong? It only proves exactly what I always believed, that a ruler without proper breeding lacks the stomach for the decisions real power requires. Maybe, Naruto said. Or maybe you've just spent so long calculating profit and loss that you never learn there's a difference between strength and cruelty. He signaled the palace guard forward to take Kessen into custody, the merchant's final, bitter accusations trailing behind him as he was led from the warehouse into a morning that had, over the course of a single decisive battle, finally begun closing the last chapter of a conspiracy that had cost the nation 6 lives at a garrison, nearly claimed Naruto's own life in a village square, and tested every bond his court had built across a long, difficult year. Outside, the battle's aftermath spread across the rocky coastline in the pale morning light, the coalition force securing prisoners and tending wounded with the same practiced efficiency that had carried them through every crisis of the preceding year. Sakura moved among the injured with Chio close behind her, the two women's field triage refined now into something close to instinct after so many shared campaigns, while Temari and Karui oversaw the disarming of the surrendered fighters, separating the frightened conscripts who had clearly joined Kessen's force for coin rather than conviction from the smaller cadre of genuinely dangerous loyalists who required closer watching. Mei Terumi found Naruto at the warehouse entrance, her formal robes dusted with the morning's fighting but her composure entirely unshaken. It's done, then, she said, surveying the scattered wreckage of what had, only hours before, been the largest private military force assembled against his throne. 2 conspiracies dismantled in a single year. I don't think many rulers survive even one such test with their court intact. You've now survived 2, and somehow ended up with more people standing beside you than you started with. I got lucky. Every single time, I got lucky, with the people who chose to stand beside me. Luck doesn't explain a pattern this consistent, Mei said, with the small, knowing smile that had become, over the months of her regular presence in the capital, one of the more welcome constants in his difficult days. Something about you, Naruto Uzumaki, keeps convincing capable, dangerous people to trust you with their loyalty. I've stopped calling that luck. I call it exactly the kind of leadership this world doesn't produce nearly often enough. She fell into step beside him as the coalition began the slow work of standing down, tending the last of the wounded and preparing the captured prisoners for the long march back toward the capital, and for a while neither of them spoke, content simply to walk together through the aftermath of a battle that had, in its own hard way, closed the final chapter of a year that had tested every one of them nearly past their limits. What happens now? Mei asked eventually. With Kessen dealt with, the conspiracy fully broken. Does a ruler like you actually know how to simply govern, once there's no immediate crisis demanding every waking hour? I'm about to find out, Naruto admitted, with a tired, genuine laugh. Honestly, I don't think I've had more than a handful of quiet weeks since I took this seat. Part of me isn't sure what I'll even do with myself once the emergency councils stop being necessary. You'll find something, Mei said, with the particular certainty of a woman who had watched him prove doubters wrong often enough, over their months of growing partnership, to trust the pattern completely. I imagine it'll involve considerably more gardens, fewer war rooms, and if I have any say in the matter, a great deal more time spent with the people who've spent this whole difficult year standing beside you without once asking for anything in return beyond the chance to keep doing exactly that. I'd like that, Naruto said, and found, walking beside her through the coastline's pale morning light with the last echoes of battle finally fading behind them, that he meant it more completely than he had allowed himself to hope for in a very long time. Kessen's trial, held 3 weeks after the warehouse's fall in the same public courtyard where Enishi had once faced his own reckoning, drew a crowd considerably larger than even that earlier proceeding had gathered, word of the coastal battle having spread through the capital and beyond it with the particular speed that always seemed to carry stories of the young daimyo's hardest-won victories. The evidence, once fully assembled, painted a portrait considerably less sympathetic than Enishi's had ultimately proven. 30 years of careful profiteering weaponized into murder and warfare not out of any genuine conviction but out of pure, calculated self-interest, and the noble houses who had once quietly sympathized with the Restoration faction's bloodline arguments found themselves, over the course of the trial's proceedings, increasingly unable to locate any comparable sympathy for a merchant who had simply wanted his old profit margins restored regardless of the cost in lives. You built an empire on other people's labor, Naruto told him, when the evidence had concluded and judgment finally came due, and when this nation's reforms asked you to share that empire's benefits more fairly with the farmers who actually did the work, you decided murder was a reasonable business expense. I don't think there's a version of mercy that pretends that choice deserves the same understanding I offered Enishi. He believed wrongly that he was protecting something larger than himself. You never once pretended to believe in anything beyond your own ledger. Kessen's sentence, delivered with none of the careful compassion Naruto had extended toward his predecessor, stripped him entirely of his fortune, redistributed across the farmer cooperatives and border villages his conspiracy had targeted, and confined him to a lifetime of hard labor within the capital's own reformed penal system, a fate he received with the same flat, resigned acceptance he had shown in the warehouse. A man who understood, finally and completely, that his careful calculations had failed to account for exactly the kind of court Naruto had spent a hard year building around himself. The verdict's aftermath rippled outward through the capital in ways that surprised even Shikamaru's careful projections. Farmer cooperatives that had struggled for years under trade terms quietly rigged against them found themselves, almost overnight, negotiating from a position of genuine strength for the first time in a generation, and the redistributed wealth from Kessen's dismantled fortune began flowing, over the following months, into exactly the kind of infrastructure the northern and border provinces had gone without for decades. Granaries rebuilt, roads repaired, the slow, patient work of proving that justice could produce tangible improvement in people's daily lives rather than simply satisfying an abstract sense of fairness. There's something almost poetic about it, Sakura observed, reviewing the reallocation reports with Naruto one evening in the West Hall. Kessen spent 30 years extracting wealth from this nation's furthest provinces to fund a scheme meant to seize even more control over them. Now that same wealth is rebuilding exactly the communities he once exploited. I don't think he could have designed a more fitting consequence if he tried. I don't think justice is supposed to be poetic, Naruto said. But I won't pretend it doesn't feel good, watching something built on exploitation finally serve the people it was taken from. The weeks that followed the trial's conclusion settled, gradually, into the kind of genuine peace the capital had not fully experienced since before the garrison attack that had first set this whole long conflict into motion. The remaining threads of Kessen's network unraveled steadily under Ino and Shikamaru's continued patient work. The compromised clerks within the palace offered, as Naruto had insisted, honest paths back to trusted service rather than blanket punishment, and the merchant guilds themselves, freed from Kessen's decades of dominant influence, began negotiating more equitable arrangements with the farmer cooperatives that had grown, over the past year, into a genuinely prosperous new foundation for the nation's trade. It was on a warm evening nearly 2 months after the warehouse battle, the capital settled fully into the kind of ordinary, unremarkable peace that Naruto had come to understand was the truest measure of a ruler's success, that Shikamaru found him once more in the private garden, though this time he carried no urgent report, no fresh crisis demanding immediate attention. Only the same simple cup of tea he had brought so many times before. It's quiet, Naruto observed, accepting the cup with a tired, genuine smile. It is. Shikamaru settled onto the stone bench beside him, looking out over the koi pond where this whole long year had, in its own way, first begun. I keep waiting for the next crisis to announce itself, some new shadow gathering somewhere just beyond what we can currently see. Old habit, I suppose, after everything. Maybe there isn't one. Not immediately, anyway. Maybe not. Shikamaru allowed himself a rare, genuine smile. Enishi believed bloodline was the only foundation strong enough to hold a nation together. Kessen believed profit was the only thing that mattered enough to fight for. Both of them were wrong, and I think this whole year proved it more thoroughly than any speech or trial could have managed on its own. You built something neither of them understood, Naruto. Not a throne defended by inheritance or wealth, but a court held together by people who genuinely chose, over and over, to stand beside you because they believed in what you were building, not because tradition or coin obligated them to. Naruto looked out over the garden, at the coin moving slow and unbothered beneath the water's calm surface exactly as they had on that very first morning so many months before, and felt the accumulated weight of the whole difficult year finally settling into something that resembled, for the first time in a long while, genuine rest. There's still work ahead, he said. There always will be, I think. But for tonight, at least, I think we've earned the chance to actually enjoy what we've built, instead of just defending it. I agree completely, Shikamaru said. Which is why I'd recommend you go find whoever's currently free this evening and actually spend some time with them, instead of sitting out here processing the whole year with your exhausted advisor. I have a feeling there's a fairly long list of people who've been waiting patiently for exactly this kind of quiet evening to finally arrive. Naruto laughed, the sound carrying none of the weariness that had characterized so much of the past year's difficult nights, and rose from the bench, the tea finished and the garden's peace settling comfortably around him as he made his way, at last, toward whatever this hard-won quiet evening might finally allow him to enjoy. He found Ino first, in the West Hall that had, over the past year, become as much a second home to the whole court as any formal chamber in the palace, still reviewing the last of the compromised clerk's case files with the particular thoroughness she brought to every task, even now that the immediate crisis had passed. You don't have to keep working tonight, Naruto told her, settling into the chair across from her desk. Kessen sentenced. The network's dismantled. I think you've more than earned an evening off. I know. Old habits. Ino set the file aside, finally allowing herself to lean back, the accumulated exhaustion of months of careful, unglamorous investigative work visible now that she'd stopped pushing through it. I keep thinking about how much of this whole year came down to people just doing quiet, patient work nobody sees, ledgers and correspondence and long nights and noble estates I wasn't technically supposed to be in. It's not glamorous. But I think it mattered as much as anything Temari or Karui did in the field. It mattered more some days. We wouldn't have known where to point the sword without knowing where to look first. Naruto's expression carried genuine, unreserved gratitude. This whole nation owes you more than it'll probably ever properly know, Ino. I know that. I want you to know I know it too. Ino's sharp, capable composure softened, just slightly at that. That's about the nicest thing you've said to me all year, and you've said a lot of nice things this year. She managed a tired smile. Go on. I heard there's a dinner waiting. I'll join once I've finally closed out this last file, I promise. Take your time. Nothing's more important tonight than everyone actually getting some rest. He left her to the last of her paperwork and made his way through the palace's quiet evening halls, past the council chamber where two separate conspiracies had finally met their reckoning, past the corridor where an assassin's blade had once found Hinata in the dark, and felt, walking that familiar path now bathed in nothing more threatening than the soft gold of ordinary evening lamplight, the particular, hard-earned satisfaction of a man who understood exactly how much quiet peace like this one had actually cost to build, and exactly how determined he remained to protect it for as long as this seat was his to hold. The capital's Autumn Lantern Festival had always been, in the years before Naruto took the daimyo's seat, a modest affair, a single evening of paper lanterns released along the river that ran through the city's eastern quarter, commemorating the old harvest traditions that predated even the daimyo dynasty's founding. This year, with the shadow of two conspiracies finally, fully lifted from the capital's daily life, the court had decided, almost without needing to discuss it formally, that the festival deserved to be celebrated properly, and the preparations that filled the weeks leading up to it carried an energy the palace had not felt in longer than Naruto could easily remember. He found himself, on the festival's opening evening, standing at the same high window of the daimyo's hall where this whole long year had first begun, watching the capital below him transform into something out of an old woodblock print, lanterns strung between rooftops, the market square filled with stalls selling grilled fish and sweet rice cakes, children running through streets that had, only months before, carried the tense uncertainty of a nation bracing for renewed conflict. "You're doing the quiet, distant thing again," Hinata said, coming to stand beside him, dressed in a formal festival kimono of deep indigo that caught the evening light beautifully, her long dark hair styled with the kind of careful attention she rarely indulged outside occasions exactly like this one. "I'm just remembering how this all started," Naruto said, glancing at her with a warmth that had only deepened across the year's hardest trials. "You in the garden, that first morning before the Kirigakure delegation arrived. I had 11 minutes, and I spent them completely certain I was the luckiest person in this whole palace." "You still are, I'd argue," Hinata said, with the small, private smile she reserved only for him. "Though I think the definition of lucky has gotten considerably more crowded since that morning." She was not wrong. The private dining hall, when Naruto finally made his way there for the festival's formal opening banquet, had filled with a gathering that would have seemed, to the boy he'd once been, entirely impossible to imagine. Sakura, dressed in a deep rose kimono that suited her sharp, capable bearing surprisingly well, was deep in conversation with Chio, who had traveled down from her valley clinic specifically for the festival, the two of them comparing notes on some new treatment protocol with the easy professional camaraderie that had grown between them since Atsukiri. Temari and Karui had struck up their own easy friendship over the preceding months, trading stories of their respective harsh training grounds with the particular understanding that came from women who had each carved out hard-won respect in worlds that had not always made space for them easily. Mei Terumi, elegant in Kirigakure's formal green and silver, held court near the room's center with the same commanding presence she brought to every space she entered, though the sharp edges of her diplomatic caution had, over the months of her regular presence in the capital, softened into something considerably warmer. Naruto stood in the doorway a moment, simply taking in the sight of them, this gathering of women who had each, in their own distinct way, chosen to stand beside him through a year that had asked more of all of them than any of them could reasonably have expected when it began, and felt something settle in his chest that he did not think he had words precise enough to properly describe. Gratitude tangled together with a kind of quiet disbelief that a childhood spent so thoroughly alone had somehow led him here, to a room full of people who had chosen him, freely and completely, again and again. "You're staring," Sakura said, catching sight of him from across the room, her sharp eyes missing nothing as always. "Come join us, or are you planning to spend the whole festival lurking in doorways being sentimental?" "I might be planning exactly that." "Absolutely not," Temari said, crossing the room to take his arm with the same brisk, affectionate directness she'd shown since their very first negotiation over the border water rights so many months before. "You're the daimyo. You don't get to skip your own festival banquet to stand around being emotional in doorways. That's what the garden's for." Later, once the formal part's finished, the banquet unfolded through the evening with a warmth that felt, to Naruto, considerably more genuine than the careful, formal ceremony that had characterized so many of the court's official functions across the past year. Toasts offered not to titles or treaties but to the specific, hard-won victories each person at the table had contributed to, Hinata's steady vigilance at the shrine meeting, Sakura's tireless medical work through 2 separate campaigns, Temari's fierce loyalty through both border crises, Karui's decisive leadership at Kuratsuchi Pass, Mei's willingness to stand personally in the field at the warehouse battle rather than simply signing treaties from a safe distance, Ino's patient, unglamorous work untangling 2 separate conspiracies through nothing but careful attention to ledgers and correspondence, Chio's steady hands and stubborn courage from that very first evening in her valley clinic through every crisis since. It was Karui, near the evening's close, who raised the toast that finally addressed, plainly and without the careful diplomatic hedging the court had once maintained around the subject, exactly what this gathering had become. To Naruto, she said, rising with her cup raised, the easy confidence that had characterized her from their very first meeting carrying no hesitation now. Who somehow convinced a room full of women who could each, individually, probably run our respective nations better than most of the men currently attempting it, that we'd rather stand together beside one stubborn, orange-loving idiot than rule anything alone. The room erupted into genuine, warm laughter, and Naruto, laughing along with them despite the mock insult, raised his own cup in return. To all of you, he said, who taught me that the loneliest kid in that village was never actually destined to end up alone, no matter how thoroughly everyone once seemed to believe otherwise. The toast gave way, as the evening deepened, to the festival's traditional lantern release, the whole gathered court making their way down to the river bank alongside the capital's ordinary residents, each person carrying a paper lantern inscribed, according to the old custom, with a wish for the coming year. Naruto walked among them, greeting villagers and merchants and old veterans of the war with the same easy, genuine warmth he had carried through every tour and every crisis, and found, in the particular quality of the crowd's welcome, none of the guarded suspicion that had once characterized his early years in this seat, only the settled, comfortable trust of a nation that had watched its young ruler weather two separate conspiracies and emerge, each time, more clearly committed to the people. He served rather than less. He released his own lantern into the river's current alongside Hinata, watching it drift out among the hundreds of others scattered across the dark water like a second, earthbound constellation, and felt her hand find his in the crowd's gentle press, the same steady, familiar comfort that had anchored him through every difficult season of the past year. "What did you wish for?" she asked quietly. "More of this," Naruto said, watching the lanterns drift slowly toward the river's bend and out of sight. "Just more of exactly this. Quiet evenings. People I love, safe and happy. A nation that doesn't need me bleeding in a village square to prove I'll show up for it." He looked at her, at the warm lantern light catching in her dark eyes, and felt the whole difficult year's weight settle, finally, into something that felt considerably more like peace than exhaustion. "I think, for the first time since I took this seat, that might actually be a wish worth believing could come true." "I think so too," Hinata said, and leaned into him, and together they watched the last of the lanterns disappear around the river's gentle bend, the capital glowing warm and safe behind them, a nation that had, across one long and difficult year, learned to believe in exactly the kind of ruler it had never known it needed, built not on inheritance or wealth or careful calculation, but on the patient, deliberate work of choosing, again and again, to stand together against whatever the world demanded next. They lingered by the river bank long after most of the crowd had begun drifting back toward the festival's remaining stalls and the warm glow of the capital's lantern-strung streets, and it was there that Sakura found them, 2 cups of warm spiced wine in hand, offering one to each of them with the easy, comfortable familiarity that had grown, across the year's hardest trials, into something neither of them needed to explain, or justify to anyone, least of all to each other. "Ino finally caught up with us," Sakura said, settling onto the grass beside the riverbank without a trace of the careful formality that had once characterized her earliest years at court. "She's back at the West Hall, closing out the last of Kessen's case files, but she made me promise to save her a lantern for tomorrow's second release, since apparently missing tonight's doesn't count as forfeiting the tradition entirely. Only Ino would negotiate the terms of a lantern festival like a trade agreement," Hinata said, laughing softly. "She'd say that's exactly why the negotiation worked in her favor," Sakura said, settling in beside them both, watching the last scattered lanterns drift slowly out of sight around the river's bend. "It's strange, isn't it? A year ago, none of us would have imagined an evening like this. Just sitting here, quiet, nothing burning down around us, no letters threatening the whole court's future." She looked between Naruto and Hinata, something warm and unguarded in her expression. "I keep waiting for it to feel less remarkable, this kind of peace. I don't think it ever will." "I hope it doesn't," Naruto said. "I think the day peace stops feeling remarkable is probably the day we've stopped appreciating exactly what it cost to build it." They sat together by the river a while longer, the festival's distant music drifting across the water, the capital settling into its warm, lantern-lit evening around them, 3 people who had each, in their own way, chosen this life freely and completely, and found, in the quiet company of each other, exactly the kind of contentment that no treaty or trial had ever fully promised, but that all of it, together, had somehow, patiently, made possible. Spring arrived early that year, the capital's cherry trees blooming nearly 3 weeks ahead of their usual season, and Naruto stood once more at the edge of the East Garden's koi pond, watching the pale pink blossoms drift slowly down onto the water's still surface, thinking, as he so often did in this particular spot. Of exactly how far the road had carried him since a boy nobody wanted had first been offered a seat nobody expected him to hold successfully. The past several months had settled into a rhythm considerably gentler than the crisis-driven urgency that had defined his first year in this role, the court's attention turning increasingly toward the patient, unglamorous work of genuine governance rather than the reactive scramble of conspiracy and warfare, irrigation projects completed across the northern provinces. The formal alliance with Kumobikyu deepening into genuine, coordinated partnership along the once neglected border. Kirigakyu's trade routes flourishing under terms both nations had come to consider fair rather than merely tolerable. Chiyo's training academy had opened its doors that winter, its first cohort of northern healers already showing the kind of promise that suggested the isolated valleys of the Land of Fire's furthest reaches might finally stop losing their most talented young people to villages that could offer them nothing but the same hard, under-resourced life their parents had known. Shikamaru found him at the pond's edge, as he so often did, though these days his arrivals carried considerably less of the grim urgency that had characterized so much of the preceding year, and considerably more of the easy, familiar companionship of two friends who had weathered enough together that formal announcement no longer felt necessary between them. The council's finalized the spring planting subsidies, he said, settling onto the familiar stone bench. And Karui's latest dispatch from the border confirms the joint patrol programs exceeded every projection we made when we first signed the treaty. Kumobikyu is already asking about extending similar cooperation to their eastern territories, if you're interested in expanding the model. I'm interested. Send word that I'd like to discuss it properly, once things settle a little further. They're about as settled as I think they're ever going to get, with you. Shikamaru allowed himself a small, genuine smile, the particular fondness that had grown, across years of shared struggle, into something closer to brotherhood than mere professional alliance. You know, I remember thinking, back when the council first offered you this seat, that you were going to run this nation the same way you used to run into fights back at the academy, loud and reckless and hoping stubbornness alone would carry you through. I was wrong about that, mostly. But I don't think even I expected you'd build something quite like what's actually grown here. What do you mean? Shikamaru gestured loosely, toward the palace behind them, toward the whole sprawling capital beyond its walls. A court that isn't just a collection of advisors managing a ruler's ambitions. A genuine family, built out of choice rather than obligation, strong enough to weather two separate conspiracies and come out the other side more united rather than less. I've read the old histories, Naruto. Every daimyo before you built their power on bloodline, or fear, or careful political calculation. You built yours on the simple, stubborn insistence that people deserve to be loved fully, without reservation, and that a nation could be governed the exact same way. I didn't think that would actually work, if I'm honest. I'm glad I was wrong. Naruto looked out over the koi pond, at the cherry blossoms settling slowly onto water that had witnessed nearly every important conversation of the past year, and felt something in his chest ease into the particular, hard-won contentment of a man who had built, out of a childhood defined entirely by absence, a life defined instead by an abundance he had never once dared to expect for himself. I couldn't have done any of it without all of you, he said. You know that. I know it. I just don't think you fully understand yet how rare that actually is. A ruler who genuinely means it when he says something like that instead of just offering the polite, expected words. Shikamaru rose from the bench, brushing a stray cherry blossom from his sleeve. Speaking of which, I believe there's a rather large gathering waiting for you in the private garden's East Pavilion. Something about a family dinner that apparently required considerably more planning than most state functions, though I was told, very firmly, not to spoil the details. Naruto raised an eyebrow, curious despite the day's otherwise ordinary rhythm, and made his way toward the pavilion Shikamaru had indicated, the spring evening settling gold and warm across the garden as he walked, and found, upon arrival, the full gathered warmth of everything the past year had built, Hinata and Sakura arranging the table's final settings with the easy, practiced coordination of women who had long since stopped needing to negotiate space between them, Temari and Karui deep in some good-natured argument about whose homeland's cuisine deserved pride of place among the evening's dishes, Mei Terumi overseeing the whole gathering with the same commanding, affectionate presence she brought to everything, and Chiyo, freshly arrived from her valley for a visit that had, over the preceding months, grown steadily more frequent and considerably less formal. "You're just in time," Hinata said, catching sight of him in the pavilion's entrance, her smile carrying the particular warmth that had anchored him through every difficult season since that very first morning in this same garden. "We weren't going to start without you." Naruto looked around the table, at every face that had, across a long and difficult year, chosen him freely and completely, through conspiracy and warfare and every hard lesson a young ruler could be asked to learn, and felt, standing there in the cherry blossom light of a spring evening that carried none of the old fear and uncertainty that had once defined so much of his life, the full, settled weight of exactly what he had built. "Wouldn't miss it," he said, and took his seat among them, the family he had chosen and been chosen by in return, and the long, hard-won peace of a nation finally, fully at rest, and understood, as the evening deepened into the easy warmth of shared laughter and old stories retold, that whatever the future still asked of him, he would meet it exactly the way he had met everything since that very first morning at the high window of the daimyo's hall, not as a ruler standing alone, but as a man who had learned, through every trial the past year had offered, precisely how much strength could be found in choosing, again and again, to build a life worth defending, together. The dinner stretched long into the evening, stories traded across the table, old wounds finally healed enough to be spoken of with something closer to fondness than pain, Hinata recounting, to general laughter, the exact expression on Naruto's face the first time he tried and spectacularly failed to help her plant the garden's newest cherry sapling, Karui countering with her own account of his considerably more successful, if characteristically stubborn, insistence on personally walking every mile of the Kumogakure border rather than accepting the easier mounted route his own guard had recommended. Sakura and Chiyo traded increasingly technical medical anecdotes that left most of the table good-naturedly lost within minutes, and Temari, 3 cups of plum wine into the evening, launched into a retelling of the water rights negotiations so exaggerated that even Mei, who had not been present for the original event, found herself laughing along with the rest. It was well past midnight before the gathering finally began to disperse, each departure carrying its own small, warm ritual, Chiyo promising to return again before the month's end, Karui and Temari continuing their good-natured argument all the way to the garden's edge, Mei lingering longest, her hand finding Naruto's in a quiet moment before she, too, finally took her leave for the night. Naruto stood alone in the pavilion's fading lantern light for a while afterward, the table's warm disorder still scattered before him, half-finished cups and the last crumbs of a meal shared among people who had chosen, freely and completely, to build a life together out of a year that had asked nearly everything of them, and felt, in the settled quiet of that late spring night, the full and complete answer to every doubt the boy he had once been might have carried about whether he was ever destined for anything beyond loneliness. He walked back through the garden slowly, past the koi pond silvered now under a rising moon, past the cherry trees shedding their last blossoms of the season onto paths he had walked 1,000 times across the hardest year of his life, and understood, with the particular clarity that only comes at the close of a long and difficult journey, that whatever chapters still waited beyond this one, he would face them exactly as he had faced everything since a boy nobody wanted had first been offered. A seat nobody expected him to hold, not alone, never alone, but surrounded by every steady hand that had chosen, again and again, through conspiracy and warfare and every hard lesson a young ruler could be asked to learn, to remain standing beside him. That's the end.